A very good morning to everyone present. Welcome to the 4th edition of the Student Conference in Research in Education, also known as SCORE 4.0. We are thrilled to have such a distinguished gathering of academicians, students and enthusiasts here today. I'm Akriti
and I'm Sanvi, and we'll be your
MCs through today's events. Our first segment is Gen Z Professionals, showcasing young, dynamic individuals who have already made significant strides in their careers.
Let's welcome Dr. Palak Bhandari. As a recent graduate of Manipal College of Dental Sciences, Dr. Palak combined her clinical knowledge with a passion for innovative education. This led her to co-found MediStudy Go, a platform that leverages technology and engaging methods to make dental education more accessible and effective. At MediStudy Go, they create animated explainers, utilize effective pedagogies, and develop interactive mind maps to simplify complex concepts for dental students. Her goal is to empower students with a deeper understanding and retention of key information, ultimately fostering a more informed and confident future generation of dentists.
Hello. Thank you so much, Akriti. It's been an honor to be here today. I'm going to be talking about something different today. I'm going to be talking about dentists as entrepreneurs. So it's a new perspective. Just a second. So as a dental student, I was always confused inside libraries, what to study, what to do next. And I realized that there's something in me that tells me that I could do something beyond dentistry. Now, as a dental student, you would think that all you can do is sit in a clinic and treat a patient. But really, there's something more that you need to know to run a successful practice. So this is what you would think about entrepreneurship. But if you combine dentistry and entrepreneurship, there's something that's a perfect mix for success. So let's see how we divide the 4 rules of entrepreneurship. The first is knowledge and skill. Now that's something that you learn at dental school. You learn 9 subjects which are core dental subjects which are going to take you to the next 50 years of your life. But beyond that, there are so many skills that all of us need to learn in order to have a successful dental practice that nobody really talks about. So when you start up your dental clinic, you have to manage your own finances. You have to have a team for marketing, sales. In fact, you need to know it all. You need to learn how to hire associates, how to manage your team, how to write better. That's called SEO optimization. You should know practice management skills. And plan so many events in order to run a successful practice. So that's number 1. You've completed the first step that's necessary to build a business. Next, you need connections. So the first thing that you do is that you have 100+ batchmates and staff in your college. Now, as students, when we come out from competitive exams like NEET, we think that everybody around us is a competition. But as soon as you change your mindset and you think that that person is not a competition, but that person is a connection, you grow, right? So the first thing that you do is understand that the first few people around you are basically your collaborators. They are your connections. So let's take an example of 5 years later after BDS. One of them does prosthodontics, the other does public health dentistry, and me as a person who has not done an MDS graduate, I'm good with leadership skills. It's not working. Okay, basically what I mean is that you don't need to do it all by yourself, in the sense that there are so many things that other people do better. And only if you know them is when you can collaborate with them. So you can be somebody who's good at marketing, somebody else can be good at actually doing the work, and once you collaborate is when you make a successful dental practice. So that's the first step. You have 100+ batchmates and staff. The second thing that you need to do is go beyond that. You'll have juniors, you'll have seniors, you'll have parallel batchmates in MBBS, you'll go to conferences like you've come today. Try to make connections beyond the place you are in. And the most important one in today's generation is LinkedIn, Instagram, Discord, Telegram. Now on LinkedIn, you can actually make connections with people you thought you never can. So for example, when I started in third year, I was able to connect with global leaders in the industry, and I was able to talk to them. And that itself was a very big confidence booster. So that's the second step of building a business. Now let's come to the audience. Until there are teeth, there is never going to be a day when you cannot have a patient. So there's always an audience if you have chosen this career. So does this limit us to opening a clinic? I feel that if you set systems of running a business, you don't need to limit yourself to opening one clinic. You can do a lot more. But if you are open to learning beyond what you think you know as dentistry. As I said, we will never be saturated until we have the correct mindset. The only reason why today I feel that we all think that dentists are underpaid is because we are not ready to upskill. As soon as you open your mindset and you think that, yes, I can learn things beyond what I'm taught in dental school, is when you will be able to have a successful dental career. Yes, you can also do other businesses like so many of us are doing here. So I started MediStudyGo while I was an intern, and I'm going to now share my journey. So the first thing is understanding the difference between a startup and a dental clinic. Honestly, a dental clinic is way more secure in the sense 9 out of 10 startups fail every year. It could be due to a lot of things. It could be due to poor ideas, lack of marketing. But dental clinic, because you know that there's always an audience, the chances of success are way higher if you take it as a business. So as Dr. Levin said, much of a practice's success can rest upon how well practice management systems are implemented and maintained. Now, this is something you're not taught in dental school, but if you understand this early on, it's going to help save a lot of time. Let's talk a little more about startups. So how I started my business and how you can too. MediStudyGo is basically a learning platform for dental students. I always felt that there's nothing for dental students to learn, which is why I started this platform while I was an intern. I questioned my learning. In fact, Dr. Srikanth is here. I went to him in third year and I said that, sir, we could, teach oral pathology better. So initially, I didn't have any resources to start off. But when I realized that I can do something with what I have is when things started shaping up. Then I explored and I wasn't afraid to try. I didn't wait for the perfect time. I didn't wait that, oh, I'll start this 10 years later. If whatever I had, I took that and I started. Startups are basically about execution. Your idea can be great. You can go and present it to 100 places, but till you don't execute it, you're not going to realize the potential of your startup. So I started by videos like this with a lot of help from my professors, constantly took feedback from mentors, teachers, friends, and my viewers. I attended a lot of conferences. I didn't know anything about startups. So I attended any and every conference that came around with respect to where I could meet founders, where I could see what other people are really doing. And I learned. I was never afraid to ask questions. I learned from whoever was ready to teach. This is the first team. I'm very grateful to all the people here. They've all worked with me here at MediStudyGo while I was an intern. And that was a stepping stone because I realized what are the kind of people I want, what is the kind of work culture I want to create, and what is the kind of team I want to build. I networked a lot, whether it was Instagram, whether it was actually going to my own faculty members or going to random colleges and speaking to deans. This is what I did for the next few years. And evolved. There's something that you need to learn every day. So whether you're learning a very small skill or you're learning something about business, you have to constantly evolve. What I did 3 years ago, when I look back today, it looks like absolute garbage. And I constantly engaged. So I'm not a person who would like to go out there and put myself there, but because the business demanded, I upskilled and I engaged with my audience. So the thing that I've realized is that time is the most precious thing. Timing is really important. And when you start, it looks fairly doable. But you have to constantly have the motivation to continue to do it. And you will realize that it requires perseverance and consistency. Finally, you will think that, okay, I'm at a place where I think I can really, really do it. So some tips for all of us: get organized, track your time, Learn when to delegate. I speak a lot about delegation because you cannot do everything. So you need to have people in your team whom you can trust with what you're doing, whether it's setting up a dental clinic, starting your own startup, whatever the hell you're doing. Keep track of your finances. Money is something that we are not taught about. We don't have a positive relationship with money. But as soon as you start thinking about it, you will start having a positive relationship with money. And that's when you're able to actually succeed in whatever you do. So this is how I would like to end it. I have realized that entrepreneurship is the test of will and not intellect. You need not have great marks to be an entrepreneur. All you need is a good willpower. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Palak, for your informative presentation and dedication to dental education. Next, we have Dr. Anahita Deo. She founded Odigio Careers on 11th May 2021, which changed the healthcare career landscape. She graduated from Manipal College of Dental Sciences, Mangalore in 2019 and set out to venture on her unconventional career path. She shifted from the clinics to a business associate to a marketing and growth specialist for a healthcare corporate company. She founded Odigio to help healthcare professionals land high-paying corporate jobs with a work-life balance and get paid time off. Along with that, she also guides people to find non-clinical masters in India and abroad. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Okay, so do you guys know me from Instagram? Yes or no? You can just raise your hands. If you don't, then I will start with my introduction. Okay, cool. So my name is Dr. Anahita Deo. I am a dentist turned healthcare career coach. And apart from that, I've done a lot of things before I became a healthcare career coach. But the first thing that came up to me when I graduated from college was your dentistry degree, and then what next? Because I was always this person in college who would be everywhere. I would love to just organize events, be at places, do different things. So I wanted to do something different with my life, but I had no idea what I wanted to do, okay? And that's going to happen to most of us when you graduate or when you're in your internship. So yeah, these 8 words sum up my career. So when I started, I became a dentist from MCODS Mangalore, you can just see that here, in October 2019. Then I did clinical practice for 10 months, from January to October 2020. Then I was like, okay, I was someone who likes to travel. I'm someone who likes to sort of do different things, learn new things. I always knew during my internship that clinical practice was something which was not for me. So I started with my first non-clinical internship where I started working for a cancer care company as a business development associate. So I was helping with remote monitoring of cancer patients, you know, triaging how if they have some symptom after chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and then we would send them across, we would send an alert to a hospital. That's what I used to do, and I used to provide my medical insights into that. Apart from that, what I did was I started working as a medical writer at a medical and dental tourism company. I had no idea what that was. I just went in there. I was like, I want to learn something new, and I started with that. Post that, I got like a full-time job in the same place as an editor. Then I became the head of content and then a marketing and growth specialist. And by the way, I do not have any management experience, but I ended up managing a team of 36 people. And simultaneously, I realized, obviously, I'm not the only person who wants to make a switch, right? And I eventually found that out by, you know, putting it out there, talking to more people, asking them what they wanted. And that's how I founded Odigio Careers, which is a healthcare career coaching company. And I have placed around 112 people by now, which is dentists, doctors, physiotherapists, Ayurveda graduates, homeopaths, so on and so forth. So, the age-old question, why did I make a switch? The first thing that I wanted to do was to become financially independent as soon as possible. I know a lot of people are against that idea, but I did not want to ask my parents for more money. I wanted to be stable on my own 2 feet. So that was the first reason why I decided to make a switch. Second, I wanted to travel. So I wanted to get into the Indian Army, but then, you know, things didn't work out for me. My NEET PG rank was not that great that I would get an interview also. I got like 4,444, which was, my dream was crushed basically. How are you doing, guys? So how many of you are from MCODS itself? Can you just raise your hands? Okay. Nice to meet you guys. Feels good coming back here. I'm always in nostalgia. I walked into MARENA and I was like, oh, nostalgia. Oh, nostalgia. Here we used to give our exams there. Crazy. Okay, so getting back to what I did. So I always wanted to do new things. Mithun sir, he was literally my mentor and literally everything. He taught me literally everything. I got scolded by him a lot. But I was someone who used to just want to do different things. Just the thrill of organizing an event used to like get to me. So that is why I was like, okay, let's do something different. That is how I ended up here. And that is why I was like, I made a switch, so now I will tell everybody to make a switch. So that is what I started to do. So now how did once I gave my exam and I did not do well. So I was like, okay, now army is out of the question, so that's not going to happen. By the way, I wanted to get into the army because my dad was in the army. So I wanted to travel and practice, so on and so forth. But I had no idea what I wanted to do because I was clear on the fact that I did not want to do an MDS. I did not want to do an MBA or an MPH or an MHA. That was clearly out of the question. So I wanted to do a job. Now, how did I figure out what I wanted to do? So I started by elimination. I started removing the options that weren't for me. It's possible that it might be for a lot of you, but those options were not for me. And just because I wanted to figure out what I wanted to do for the next 30 years of my life, I wanted to make sure that I get into the right kind of profession before I start taking up a master's or anything like that. Then the next thing that I did was extremely important, I feel. I found the magical tool called LinkedIn, like Palak told us about. LinkedIn was, I think, the place where I went on to. I found so many people there. I mean, there were so many people who had already made the switch, and and a lot of them from MCODS Mangalore also. So I went ahead, I spoke to them. And, you know, they had done so many different things, working as medical advisors in big pharma companies, working as medical writers. I gained from their experiences, and I wanted to, wo kehte na, suno sabki karo apni. So I was like, I listened to everybody, and I was like, okay, this is what I think I would be good at. And then I started doing upskilling. Now, one thing I was clear on was I was not going to spend any more money. So I turned to Google Baba and YouTube, and I started, you know, learning new things, learning about business development, learning about writing, learning about marketing in general. That is what I started my career with. And then, yes, of course, there was a lot of crying and applying to like 1,500 places, getting rejected from all of them. That is a part of job search, guys, whether you go to a clinic or you do it outside of the clinic. And yeah, then the idea came to me. I had two business ideas. I was like, either I'm going to make creative patches or I'm going to help people make a switch. Like I said, कि खुद मैंने switch किया, अब मैं लोगों को गुमराह करती हूँ switch करने में. I'm just kidding, it's a joke, guys. So now I knew that I was not alone because my parents told me, when I was 17, my parents told me, okay, beta, doctor ban jao. I was like, okay. So I came into this, and to be honest, I had the best time of my life at MCODS. That is guaranteed, touch wood. Okay, so yeah, I had the best time of my life. I loved doing what I did, but clinical practice was not for me. So, and then I was asked to decide at the age of 17 that this is something that I should be doing. So I was like, aisa to ho hi nahi sakta. There are 30,000 graduates per year. It's impossible that even one person doesn't feel that way. So I was like, okay, I'll just start reaching out to people, and I started reaching out to people. I found out a lot more people wanted to do this. Similarly, the next point was that, you know, when I started out, I saw that a lot of dentists, doctors, healthcare professionals, they know the human body. They have healthcare expertise that can be brought to the table, which for example, an engineer doing marketing for a healthcare company, that person will have to be taught 5 years of your education, which is not possible. That is why I understood that healthcare professionals can do anything in a healthcare company, of course, apart from coding and all, but a lot of people still end up doing that. Then the next thing which I stand for is that your job should revolve around your life and not your life around your job. That is something which I'm a strict believer of. I am someone who wanted a work-life balance. I'm someone who wanted 2 days off. I was someone who wanted more than 50,000 as my first salary. So that is what I went for. And yeah, that's why here I am. This is how I started at Ritio. I'm working with around 300 more people, trying to get them their best life, hopefully. So Now, like I always say, doctors in corporate jobs, I think is the best thing to happen to a healthcare company. More than you benefit from them, they benefit from you. So what are the options that you can do if you're someone who just wants to explore? Like, I think most of you must be interns, final years, third years. I would 100% recommend that start doing some internships in order to, upskill yourself, build yourself, understand more things. Like you can go on to this website called Internshala, and you can, sign up for internships. You can also work at MediStudyGo. That's also a good option. So all of these places, you can learn how to do marketing, you can learn how to do sales, medical advisor is something that is a full-time job only. You can learn operations, there are clinical research internships, there's healthcare consulting. I can go on and on and on about this, but I will not drag you with that. But yeah, there are a lot of opportunities out there where your healthcare expertise will be invaluable. And then we come to the point of how do we apply. So basically, see, upskilling is something which is extremely important. It is not that you go do a course and then you're like, okay, I'm going to get a job because I did this course. Do the course if you're interested in doing something like that. Do MDS if you're interested to do MDS, not because MDS is the only way. I am a living example of the fact that MDS is not the only way. So that is one thing which I'll tell you. Do anything that you're really interested in. Upskill and network, very important. Reach out to people who are hiring for the jobs. Showcase how you can provide value to that particular company. That is how you start your applications to the job. And last but not the least, why are doctors preferred more than anyone else? Like I said, you have healthcare expertise, which is invaluable for a healthcare company. And I am telling you that learning marketing is easy, learning sales is easy, but learning healthcare is not easy. I mean, you're living that life, you know how tough it is. So that is one thing which I'll tell you. You'll get trained on the job, you will understand stuff. And even additionally, one thing which I'm a huge promoter of is do some internships to understand what you like to do so that you can always, like, for example, I did not know how to use Excel. Like, I'm openly admitting it, I did not know how to use Excel, Microsoft Word, or PowerPoint. And then when I came out, I was like, okay, now I have to YouTube everything. So I want you to understand that these are some skills which you take to your dental clinic also. You take it to your PG also. Like, I know a lot of PGs doing journal clubs. For that, you need to know how to make a PowerPoint presentation, which is something which I did not know. So these are certain things that you build up on and pitch yourself to the recruiters. That is how you get shortlisted for any opportunities that you want to do. Not necessarily just opening your own thing. You can do whatever you want to do. And yeah, this is one line which I said to one of my, client of mine who I was working with. I said, at Oditio, we don't accept fate, we change it. And I'm a huge promoter of the fact that your healthcare degree, your dentistry degree is your superpower. I mean, that is the only reason why I am here, or any of my clients are wherever they're at, because they have that doctor in front of your name. So you just need a little bit of courage, lots and lots of adventure, and a lot of persistence, guys. It is very tough. It is extremely tough to do that particular, to make that switch, or just to find a job in general. And yeah, I think it works out. So that's it from my side, guys. I hope you had a nice time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deo, for sharing your inspiring journey and insights. Now, we would like to welcome Dr. Inderpreet Singh, Secretary MAHESRF 2024, and Dr. Kashish Bhardwaj, Treasurer MAHESRF 2024, to commence the inauguration ceremony.
Good morning, everyone. We welcome you all here today. Please remain seated. Inauguration is beginning very soon.
In the meantime, Dr. Palak and Dr. Anahita would like to host a question answer round. So if any of the delegates are interested in asking any questions, please go ahead. Okay. Yeah, my question is, ma'am, do you, either of you have like any preference? Like if somebody has clinical work experience for years, do you think that has the same value as non-clinical work, or is that like they're starting at square zero? Because technically clinical work doesn't entirely transfer to corporate work. So is there some sort of, like are they wasting time if they're planning on shifting later by having a clinical job for the time being? Or should they directly start investing themselves into the non-clinical sector?
So I'll give a very good example. I have my chief operating officer on my team who has 18 years of clinical experience. And we always thought that, like, what is she going to do here? But then after a year of working with her, I realized that experience in any form, in the sense, if you are running a clinic, you learn 100 other skills that you cannot without having an experience. She was the person who came and said that, this is transferable, and I couldn't actually believe it. But I realized that organizing skills or just managing people in a very positive way comes when you have a lot of experience, and that's not something that you can just learn by opening a book. So I do feel that having relevant clinical experience will translate well into non-clinical. You'll just grow faster.
So I think I would just say that I ended up building my business on this, guys. So to be honest, I'm working with people who want to make a switch from clinical to corporate, and like Palak said, there are a lot of, I just tell people this only. Everybody comes to me, they're like, oh, I want to do a course and I'll get a job. I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. I tell people this, we have sales, even if you don't have your own clinic, you have sales skills, you have marketing skills. When you're just saying, okay, Christmas pay one implant, you'll get scaling free. Happens, right? When you go to when you actually get out, that actually happens. When you're telling a patient that, okay, you should not get an extraction done, you should get a root canal treatment done. Now, a clinician does not have a business development team, right? There's nobody who's going to tell, oh, you should not do this. You're actually very good at sales. I actually sat in my interview once and I said that more than me, I don't think anybody, it was a sales internship, the same internship that I got into. I said that more than me, I don't think anybody else can do sales because people don't even know that I'm actually doing sales. Because when you actually get out, that is out of college, that is actually what you're going to do, get revenue for the clinic. There is time management skills when you're handling OPD patient flows. Then there is problem solving ability when you're diagnosing. Basically, there are a list of so many transferable skills that you can take from your career. So if you want to just explore clinical first and then get into your non-clinical job, I think there is no harm in that. Basically, you should not have a regret that I didn't try to do clinical dentistry and then, suddenly make a switch.
What was the most difficult part of your journey? Like that point where you're like, I don't think I can do this anymore. But the next step was like, how did you overcome that?
Right now, I'm just getting the highs, but there were a lot of lows. I'll first talk about the highs. I didn't speak about this in the presentation, but as soon as I ended my internship, there was this call that came from the bio incubator, and they said that there is a 50 lakh rupees grant that's coming in. Why don't you apply? And I was like, what is this? I mean, I'm not going to get something like this for making videos, right? That's something that nobody will get. The 3 months were the period of low. because they said that I'll get it, but 3 months of constantly giving presentations from Manipal here, wherever it was like, I'm not sure whether I'm getting it, but I'm not even starting my career. So I think that was the time when it was a low. And then eventually, yeah, there were a lot of highs. And after the money got over was when, again, so I think a lot of it depends on your finances initially, because you need to set up something that is viable and you don't know how to do it. So you're going to waste a lot of money, you're going to just waste a lot of resources. And when you are done with it, you're like, I'm really lost whether I did the correct thing. So highs and lows are like every day, like every minute it's a curve.
I think that's true. So I think the toughest part for me was to just figure out what I wanted to do. Because I was like, now what? Like, I don't want to do clinics, I don't want to practice clinics, same thing, no academics. I was not that great at research, not that I tried my hands at it. So I was just like, mera yahi concept tha that if a BTech graduate can make a shift without, getting additional degrees, why can't we? And that is why I just started exploring. But then just to figure out what I wanted to do in life, I think that was the only tough thing I've ever faced. Baki sab mast tha. Guys, वैसे भी कुछ नहीं करना है, बैठ के बोर होना है, so might as well just ask us questions.
The first thing, if you want to start out, is ask questions, because if you don't have questions, you can't go anywhere in life.
You just go on LinkedIn and just randomly, like she said, she was just talking to global industry leaders.
Yeah.
We just be shameless, anything.
Shameless to a level where they'll think that how many times has this person messaged me. And trust me, that's the same in college. I used to run behind teachers like, please help me, just correct my script, just correct my illustration. And that's what actually, that shamelessness is what will take you faster. Anyone?
So how many of you actually want to clinically practice? You can just raise your hand. Yaar, ye to bata do. Nice.
Only 2?
Only 4? Oh, so बाकी सब अगर non-clinical करना चाहते तो you can ask us questions, no? कमाल हो गया ये तो. How many of you want to do an MDS? What's your favorite department?
Second year.
Okay, ठीक है. So I think, come on guys.
I'd like to ask you a question.
Wow.
So like, as you said ki you basically tell people alternate career paths after BDS. So if not BDS, what is the most common or like most prevalent option that people like usually take up after BDS?
Okay.
If not BDS person.
So that's a good question, and इसके साथ associated a lot of people ask me कहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा scope है. I'll tell you something, scope कहीं नहीं है. That's something which I say. Scope is nowhere. Remember when you were going to become a dentist and everybody told you, बेटा dentist बन जाओ, you're going to earn so much money, like इतना पैसा. याद है? सबको याद है ना? सबको याद है? That's what I was told. Okay. I was like, okay, fine, yay. And then I got into college. College was also great. Bhai. MCODS is a very good place to graduate from. Beautiful. Then you come out and then you're like, bam. It's like a slap on your face. Oh my God, it hits you really hard. I was working at a clinic for 0 rupees. That is why I just wanted people to be here, like 0 rupees. And I'm not a dumb person, okay? If some of you know me, I have been the president here for DSA. I was a distinction kid all years, okay? Every year. Final year, I was 4th in my batch, okay? I was not dumb. My handwork was also very good. मैं अपनी तारीफ नहीं कर रही यार. मैं बस बता रही हूँ कि there are people like that. So alternatively, when I got out, people are doing everything and anything out there. Basically, getting into marketing, getting into sales. I would just say go for what interests you. Even if just MDS is what interests you, stick to it. Because longer run mein, MDS graduates obviously do very well. BDS graduates I know are doing extremely well. So find out what suits you. Because you can do anything in a healthcare company. Like you can do marketing, sales, healthcare consulting, medical advisor. There's not just one role that's out there. Like my best placed client is a patient journey partner. I have no idea what a patient journey partner does. I just got her placed into it. So there is anything and everything that can be done. There is not just one, and I would just say one thing. Please don't make the mistake of doing an MBA, PH or an MHA because you don't want to do an MDS. The worst way to approach a non-clinical degree. So I think there are a lot of things that you can do. There is no scope in just one thing. And yeah, I think that's it. Hi guys, welcome. We're doing Q&A. Oh yeah, can you pass a mic to? Okay. Very well accepted.
The respect you get there is incomparable. Yeah, like your people in your medical field. In fact, dentists are the people who are, telling dentists that what are you doing. But if you actually go to a corporate, you'll see that you really have a lot of value there, and people really, really respect you.
That is very true because, sit. So when I started doing my internship at the cancer care company, so I was there and that person, like basically her name was Monica Mehta, okay? I went and I interviewed with her. She was like, I really liked your profile and very nice and you submitted, and that was my first interview, okay? And then I was, like I said, I was getting 0 rupees at the clinic. So she asked me, what are your salary expectations? I looked at her, I was like, salary expectations? What are you talking about? Okay, so I was shocked at that point. I told her this, see, I'm getting, which is something you should never do, but I told her, see, I'm not getting anything, so you should pay me as much as work you get done. Nothing more, nothing less. That's what I told her. She told me this, you are a doctor and there is no chance that I'm going to pay you a stipend of 5,000, and that is how I negotiated a higher salary. So that is something which I want you to understand, that there is a lot of respect. I think way higher, like everybody's like Dr. Anahita. I'm like, oh my God, love it. So yeah, that's something I'd say. There's a lot of respect. And a lot of, because the knowledge that you have, nobody can have. That's why.
Do you think it's better to run your own business or work in a corporate?
See, I'll tell you, and I will speak on behalf of Palak also. Apna business mat karna, guys. Rone nikal jate hain. No, I'm just kidding. To be honest, Odigio was something that happened to me. So I would say running your own business is working 24/7. Like I know Palak works on Sundays also. Okay, I also work on Sundays, but Palak works more on Sundays. So I would say that it depends entirely on you. There's no best option. There's just what you want to do. Not everybody can be a startup leader. Not everybody can do, like I am someone who was born to do this. Like I feel that. But if you're not, there are a lot of alternative options that you can get into.
I just happen to be an entrepreneur, so I would say that it's a great place to be in. Simply because every day is a new day, and there's a challenge every day. So if you go to a clinic, you'll be bored. You'll be like every day scaling root canal, etc., etc. Here, you can ask Akriti right here. She's done everything from starting out, making presentations, 100 things, and there's no limitation, right? Like you can do it all the time, but it comes at a cost. There is no work-life balance. There's nothing called as work-life balance in entrepreneurship. You are working at 4 a.m., 6 a.m., you don't even know it's 12 p.m., but you have to accept that.
I mean, if that life is for you, then that life is for you. Like, look at her, thriving. Touch wood. Okay, anyone else? Yeah, yahan se koi question nahi aaya. You can ask us a question, you can just ask us anything, just say hi. Okay, don't say hi, fine.
you going to do as a sales or a marketing person or working in a corporate? Like, how to overcome this from the family, like comments of the family and...
My mom, she cried. I told her I don't want to practice. She was like, "Paise waste kar diye." That was the first thing that she said. Okay, I was like, and obviously that time I was 22. I'm 27 now, but I was 22 at that point of time when I had graduated. Said no. So what happened was, and I've always done something different. Okay, you ask anybody here, everybody remembers me with green hair and everything. Okay, so I've always done something different. But now coming to this. My mom, once she said this, and she started crying also. I was like, oh my God, and I didn't know what I wanted to do at that point of time, which most of you will be at some particular point of time. I would just say rebel, because that's what I did, because they are not going to understand and do. You have to prove it to them. Indian parents, I think one thing you have to do is you have to prove it to them. That, you know, I did this and I'm doing this and I'm good at it. So simultaneously, let's say if they see you, my parents agreed after probably 2 years of me working. Till then, everybody, she's fake doctor, she doesn't practice. I was like, I got my degree and then I got my doctor title, no? I didn't get it after 30 years of practice. So I think what I would say is prove it to them that you can do something. In order, you cannot just go and say. That is something which I've noticed. Not just me, all my clients also. So just do some internships, understand better on, you know, in life. And when they see you thrive, they will agree. That's one thing which I've noticed. For everybody, all of my 112 placements, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would say prove it early on, because switching later, I've seen a lot of people come from Odigio asking me, I've been in 8 years clinical practice, can I switch now? It becomes really difficult, because to figure out things for yourself, you need to start early on. And if you start early on, it just becomes, you don't have to convince your parents, because now they already know that you're trying different things.
That's why internships, one thing which I really recommend. Sir. One thing I really recommend is, you know, doing internships. When you're doing an internship here, do multiple internships on the side. Like I said, medi-study go, hint, hint. But, you know, I would say so many things. I also start, if somebody had told me in my internships that I can do more internships, it will be a bit of hustle. But to kya ho gaya? It's like just 4 or 5 hours extra you have to give after. You can, you know, there are so many gaps you can fill in. Do as many internships, because like Palak said, doing it early on, if you're even remotely interested, actually makes a lot of difference, even to convince your parents.
Thank you, ma'am.
And CV badh jayega, in the sense that if I'm an employer and I look at your CV, I'm not going to look at what your marks are. That's the last thing that I'm going to look at. If I see that, okay, you've already done 10 things in college, you've done 2 extra internships, I've already evaluated that you know much more than your degree can offer, right?
I don't know how I forgot CV point. That's why Palak is here with me. But no, I always say that. Build your CV a lot. A lot. And just your personality also. Forget about, agar nahi bhi karna, worst case you're like, I hate non-clinical. Then you can always go back and your personality will be somebody who has an additional skill set on the side. So. Yeah.
You don't know what the time is. So why did you choose this? Like, just because you didn't want to get into the
I didn't know.
And that's a founder thing. It's not a corporate job thing. It's just a founder thing.
Yeah. I mean, see, and you're not doing it that as a, like you don't have to do that. You just do it because you're so in love with your job that you're like, okay, I don't care what the time is, but I want to do that. You know, it's your passion that comes out, to be very honest. It's not the time.
So is it just that you didn't want to go into the clinical side, or was there any other spark which, you know, ignited you to get into the
It's a spark. I'll tell you, I did a general dentistry course, which was a 21-day course between my final year and internship. And I realized at that time that I really love oral surgery, till a point that I came out, in my internship year, I might have done the maximum number of cases in my clinic. But I had to give up on that because I was passionate about something else. So till today, if you ask me, I will go back and, you know, just for the thrill of it, do some oral surgery cases. But I had to give up on something to get what my passion wants.
I would just say, no, I was a huge promoter of work-life balance, like huge. I was like, mere ko 9 to 5 hi kaam karna hai. That was my only thought process. And that is what I got into the corporate sector. So a lot of jobs do offer that if that is something that you're looking for. I wanted Saturday, Sunday off. That is what I got out and I was like corporate employee, full on. Okay.
वो तो clinicals में भी मिल ही रहा है.
I'll say something. I came in, I was graduated last year, and a lot of my friends went out for the clinical roles. And the initial pay, if somebody pays you 5,000, they'll be like, wow, 5,000 they are giving. Because nobody is paying, it's paying 0 rupees, right, as she said. So you would think that there is work-life balance, but you are technically just an assistant for your clinician. Right? So but that's a good thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing because you learn a lot over there if you want to be a clinician. So you need to respect your clinical person that yes, you're teaching me a lot, so it's okay if you don't me.
And I think I've seen a lot of people get into a non-clinical job and then get back to a clinical job. So one concept which people don't understand, there's no debate between what is better. Is clinical better or non-clinical is better? What is better is what you choose for yourself. Like, I didn't want to invest that kind of money into a clinic because, like I said, I did not want to stick to one place. So that ways. But I would say don't just get into non-clinical just because clinics nahi karna. Explore karo. Like, I practiced for 10 months and then I figured out that this is not for me. So वो कहते ना, me and Pavas, she was supposed to be here, but me and Pavas, we had a discussion and she was like, Odigio is your ikigai. That is why it's easy to work at 4 a.m.
Right.
So,
Thank you so much.
oh yeah.
Took you time to, you said that it took you time to realize how you would choose advising or whatever career path you chose after BDS. Is there an easy way to realize it or balance it after your BDS straight up?
No. There is no easy way. Not even in clinics, there is no easy path. Even in non-clinicals, there's no easy. Sit na, it's okay. So even in non-clinical, there's no easy path. I would just say, like I said, suno sabki karo apni. Listen to everything. Now you're listening to us. Whatever you want to take from this, you take from this. There is no need that what I'm saying is pathar ki lakir and there's nothing else apart from that. You listen to everything. You speak to clinicians. You speak to clinicians who are successful. You speak to clinicians who are not so successful. Understand what your path is. And then, but there's no easy way. That is a long story short.
If you want an easy way, have a LinkedIn account because you'll see so many stories out there. Understand, like you may not want to do 100 things, but if you listen to 100 stories, you may decide, okay, this is where I may fit. So that's the only easy way, that's reading up. Just educating yourself.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
LinkedIn is like Instagram now, so.
So like, how do you manage time that well? Because it's tough. Somehow I feel it's tough for everyone to like manage time with studies and pre-clinicals, clinicals, everything.
I think time management is something which is very, like you have to be extremely disciplined for this. Like that is something which I'll tell you, sit, yeah, it's fine. So I think one thing that first of all, it is going to be very tiring. Like if you've decided to do like your 9 to 5 clinical internship and then come back and do like after that like a 5 to 9 sort of a non-clinical internship, most of these are output based. You can work whenever you want to. But you have to be very strict with yourself. And it's not that it's for a consistent 6 months period or something like that. Do it for 1 or 2 months, you will figure out and then you'll get the hang of it eventually. And you'll get better at it. Starting with obviously it's going to be extremely difficult to understand what you're doing, how you're doing it. Eventually as you move forward, you will get faster at it. So I think I was very strict with my timelines. I used to like time myself. This work has to be done within much time. And I used to make a time sheet for myself, even when I was doing my job. Because on the job also you have 10 projects coming up, especially in a startup. Like everything's changing basically. So I think discipline and slotting your work, prioritizing your work is something which works. And a lot of people do, like Pranita was working for me. She was doing cool time management, so you can.
Just one thing, you can use Google Calendar. You can actually time block your time as to where you're putting your time into. And then you can come back to it. So just putting what you want to do there doesn't work. You have to go back on a Sunday, evaluate whether you really, achieved the most in that particular week. And then just see whether, you can make the next week a little better.
Delegates, we'll take one last question.
Yeah, that's right.
Hi, so in this age, it's very important for you to have a social media account, right? So how do you start about it? How do you build your audience?
I would say be honest. I mean, I have 35,000 people following me. And the only thing that I did was just be honest about my craft. I was raw. Like, I was like, you can see my bald spots when you come to my Instagram stories. So, no, I'm just kidding. Provide value. That is something which people are there. Sit. It's okay. Provide value. Be there. Don't lie. I've seen a lot of false things going on around Instagram. Be honest about your experiences, and I think that is very important for community building. And I don't think you need anything fancy or a fancy social media manager and all that. Now, I have it now. But when I started, it was just one picture, one pixelated photo, text written on top of it. People are here to hear your stories. Find out whether you're good at storytelling or branding yourself. Everybody has a different niche. So you find out what you're good at, which you'll only find out once you start doing it. So if that's something which you want to, personal branding is extremely important these days, which is, I've seen things like that. So yeah, I would say that. Be honest about your craft. That is very, very important.
I have nothing to add here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Palak, Dr. Anahita. We will now be moving forward with the inauguration ceremony. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and brilliant minds of today and tomorrow, welcome to the 4th edition of the Student Conference on Research and Education, also known as SCORE 4.0. We are thrilled to have you all here today, both in person and virtually, for what promises to be an inspiring and enlightening event. SCORE is not just a conference, it's a celebration of the remarkable achievements and boundless potential of students from across the globe. Held once every 2 years, SCORE has become a distinguished platform where young scholars, researchers, and educators converge to share their innovative ideas, groundbreaking research, and visionary perspectives on the future of education.
As we embark on this 4th edition, we reflect on the journey that began years ago, driven by a simple yet profound goal to foster a collaborative environment where students can showcase their talent, engage in meaningful discussions, and build networks that will shape their academic and professional futures. SCORE has grown from its humble beginnings to become a beacon of academic excellence, and this year promises to elevate our aspirations even further. Over the next few hours, you will have the opportunity to attend a diverse era of sessions, including keynote addresses from the esteemed experts, thought-provoking discussions, poster and paper presentations that highlights the cutting-edge research conducted by your peers. Each session is designed to challenge your thinking, broaden your horizon, and inspire you to push the boundaries of what is possible in realms of research and education. Now, we like to request our staff mentor, Dr. Ravikiran Ongole, to guide the dignitaries to the dais and deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the entire team of MAHESRF MCODS Mangalore, I welcome you all to this 4th edition of SCORE. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, invited guests, dear colleagues, delegates of SCORE 4.0, a very good morning to all of you. This year marks 10 years of the existence of the Student Research Forum of MCODS Mangalore, which is the organizer of this conference. The Student Conference of Research and Education is now 8 years old. We had 4 editions of it. We organize SCORE every 2 years. The Research Forum began in 2015 with 4 enthusiastic students, 2 ever enthusiastic mentors, Joanne and I, and an ever more enthusiastic then Dean, Dr. DILIP NAIK. Over the last 10 years, this 4-member team grew to 150 members on the research club. They conduct 2 research club meetings every month. They also initiated multiple innovative research groups and talks. One of the very famous one is called GRASP, where you had guidance and research with partnership, where we had 2 students, a mentor from the dental college, a mentor from the medical college, and this team ended up having a research publication. We also had a very innovative program called IGNITE. It's the second of our conference apart from SCORE. This is a conference for ideation and entrepreneurship. The other popular program that we have is called the Research Week. Unlike we have the cultural program of the Dental Week, we also have the Research Week. It's a 1 week long program of research activities. With this brief insight, I warmly welcome our chief guest for the day, Dr. B. UNNIKRISHNAN, Dean, KMC Mangalore. Sir is an avid researcher, an excellent teacher, and an administrator par excellence. This event is presided over by our very own Pro Vice Chancellor, MAHE, Dr. DILIP G. NAIK. Sir has literally been instrumental in fueling the growth for the Research Forum right from the time of its inception. Welcome, sir. Dr. Ashita Uppur, our beloved Dean, has driven MAHESRF to new heights. She has always been ever supportive to our efforts. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. A warm welcome to Sanya Basin, our President of MAHESRF. We are also extremely glad to have a very distinguished scientist, an academic, and an administrator, Dr. LAZAR MATHEW. A warm welcome to you, sir. I should share that I've been associated with him. I'm currently being associated with a research project, if I may share. So I'm very happy to be with sir. And sir will be delivering the keynote address today. We also have a distinguished panel of speakers amongst us. They're all entrepreneurs, academics, and researchers in their own field. Dr. Arun Shanbag, the former Dean of Manipal University, Jaipur. Dr. Praveen Birur, the Vice Principal of KEYNOTE Dental College, Bangalore, and a lead cancer scientist associated with Biocon Foundation. We have the former Principal of Jamia Millia Islamia, Dr. Saranjit Basin. Dr. Vikas Agarwal, the Dental Card CEO. Dr. Arjun Naik, an orthodontist and a third generation dental practitioner. We have Dr. Vidhi Banushali, CEO of ScanoAir. We have our own alumnus and entrepreneurs, Dr. Palak Bhandari and Anaita Deo. Another distinguished alumnus has just joined us, Dr. Shanmukh. He just landed from Bangalore. He's the CEO of Terranautilus and working in ISC Bangalore. Warm welcome to you all. I also warmly welcome our Associate Deans, Dr. Junaid Ahmed and Dr. Aarti Rao. I also warmly welcome all the heads of department and faculty from KMC Mangalore as well as the Dental College, MCODS Mangalore. A warm welcome finally to the student delegates of 4.0 who have registered here from India and overseas. People overseas are watching us live. With this, I'm extremely confident that you all will learn from the extremely enthusiastic and distinguished speakers today and leave Mangalore with fond memories of SCORE 4.0 and come back again in 2 years' time. Thank you.
Let me now take this opportunity to invite our distinguished dignitaries to participate in the lighting of the lamp and invoke the blessings of the Almighty and declare the conference open.
Let us now welcome the President for MAHESRF 2024, Dr. Sania Bhasin, to address this gathering today and throw some light on all the grit and determination it took to create Score 4.0 as what we see it today.
Good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, and distinguished delegates. It is an honor and privilege to stand before you today as the President of MAHE Student Research Forum 2024. MAHESRF is a student-driven organization dedicated to fostering a passion for research among undergraduate and postgraduate students. Our mission is to build a network that encourages and enables multidisciplinary research transcending traditional academic boundaries. I would like a moment to introduce the incredible team that has made today possible. Vice President, Dr. Akanksha Kashyap, Secretary, Dr. Inderpreet Singh, Treasurer, Dr. Kashish Bhardwaj, Sponsorship and Fundraising Head, Dr. Arjun Kamath. Our invaluable staff mentors, Dr. Ravi Kiran Angol, Dr. Joanna Baptist, Dr. Nidhi Manaktala, and Dr. Archana M. And last but certainly not the least, our research coordinators and IT team, Dr. Lakshmi V, Dr. Riya Sinha, Akshita Gupta, Ritika Gupta, Chintana Jaikar, Prem Bajekal, and Roslyn Ronson. We kicked off our tenure with an orientation at the Lighthouse Hill campus, where we had the privilege of hosting Mr. R.N. Raul, co-founder of Flexigo Technologies and an NITK alumnus, as our guest lecturer. Our forum has always been a melting pot of ideas and innovation, and in our first research club meeting, we returned to the basics, exploring the principles of research with the second and third year students. The Score 1.0 featured unique workshops, inspiring lectures, quizzes with delegates across India presenting research posters and papers. Whereas Score 2.0 expanded with events like the Dental Olympics and educational video presentation, attracting 145 e-posters and 35 paper presentations. Score 3.0 was a groundbreaking 3-day virtual international conference featuring a panel discussion, 9 hands-on workshops, and 13 guest lectures, bringing together undergraduate students to showcase their research. This year, our Score 4.0 has reached new heights, with the participation from national as well as international delegates, including non-MAHE attendees who bring diverse perspectives. We have 280 participants, around 150 poster and paper presentations, 10 esteemed guest speakers, and 10 engaging workshops. Our goal is to make Score 4.0 a platform for innovation and collaboration. The day one of our conference included pre-conference hands-on workshops by many distinguished resource persons like Dr. Saranjit Bhasin, Dr. Umesh Pai, Dr. Prasanna Mitra, Dr. Manuel S. Thomas, Dr. Joanna Baptist, Dr. Sandeep, Dr. Deepa Kamath, Dr. Sangeeta Nayak, Dr. Shreya Hegre, Dr. Roma M, Dr. Sharon Saldana, Dr. Mahesh M, Dr. Prashant, Dr. Ann, Dr. Madhusudan Upadhyay, Dr. Vivek Gopinathan, Dr. Sanjan, Dr. Keetana, Dr. Hamesh, and Dr. Nyas, and Dr. Archana M. We thank you all for making yesterday's program a success. This conference is a testament to what we can achieve when we come together with a common purpose. I am profoundly grateful for the opportunity to lead such an inspiring group, and I look forward to the remarkable experiences and discoveries that await us. Thank you to everyone for being a part of Score 4.0.
Thank you, Dr. Sania, for your beautiful words. We hope the legacy can be carried forward.
It's now time to welcome our respected Dean, Dr. Ashita Upur, to address this August gathering today.
Respected Pro Vice Chancellor, MAHE Mangalore Campus, Dr. DILIP, our chief guest for today, Dr. Unnikrishnan, the Dean of KMC Mangalore, Dr. Ravi Kiran, the Staff Advisor for our MAHE SRF Committee, Dr. Sanya Basan, the President of our institution MAHE SRF, Dr. LAZAR Matthew, the keynote speaker for today, all the guest faculty, the students, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's really a proud moment for me. You know, you have the score 4.0, which is being hosted today by our student research organization. Now, score 4.0 is not just a platform for presenting research, but it's a celebration of the spirit of inquiry, innovation, and dedication that defines the field of dental science. Now, I wish to acknowledge the exceptional efforts put by this research team, because I have been seeing them working day and night to bring this kind, because as Dr. Ravi said, it is definitely a mammoth event. Because I think Ravi has spelled out all the luminaries, both the senior researchers as well as the junior researchers. We have many of them as the resource persons who will be, giving their point of view and helping you out. So now the question comes is, how did we actually, I think Ravi said that way back in 2015, even before NEP 2020 spoke about undergraduate research in the curriculum. I think we were actually inspired by the chief guest of today, Dr. Unnikrishnan. Because as Ravi said, it was, I think, Dr. Unnikrishnan used to celebrate a research day way back in 2010. And when we went around and we saw the kind of UG work which was being exhibited by the KMC Mangalore students, these were undergraduate students, that actually inspired our, Dr. DILIP NAIK, and that's how MAHE SRF came in, like what he said, MC said humble beginning. It was a humble beginning way back in 2015. And today, we've almost completed 10 years. So I think this MAHE SRF definitely gives, I think they need a big round of applause for all the work, what they have done. And I think today, the question is to balance research with academics. I think I just want to address the young researchers. The future of dental research is definitely promising. You have now advancements in technology, material science, and interdisciplinary approaches. We are on the cusp of transformative changes that will redefine dental care. As emerging young researchers, you all have the opportunity to be at the forefront of innovations. Now, all those who are gathered here, as you present your findings, engage with your peers and receive feedbacks, you not only enhance your own knowledge and skills, but also contribute to a collaborative effort to advance our field. Imagine you can be a part of a team that develops a new technique or discovers a more effective treatment. And the impact of your work could reach far beyond the classroom, influencing dental practices and improving patient outcomes. And the stark reality is we have amongst us one of our own ex-student, Dr. Palak, who is a CEO of a company. In fact, she started with MAHE SRF, so probably she's a standing example for you. So my dear students, build connections with your fellow researchers and mentors, engage deeply and continue to inspire each other. And the bottom line is finally, also enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind words, ma'am. We're extremely grateful for all your support.
Let us now welcome Dr. Dilip Ji Naik, Pro Vice Chancellor, MAHE Mangalore, who is presiding over the conference today and has been the pillar of our strength through our journey.
It's okay. Biddida. At the outset, very good morning. I'm extremely honored to be a part of this research forum, Score 4.0, which, the idea was, the first one was conceived in my room along with Dr. Ravi and Joanna, and Dr. Swati was there, I think so, and 4 of them. And I would like to compliment Dr. Ravi for taking it through 10 years. I'm very happy that Dr. LAZAR Matthew's presence has added, glamour to this, because you will know when his CV is read what a great man he is, but so humble. Thank you very much. I also welcome all the dignitaries here and our young president, Dr. Basrin. Talking of research, this is a forum for the students, by the students, and if you can see the laptop here, you see the stickers there, just indicates it's a student conference. So it's quite cute, Talking of research, MAHE has created an ecosystem for undergraduate research now, because we understand the importance of undergraduate research. MAHE makes almost 5,000 papers are published, and I'm happy to inform about 8% of that comes from undergraduate research. So that's a great number that is there. And now we are hoping that we go to 13%. We have set a target for 13%. And rightfully, Dr. Ashita said, I was inspired by Dr. UNNIKRISHNAN, because he used to do it in the library, and I used to see that why not dental start it. And Dr. UNNIKRISHNAN used to write to ICMR and get projects. And almost all the projects of ICMR used to come to KMC Mangalore. So then they said, no, more than 50 KMC Mangalore can't do it. So that's how it is that they were capped. Then we thought, why not dental do it to ICMR? So we wrote to this thing, and subsequently we got about 8 or 10 ICMR grants for the dental college. Then again everybody complained that how come dental colleges are getting medical research things? You should have, they wrote to us saying that you should have an Indian Council for Dental Research. Dr. Saranjit is here, he should take it up very seriously. So what I'm telling you is, both of us, both in the Mangalore campus, we don't have a single campus like Manipal, but we are like Israel, we are very innovative, though we are small. We innovate ourselves, and thanks to the 2 deans sitting here, Dr. UNNIKRISHNAN and Dr. Ashita, we are doing extremely well in research, and Dr. UNNIKRISHNAN leads by example. Why I'm talking about UNNIKRISHNAN is because he can't talk about himself next. So, he is among the top 2% researchers by the list curated by the Stanford University. So, he is among, a round of applause for Dr. UNNIKRISHNAN. So rightfully we have chosen a chief guest, and Dr. LAZAR also will appreciate what I told. And about Dr. Ravi also, Dr. LAZAR was mentioning the good work these people are doing. So I'm proud of it. I don't do anything but get the credit of it. So that's something great, That always happens in politics also. So coming to research, this, I tell you simple things, One, Mr. Hunt owed $15 to his friend. So he did not know what to do. Those days, 1948, and he invented the safety pin. He patented it. He got $400 for that those days. He gave $15 to his friend, settled the debt. Then somebody came and told, why don't you sell it to us, the patent? And those fellows made millions of dollars. So don't sell your patents anytime. Keep it with you. It will come to you whenever you need it. So this is about research, and I'm very happy that undergraduate research is happening, because if you see nowadays, sorry Mr. Dr. LAZAR, because earlier when we used to see scientists, their white beards and all those things, but now you have got young scientists, and all the college dropouts are doing the best in research. This is not in US. All the top guys are college dropouts. But please stay back. Okay, don't leave this thing. So why I'm telling you, because the trend has changed. What I'm telling you is the trend has changed now. I'll end up with a small anecdote. An old man wanted to dig up his garden for planting tomatoes. But he could not do it because it was too hard and he was old. So he wrote to his son in the prison, "Dear Steve, I'm too old to dig up the garden." He was a criminal, he was in jail. "I don't know what to do. If you were here, you would have done it easily." Then Steve wrote back to him saying that, "Please don't dig up, the bodies are there." Then next morning, 4:30, the CBI came there. Police came. Everybody dug it up. And at 7:30, they told him, "Sorry, we dug up, we had some information, we dug it up and all that." Then after that, the son wrote back saying that, "I could not do anything for you. This is the best I could do in the present situation." So this is innovation. This is critical thinking. He sat in the jail and thought how to help his father. He succeeded in doing it and did it free. So he planted the tomatoes, rest is history. They must have made a ketchup also. So this is not, but I'm not saying that you should kill somebody or put bodies inside and all that. But what I'm telling you is, necessity is the mother of invention. And when you talk of material science, a last word from me, why is dentistry expensive? It is because of the consumable materials. It is because of the equipment. So please do something for the material science. And another thing is, whenever you think of doing something, think of the patients, think of India. Two things you should keep in mind: accessibility and affordability. The patients, they are in rural areas, they should get access to it. And another thing is affordability. We can't, you will get the best of, you will say that I will put this graft 1 millimeter growth, something will be there and it will cost 3,000 bucks. He'll say 1 millimeter, hell with you, I'll be with this only. So it should be affordability also. So I wish this research deliberations all the success. I thank all the resource persons who have come here, spared their valuable time. And I see a lot of our old alumni who are doing extremely well. You know, they are CEOs and one is doing a placement for doctors in corporates. Shanmukh is there, who was a cartoonist earlier. Now he works for Indian Institute of Science. Talks of nanobots and all that. So give a round of applause to our alumni scientists also. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your time, sir.
It is with great honor and excitement that we introduced our distinguished chief guest, Dr. B. Unnikrishnan. If I may quote Sir himself, education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today, and truly so. Dr. B. Unnikrishnan, the esteemed Dean of Kasturba Medical College, Mangalore, is a distinguished professor of community medicine with a deep commitment to medical education. He plays a pivotal role in shaping the academic journey of MBBS students, imparting his extensive knowledge and expertise in community medicine. As a PhD guide specializing in health systems research, Dr. Unnikrishnan mentors the next generation of researchers, fostering innovation and critical thinking in their field. Additionally, he serves as the chairperson of the Part 1 Final MBBS subcommittee, ensuring the highest standards in medical education and examination process. Dr. B. Unnikrishnan has been instrumental in starting mentorship programs in research for medical students and has successfully incorporated research in medical education curriculum. Presently collaborating with many national and international organizations like Global Burden of Disease Network, World Health Organization, and ICMR for generating evidence for policy decisions. He believes in the philosophy of accessible and affordable healthcare that is evidence-based and which is acceptable to the people. Thank you for gracing this occasion today, sir. May I please request you to address the audience?
A very good morning to all of you. I am bringing with me the greetings from Kasturba Medical College, Mangalore. Respected Dr. DILIP ji NAIK sir, the Pro Vice Chancellor, MAHE, Mangalore campus, and head of the campus. He is the boss, our boss, Dr. DILIP ji NAIK sir. Dr. Ashita Kapoor madam, the dynamic dean of MCODS Mangalore. Dr. Ravikran Ongol, the staff mentor of MAHESRF at MCODS Mangalore, and he is the person who started the entire process of research among undergraduates at the dental college. Dr. Sania Bhasin, the president of MAHESRF, and under her stewardship, the MCODS Mangalore is doing quite well in undergraduate research. My mentor of mentors, Dr. LAZAR Matthew sir. Sir is the advisor. We have, I think, because of sir, we got the hub, DST, healthcare hub for innovations and all, and sir is the advisor for that hub. And that hub, I think, will cover the entire southern part of the country in the coastal region. Amongst us, I see other distinguished speakers, innovators, startup company owners, okay, all alumni, most of them are alumni of MCODS Mangalore. It means that MCODS Mangalore is producing people who are into leading the innovations, leading the startups and all those things. Really happy. First of all, I am really happy to be a part of this score 4, and I have attended all the scores, madam. In the last 8 years, I have attended, but I used to sit there. So this time they asked me to be the chief guest of the score 4. Really, why should we do research? To be very frank with you, why? Because our regulatory bodies never tells us to do research. If you don't do research, also you will pass the exam. If you do research, also you will pass the exam. Okay, but why? Why we should inculcate research? That is very important. Why we should do research? Not that because you need research and you can say that I have so many XYZ papers. Got my point? I have, my CV is full of papers. Okay, why do you want to do research? Because whether you publish, you have to publish. As Dilip sir correctly pointed out, we have reached a stage. From that stage to go up to the next level, we need undergraduate student publication as far as the university is concerned. Okay, that is one aspect. Otherwise, research will help you to develop lot of skills, like soft skills, how to collaborate with people, how to communicate with people, practice evidence-based. That is another very important thing. Inquisitiveness or inquiry. Why it is happening like this? Why can't it happen like that? Like, see, most of the research, if we look at, are the research which are done in Western countries. Does one size fits? No. Why can't we do research for our country? I was telling madam, she had developed a very nice mobile without any intervention of a dentist, can scan everything. And I told madam, thank you very much. And this is the example of Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is the example of Atmanirbhar Bharat as our PM's vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. Atmanirbhar Bharat is very, very important. We need to work. Let's see, why did I start research? Because Ashita madam also told, Dilip sir also told, Unni did research. Because I was not having anything. I didn't have post-graduation during 2000. But I was not having a postgraduate course in my department. But research, alone if I sit and do research, it will take 4 years for the research to be converted into publication. Then I thought, what is the via media? What can we what can we do? Then I thought, why not? Like, see, if you ask voluntarily, you do research, 90% of them, they will never come voluntarily. I am telling you, very few percentage of the people will come voluntarily to do research. But actually, voluntarism is the best thing. So what I did, instead of voluntarism, I did mandatory. And I incorporated research into undergraduate curriculum and made it compulsory that each and every student has to do research. And first thing what we did was, in second year, in 1 month, from the protocol to the ethics committee approval, to the data collection, to the presentation of the report will be completed within 1 month. 1 month, everything. And see, people were asking me, how will you get ethics committee approval in 1 month? With ethics committee approval, people are scared of going to ethics committee only. But how will you get in 7 days? I told 7 days, because this posting in community medicine is only for 1 month. I told them I need ethics committee approval within 7 days. When we talk of ethics, there is a minimal risk, less than minimal risk, more than minimal risk. Most of the undergraduate research is less than minimal risk. Even scientific committee approval is required and ethics committee will ratify it. Then I thought what we should do, and I went through the ICMR guideline. It was mentioned you can have as many subcommittees as possible. How many ever subcommittees are required you can have. So what the subcommittee used to come to the department, 4 or 5 people from the main ethics committee, and they used to clear that ethics approval, and after that it was ratified in the main ethics committee. It means that the delay of the ethics permission was reduced from 4 months to 7 days. And within the end of that posting, the project report need to be submitted to the department, and each one of them should carry the project. And when they come to 3rd year, we help them in converting their research into publication. Okay. And many times successful, majority were unsuccessful because the study was so small. But over the period of time, what did they learn? They learned research methodology. They learned inquiry. They learned evidence-based. They learn how to read a journal. That is very important. Many of the people don't know how to read a journal. What are the tests applied? What are the methodology? How the conclusion? Whether that thing is applicable to our country or not. See, evidence is very important. As far as research, you do small research. First of all, you need to find a research question. First of all, you need to ask yourself, why should I do a research when answer is already available? Don't do those research. You are wasting the time. You will not get that publication also. You just find out the gap. Where is the gap and how can I fill the gap? And what extra information I can provide so that some changes is possible. Small research changes are not that possible. But small research has led to a lot of changes. People say that all you have to do full article. They see many new discoveries happened with one case report. Many new discoveries happened with HIV. How was it diagnosed? With a case report in USA. And then it became a case series. Then they found that HIV transmitted to sexual transmission and other modes of the transmission. It means all levels of research are very, very important. Whether it is a case report to whether it is systematic review or meta-analysis. See, as far as policy, because government wants policy. ICMR wants policy. Ministry of Health wants policy. What works and what doesn't work. The thing is, they can't start now and give funding to one agency for them to do research and get the results after 6 years, get it published after 10 years, and where is the evidence? By the time evidence changes. Got my point? So you do research, you generate evidence and send it to the policy maker. That might help them to change the policy. That is very, very important. Evidence to policy. Otherwise, if you do research, another crime what we mostly do is, we all do research, but we never publish it. It is as simple, if you have done research and if you have not published, it is as simple as that you have not done research. You have not done. At least if you cannot publish in a journal, publish in Udayavani newspaper. But the dissemination should happen. If it is not disseminated, it is same that you have not done the research. Please whenever you are doing a research, make a paper out of it and publish it. You will be happy. What I have seen in my life, when I started this from 2000 to we are in 2024, those who get a publication, they are so addicted to publication. By the time they leave the college, they will have 3 to 4 publications. Best example is LAZAR MATHEW sir's granddaughter. She has already 5 to 6 publications, more than 10 publications. So once you should get that, once you get it, your name is in the journal, you go to PubMed, your name is there. Go to Scopus, your name is there. You get excited. Got the point? That leads to addiction. It is the better addiction than other addictions. Okay, don't deviate yourself into that addiction. Addiction, you do it with publication and research, will help your career, your CV will be good. Many a times I am seeing that now dentists are choosing the field of health administration, public health, all those things. So better you learn the skill of how to generate the evidence and translate the evidence into policy. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir, for inviting me and sharing some thoughts about the undergraduate research with my younger colleagues. Okay, stalwarts are sitting. Sir is going to give the keynote address. Other stalwarts also will be speaking. And I didn't greet the virtual participants from India and abroad. And I'm very happy. Every year score, not every year, once in 2 years, score is increasing, leaps and bounds. And definitely the score, I am telling you, this model, sir, you should submit to DCI. This model of research and publication should be submitted to DCI because my model I have already submitted to NMC. Now NMC has made it mandatory that student research should happen in medical college. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational words. Now, we have an exciting segment where we will be revealing the new logo for SCORE.
Thank you so much to our team. No conference is complete without the involvement of guest speakers. We are grateful for their time and willingness to share their knowledge with us. At the outset, we are privileged and honored to have Dr. LAZAR Matthew, keynote speaker. He is currently Senior Advisor, MCODS MAHE DST Hub. I request our Chief Guest to facilitate him.
Now I request our Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. DILIP Ji NAIK, to facilitate our invited speakers.
Dr. Arun Shanbag, former Dean of Manipal University, Jaipur. Dr. Praveen BN, Vice Principal, KLE Dental College.
Dr. Vikas Agarwal, CEO Dental Cart.
Dr. Arjun Naik US, orthodontist and third generation successful practitioner.
I request all the student delegates to remain seated. Please remain seated.
Dr. Shanmukh Srinivas, CEO Terra Nautilus and alumnus MCODS Mangalore.
Dr. Vidhi Bhanushali, CEO, co-founder of Scano Air. Dr. Palak Bhandari, CEO, Teeth Spoon and alumnus MCODS Mangalore.
Dr. Anahita Deo, founder Udigio and alumnus MCODS Mangalore.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Animesh, Dr. Kalyan and Dr. Jagdish will be joining us shortly. With that, may I take the opportunity to call Dr. Joanna Baptist, staff mentor, MAHESRF, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the entire team of MAHESRF MCODS Mangalore to acknowledge the contributions of those who have worked really hard to make this conference happen. At the outset, we really thank Almighty God for His blessings and grace that we are able to even make this event possible, especially during the rainy season that we had for the last 1 week. Now, we extend our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. B. UNNIKRISHNAN, Dean, KMC Mangalore, for his unwavering support towards Score 4.0 in particular and MAHESRF in general. Sir has always readily permitted us to use various facilities at KMC Mangalore to conduct all our activities. Thank you, sir. We are extremely happy and elated to have amongst us today our Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dr. DILIP NAIK. Sir has been propelling force for the growth of MAHESRF since its inception. Sir has constantly provided us guidance and necessary support all through our journey. Thank you, sir, for getting MAHESRF to what it is today. Our sincere gratitude to our beloved Dean for being the catalyst who stimulates us to do our best and stands with us as a pillar of strength, guiding and supporting us all through. Thank you so much, ma'am. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to our Associate Deans, Dr. Junaid Ahmed and Dr. Aarti Rao, for their constant support. We would also like to thank Associate Deans of KMC Mangalore for all their support. We are extremely privileged and honored to have Dr. LAZAR MATHEW, sir, a senior researcher and a renowned professor with us today. We thank sir from the bottom of our hearts for accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote address. Sir, your gracious presence and words of wisdom will truly inspire all the delegates and all of us here. Thank you so much. We are truly thankful to each one of our distinguished speakers and experienced speakers and resource personnel for readily agreeing and sharing their knowledge and experience with our young delegates with all their enthusiasm. Thank you so much. We are indebted to all our heads of the departments and faculty of both MCODS Mangalore and KMC Mangalore for their invaluable support. Truly, without your support, this event would not have been possible. Special mention to Dr. Vishwas Saralaya and Physical Director Dr. Rajiv for their invaluable support in using the facility at Marina. We express our sincere gratitude to the support staff from the Finance section, Student section, Engineering Department, Housekeeping staff. We also thank Mr. Nagaraj and Mr. Mokshit for their constant help. We are thankful to our sponsors, Oshio Touch, Canara Bank, DPI Meditech, Bredent Medical for implants and models, LTM Meditech for sponsoring sutures and providing instruments for conducting the biopsy workshop, Burrow Kitchen, 5 Grills, Mangalore Baking Company, Mangalore Cafe, Corinzo and Goodies, and MMP Dry Fruits for their support and sponsorship. A big round of applause for our student delegates from India and overseas for their enthusiastic participation. And finally, my heartfelt thanks to my dear students, both volunteers and core team, my fellow staff mentors, a pat on the back for the job well done. Thank you, each one of you all. Thank you so much.
This marks the end of the inaugural ceremony. Kindly please be seated for the keynote lecture by Dr. LAZAR MATHEW. Now I request Dr. Akansha, Vice President MAHESRF, to introduce the keynote speaker.
Professor Dr. Thalakuttur LAZAR MATHEW is currently Senior Advisor at MAHE Manipal. He has 6 decades of experience in teaching, research, and technology management. He worked as director of 3 DRDO establishments, Life Sciences at DRDO Headquarters, Defense Bioengineering and Electromedical Lab, and Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Allied Sciences. After retirement, he was director of a mission hospital at Ajmer and later dean and director at VIT Vellore. He was senior advisor at PhD Institute of Advanced Sciences, IIT Bombay, IEST Kolkata, Sri Vidyaniketan Group of Institutions Tirupati, and was Pro-Vice Chancellor, Karunya University, Coimbatore. He was instrumental in establishing the High Altitude Medical Research Center at Leh, the Society for Biomedical Technology, Bangalore, Asha Niketan AIDS Facility at Ajmer, and Center for Biomedical Research at Vellore. He has conducted several R&D projects, including 3 international collaborative projects. Besides, he was the India director for a major Indo-Singapore healthcare management project called Signet, funded by Temasek Foundation. He has over 250 publications, 3 technical books, 12 patents, and several awards to his credit. He has been the chairman of Scientific Committee of Government of India and represented the country as leader of various delegations abroad. He has been a teacher and examiner for MBBS, BDS, BTech, MSc, MTech, and PhD for 5 universities and visiting professor in 3 foreign universities. He has delivered several keynote lectures, inaugural, and convocation addresses. Sir, we are beyond honored to have you here with us. Sir, you may take the stage now.
First of all, my thanks to those who are still remaining. 90% of them left. So you are there. At least I am not talking to an empty audience. I must thank Dr. Ravikiran and all the organizers for inviting me. I don't really need, audience. There is one story I want to tell you. One great preacher was invited to speak in an organization one day. And what happened is, he went there and the hall was empty. Nobody was there. So he said, what happened? They said, sir, your talk is supposed to be tomorrow. You have come one day earlier. No, my letter is there. So there was a mistake on the day. So there was nobody. But this man, being a preacher, he decided that he will deliver his talk. So there's nobody. Only the caretaker was there. Now, he delivered the lecture and then he went out. And he told his friends, no, I am not coming tomorrow again. There is a mistake. It's okay. After about 20 years, he was talking in another audience, an old man. So one fellow came running to him. Pastor, do you remember me? He said, I don't know. I am now a great preacher myself. Because I heard you talking that day in the empty auditorium and I heard you. So I don't mind talking to an empty auditorium because if one person gets a message, that is great enough. That is the advantage of a teacher. A teacher doesn't require. I request some water, please. Not possible that also. Okay, thank you. I didn't see that empty one. So, the empty dais, but then Dr. DILIP NAIK, Dr. UNNIKRISHNAN, Madam is still here. Thank you, Madam. And our President, Sania, she is there? She's not there. So that's good. You see, I'm used to all this, so you don't get worried about it. And I mentioned this to Ravikiran that this will happen. He said, no, in my organization it will not happen. I said, every organization happens. So I told him, don't make tea before me, but even then this happened. Nothing wrong. Now I hope that I am wanting to talk to youngsters. So first of all, my gratitude for inviting me. My gratitude for you people who are still remaining with me. And also gratitude for the occasion I had, the interaction to many people here. Now, this topic is score. You are scoring as a young researcher, a student researcher. I want to tell you something. You might have heard about diabetes and insulin, isn't it? Everybody must know that. The insulin inventor was, I think some of you know that, Professor Frederick Banting. Actually, he became a sir afterwards. And his student, first year, second year student, called Charles Best. So Banting and West are known for insulin discovery. And they got Nobel Prize. This was done in 1921. And they got Nobel Prize in 1923. Nobel Prize was, of course, between Banting and MacLeod, because MacLeod was the research administrator. He was the professor at Toronto University in physiology, and he was instrumental in giving space for Banting. Banting was a surgeon who was practicing in near Ontario, near place called London. It's not this London. There is a small London in Ontario, Canada. I had been there. It's a small town, very close to Waterloo University. And Waterloo University, my friends took me and showed the place. So he was a surgeon there, and the surgery practice was not good enough to make money. So he joined as a part-time lecturer in physiology at Toronto Medical College. So MacLeod was the professor, a very famous man. MacLeod has got a lot of publications. He was not believing Banting. He told no, don't speak about all this. But this fellow insisted, give me some space. I would want to do research. And he brought some dogs, and MacLeod gave him one research student, and that was Charles West. The rest is history, actually. MacLeod, and also afterwards, insulin was found out. It was not pure. There was a problem of injecting that insulin. So MacLeod told him, another student I'll give you. And that was John Collip. When John Collip also joined, that means a group of 4 people are responsible for insulin. And I tell you, insulin has saved millions of people. It's not a joke. Insulin has saved many, many people, even in India, even today, in spite of all. So what I want to tell you is, your research may be something worth for a Nobel Prize. You're all worried about it. You're not believing. It is possible. Because both Charles West and John Collip were students, and they shared the Nobel Prize with their bosses, that is Banting and MacLeod. They equally shared the amount, became very rich, and also Charles West became one of the best physiologists. The Best and Taylor book, you might have heard about it. This story is not a story. It's a real thing, what I'm telling you, because it's important to know the student research, not necessarily by compulsion. You should join as a team. That's a point number 1. Point number 2 is there should be a mentor, like MacLeod was a mentor for all of them. Number 3 is there should be a laboratory. So you should find some laboratory where you can work. Number 4 is you should be sincere, because they were failing like anything. The dog was getting treated, but the moment they take the material and given to some other animal, it was not working. Day and night, these people continued for 2 years almost. In 1923, their work was rewarded as a Nobel Prize. So this is about why students should do research. That's the point I wanted to make. Number 2 point I want to make is, that Dr. UNNIKRISHNAN mentioned about, or even Dr. DILIP NAIK beautifully brought out, why do you do research? Or what is research? The word research shows research. You are creating evidence. Evidence-based approach. If there is something you get, for example, Go Mutra, if that fellow, what is his name? No, our guru, some yoga fellow. Anyway, that yoga guru, he says Go Mutra is best for everything. Give evidence, nothing wrong in that. You cannot just create this thing and saying that everybody is wrong, I am right. That is not enough. What is to be understood by you is create evidence. Because no more people are going to believe you just by saying like that. That should be anybody. So this is the next point. So research is again doing research and searching again to get new evidence. And when you create new evidence, you create new knowledge. So research is for new knowledge. If you don't have any new knowledge in your effort, then it's not research. You may be publishing in Udayavani, but then that is not going to be a real research, even though it may be useful as an information. Information is not research. The third point I want to mention you, the research is different type. Basic research, fundamental research is base for everything, upon which all technology is built. And basic research is needed. India is lacking there. We need actually IISc and TIFR are the 2 institutions which people say are doing basic research. Now basic research is tough. Basic research is where you are actually trying to find out a new knowledge, new idea and things like that. But applied research, take that but fundamental approach, convert into technology, that is called applied research. Now this can be in the form of translational research or in the form of research and development. Okay? The next point I want to talk to you is, why are you doing research? What is your intention? What is the purpose? What is the plan? I call it a few P like that. I'll tell you, what is the plan? What is the purpose? So your purpose may be just a publication. So the first thing is publication. Agreed? Most of you want a publication. After publication, when you become a teacher, you want to get a PhD for yourself. So the next P is PhD, and also to create more PhDs. So publication, PhD. Then when you become slightly bigger, you want to get a project. The third P is project. You get project, you get money, you can do something more, so you get a project. Now up to what level you gone? Now I am going to tell you the fourth one. Some of you may be wanting to know the fourth one, or you're all satisfied. The fourth P is patent. Can you think about doing a patent? Unless you patent a thing which is new knowledge, somebody else will steal it. So you can't protect it. So the fourth P is patent. Okay? Enough? Or you want more? Somebody want more? So the next P is, after patent, you make a prototype of what you have done. So there will be a prototype now. Okay? Something to show. And most of the people, most of the universities, most of the colleges are happy with the prototype. Why prototype? You put it in Almira. When visitors come, they show. I have seen it in maybe hundreds of colleges. Sir, wonderful research we do. Sir, we have made this. So I asked them, what happened then? It is there. It has not gone to market. It has not got any life. There are people who have done such prototypes and kept it for 10 years, 20 years, and claiming that I have done research. You can do that. You get your promotion. You get even awards. If you are politically correct, you can become big senior jobs. A person like me can't get it because I don't consider that prototype useful. Prototype is not the end of the story. What is next then? The next is, if there is a prototype, make it a product. Next P is product. Follow that. If you think like insulin, then it will be a process, not a product. It will be a process. So the next P is product and process. Happy? Most of us will be happy because we have something to market it, something to show. But a man like me is not happy. The last P is policy. Can you make a policy for the government? That is the last P. Sarab Singh was here. He has gone, I think. He knows the institute where he worked, where I worked, is responsible for what is called iodized salt today. Everybody is using iodized salt. Our institute made this discovery that iodine is responsible for thyroid, and iodine is not there in certain parts of the country, so the government introduced iodized salt into this country. That is called a policy. You understood now? Can anybody repeat all the P's? When a student can repeat all the P's which I said? No, you forgot. First was publication. Publication PhD. PhD project. Project to patent. Patent to prototype. Prototype to product. Product to policy. If that message goes to senior researchers here today, I will be very happy. Because most of them are happy at the level of a prototype. Most of them. Most of them are happy with the publication. A publication is expected from students. I am not ridiculing anybody. Publication is the first step. And we are happy. Honestly speaking, 1971, my first paper published in Journal of Applied Physiology, I was elated. LAZAR MATHEW name. Printed there. My God, I was so much happy. But today, after 250 publications, I don't care about publications. I want products. So I made a ventilator. I made a stent. I went my team. We made many things. There's a thing called Society for Biomedical Technology, SBMT. This was created with the help of Dr. Kalam. He was my boss. I went and told him, sir, we do some translation research from our side. He told me, no, we are meant for defense. So he speaks in Tamil. So I don't know anybody knows Tamil here. So I told, no, sir, we should do something. Then he said, okay, you convince. He told me to convince Madhavan Nair, who was the boss at that time in ISRO. Nothing to do with me. I had to go to Madhavan Nair and convince him that I'm talking something serious. So Madhavan Nair told him, this guy seems to be all right. I was director double at that time. So he, after telling that, he said, okay, I think Madhavan Nair, na, avar vandit Malayali aludane. So that means he thought it's not necessary very, you go to Y.S. Rajan, he said. I went to Y.S. Rajan. Finally, he agreed. Y.S. Rajan also supported. After a lot of struggle, this is to create a society for which defense technology spin-off can be used for healthcare. Finally, we made a society under Dr. Kalam's chairmanship. I, as member secretary, with 5 secretaries of Government of India. One of the best committees made in that. But Dr. Kalam is a great man. Anything he can do just like that. He has got that ability. Now, this society made so many things, flow reaction orthosis, ventilator, and so many things. Ventilator story is very interesting. Ventilator, when we made, the foreign companies, they brought down their price. See, it was 8 lakhs, and they said we are going to sell it at 5 lakhs. So the difficulty for me is I had to bring down to 3 lakhs. Then only it can go, which was tough, but we did it. But what happened is during COVID time, 30,000 ventilators were ordered. And the company which took the technology from us came to me saying that, sir, we can't do anything, this is too much for us. So Bell was incorporated, you see, and then 20,000 ventilators were delivered. But I'm sure 90% of which never saw the patient, because they were all lying in some hospitals, what we can do. That is a different story. Anyway, what I'm trying to tell you is, if you remember that these 7 P's, and what is your plan? Your plan is to fool people saying that I have got a prototype, or your plan is to go further beyond a prototype to a product. That is the plan. That is important for you youngsters today. Because there are various ways of shortcuts to pass, shortcuts to get into, for example, NEET examination. You saw the shortcuts. There are so many shortcuts. I don't deny that. But there is no shortcut for learning. Take it from me. There is no shortcut for learning. If anybody has got a shortcut, teach me that. There is no shortcut for learning. So if you have got learning as your target, then there is no shortcut. So why now? I think you're all tired, but even then one more point I'll take, then I'll leave it. There is a word called innovation. Everybody talks about innovation now. Actually, from where the innovation starts? I'll give you so many P's I told you already. Now I'm going to talk to you about I. The innovation starts from import of an item. You will wonder. For example, you will not believe when I was a youngster, started shaving, we didn't have blade in this country. No blade at all. There was a 7 o'clock blade coming from London, a Nasset blade coming from Germany, that's all. And a guy called Malhotra introduced what is called Topaz blade here. Revolutionized. He revolutionized the whole Indian scene. He must have made $1 million. More than that, he brought down the price to 1/10. Everybody can shave without very difficulty. I'm not talking about ladies, I'm talking about men. They can all shave with the Topaz blade. So the point is, you have to bring down the cost. So import is number starting item. Point is import. From import, when it comes, some guy who is capable start imitation. Now we will say imitation useless. What is there? You go to Chandni Chowk in Delhi. You can get spare parts of every car, whether it is Volvo, whether it is Kia, any car you get, and they will ask you, sir, you want original or the duplicate? Original is some 2,500, this small thing. Duplicate is only 200 rupees. You are confused now. Everybody will think, what should I do? But I take the duplicate. The reason is I can have 10 of them. Number one. Number two, these people are very good in imitating. So imitation, don't go. I am not joking only. I am not telling any serious things. Come, very jokeful things. So, now to be honest with you, there is, many people write, one group of people made items like this, imitated, and write USA, USA. That means very risky, isn't it? So people went and caught them. So they told, what is the problem? Ulhasnagar Sindhi Association. So Ulhasnagar Sindhi Association, USA. That is our people. But then they know how to make it. So number two is, first I is import, second is imitation. Then what happened? Somebody have more imagination. Third eye. That imaginative fellow started meddling with it and give something more. Okay? So now you got improvement. Next eye. With that improvement, you started indigenization. Atmanirbhar Bharat. Whatever that is. You are now import, imitation, imagination, and improvement and indigenization. When you do that, your mind is working, and then you innovate. Then you start thinking something beyond, and then that is innovation. You are happy? No, there is one more eye. That eye we have not reached. What is that eye? Invention. When innovators can start thinking of innovation to invention, even our government is not telling you that. Innovate. Not enough. You should go to invention. Then our country has arrived. Should I stop now? I think so. Because you're all happy with invention, and that should be the right time to stop. Otherwise, you may get angry with me. There are much more stories if you want. But then I think I should come sometime if, Ravi calls me to teach you how to do research. That I have not talked to you. Teaching research is little different. So I am not touching that because that's not for a whole group. It should be 20 people who are interested in research. How to do research is something different. For a common thing, I think this is good. You have learned all 7 P's. You have learned all 8 I's. Okay? Okay? I think I leave it at that. I don't mind being I'm supposed to be a keynote speaker. I don't mind answering a few questions. I don't want to go on talking. Next 5 minutes, I don't mind answering some questions. If anybody has understood anything, then they can ask questions. Otherwise, nothing. So next is few questions, please. Yes, come. At least one person has understood something. Huh? Yeah, I can see that. He has understood what I've talked, Come, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for wonderful lecture. I work at an Institute of Science. I'm working as a scientist there. Yeah. I was alumnus of this college. I used to give lectures there
in, mechanical engineering. Anyway, okay.
Yeah, so I work in Center for Nanoscience and Engineering, SENS.
Oh, that you are with SENS?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You know Dr. NAIK?
Very much.
Very much. Yeah. So, I'm a friend of Dr. NAIK.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah.
So, okay. So, first question, like Professor, you said in the piece, right? First thing you said paper and all of that. Then you said patent. But, I mean, I just want to ask this question. And, of course, you know 1,000 times better than me. But
no, we're all students. Neither I know mathematics.
Thank you so much. So, patent should come before paper. That's what I feel. Because if paper is published, then patent is void because it becomes a public knowledge. So
no. These are two things. I'm not talking the same item. I'm talking the graduate way of going up.
Okay.
It's not the same. Okay. Publication is the beginning. See, publish or perish. You heard that, no?
Yes.
I will say publish and perish.
Yes.
Because publication is not the end of it. But most of the people, including me, used to think that is the end of it. Yes. I told you my joy when I got my first paper published in Journal of Physiology, London.
Yes.
You can understand? Yes. So that is something, a different story. What I'm talking is the graduate going up and up. Yes. Patent level, when you reach now, you don't care about publication.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So one more question.
Yes.
This is with regard to eyes, what you
Yes,
were speaking.
eyes.
And I think it will help everyone who's sitting in this room. Kindly tell us difference between innovation and invention.
Yeah, it is different, I tell you. Innovation is something which is already there on which you are innovating. If you see my eyes, import, okay, imitation, then thinking more of improvement, or you're on going on, and finally you are meddling with it. There is a water bottle here. Water is already there. Right? If I make an innovation of this and able to sell it for 2 rupees, then I am in the market. That is an innovation. Whereas, if I am able to get water from the air, sitting here, put what is called a kind of AI or something, and water comes from the atmosphere. That is invention. So invention we have not reached. That's what I'm telling. We are not even talking about it. Actually, it is high time that people like IIC, you people, should speak about invention now. If you don't speak about invention at all, and Atmanirbhar Bharat only become innovation, I feel sad. Because invention, yes, important, because we don't have inventions. But innovation is important, but that is not the end of it. For example, we made we means SPMT, made the first dental implant in this country, 1996. I don't know how many knows it. It's called SBMT implant, made by General Ravindranath. He was here, he is gone. He has worked with Ravindranath. I was the boss of the whole SBMT, but there are different projects. Ravindranath was my colleague. He is a dentist and worked with many people in our, DMRL and so on. We made first implant stainless steel as well as titanium. Titanium was so expensive, we couldn't sell it. And we sold, by a company in Delhi took over from us, and he made millions out of it, the first dental implant. So what I'm trying to tell you, that is only an innovation. There is no invention there. Clear?
True. Absolutely.
Good.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, somebody else. You have time. I mean, if you're not hungry, you can go on asking me, because I'm here to answer all your questions. Yes. Student didn't understand anything, so they don't have any doubts. Yeah, please come. I'm very happy. Come forward, and you can ask me.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Sir, my question is that you said that most of us at our level are happy with the publication.
Yes.
So what should we do as students to move forward from that level to reach the next?
Very correct. Very, very good question. You can move forward only when your mentors are moving forward. You see, MacLeod, who got Nobel Prize for insulin, has really not done insulin work at all, to be honest with you. I have been a student of MacLeod in the learning when I was doing physiology. MacLeod has got so many papers, but insulin he has nothing. The reason is he gave the laboratory, he gave the fair results, he gave the complete support, he gave the money and gave the 2 assistants for bending. But MacLeod was necessary. So unless we have MacLeods, unless we have mentors who can come forward and do, no, actually the problem today is there are very few mentors. Because mentors want to get themselves, more promotions, and see, I can afford to be a kind of a wanderer now, because I have 60 years I worked already. So I don't want anything now. People call me, I can lecture. But not the case with Ravi Kiran. He should get his promotion. Isn't it? So our real problem is very good question you asked me, one of the best questions. What are you supposed to do? You have to form good teams. Find out mentors. Find out people who can give you some funds. Then you will be able to do it. Okay? And now in this connection I can tell you, that is why I have started. When I say I am instrumental in starting this MIDAS hub. Medical Instruments, Devices and Allied Services hub at MAHE. This hub is meant for people like you. We are going to provide mentors. We are going to provide support. That is exactly my aim. But what will happen, I don't know. It's a 24 crore program. 12 crore will come from MAHE in the form of infrastructure, manpower, and so on. And 12 crore is coming from DST. Already they gave me 6 crores now. And there we are already passed on 8 projects, major program, 8 projects. And I'm looking for youngsters to come forward and take some advantage from this hub. Exactly. My service is free. Whenever I can give you some mentoring, I can do it free, as long as I can. I'm 82 right now. Not young like you people, but still, my mind is still young. I enjoy talking to people like you. And if you can come, you are part of it. You are a partner institution for the hub. Madam, you are a partner.
Yeah, we have. In fact, we've sent about 3 of our prototypes we've sent.
Yeah, okay. I mean, see, one thing is there. That is precisely the problem. Your prototype should be good enough to see the market. Follow the point. Because our aim is product for the market. Why are we not able to go to the market? What's the reason? Anybody thought of what is it? We are very good. See, we have our own missile. We have our own LCA flying. We are going to Chandrayaan and all that. But why are we not having these small things? What's the reason? Have you thought of it? When we can do such things, big things, why are we not having our own beautiful dental implants, probably, something like excellent one? I don't know. The thing is, our philosophy is our mindset. Our mindset is up to the prototype and to the Almira. Visitors come and show it. There is one guy whom I know, a friend of mine. The last 10 years he is developing a particular item. I don't want to tell you. And he is showing it to every visitor. Sir, look at this, my machine. But that machine has been there for the last 10 years. That question nobody is asking him. Nobody is asking him that question, my dear friend, what happened in the last 10 years, why it is still in the... Do you agree with me? Huh? Our question, this should be a hard question, I don't deny that. Yeah, I have got a prototype. Why the prototype is in the Almira all the time, beautifully decorated and kept, and visitors can see it? Why not it go to the market? I tell you, there's a slide which I can explain to you, which is, I'll just tell you, mind, market, in between our mindset. So mind, mindset, market. Our mindset should change, then we'll succeed. Okay? But you are welcome. I think I stop. Any more questions? You're all bored? Should I tell a story? No. Okay. There are many stories in research which will be very, very interesting to go on listening. Because very hard things. I know stories are. I have been chairman for various committees. This is not boasting. By since I don't go for pre-service, chairman is a free service. One professor, great man, he took a project, made a prototype, and brought to the presentation. He didn't present it. He was given to his student to present it. Student presented nicely, beautifully. I was impressed. So I asked the professor, what next? What next? Why are you asking me? I made a prototype. Now it is the industry to take it. I said, okay, who will give it to the industry? It's your job. My job is done. This is the mindset. The mindset has to change. All of you listening to me today, remember this. Our block is our mindset. We should be willing to go to the last extra 1 mile. It's not 1 mile, several miles. To take our product, prototype to product, product to market. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful words. As we look ahead to the exciting sessions and discussions then await us, let us remember that each one of you play a crucial role in the success of Score 4.0. Thank you all. We request you kindly proceed to the first floor for the tea. A reminder that scientific lecture starts in 10 minutes. Dr. Shanmukh will be addressing in Hall B and Dr. Praveen BN will be addressing in Hall A.
One more time about the talks. One more time about the talks.
Just a reminder that scientific lecture starts in 10 minutes. Dr. Shanmukh will be addressing in Hall B and Dr. Praveen BN will be addressing in Hall A.
projecting out. If I push it hard, just ask if you can.
Hall D, which is on the ground.
Mock ethics will be starting now in Hall D at the ground floor. Any participants here?
Should I start? Okay. One is enough. One is enough.
Now we have Dr. Praveen Birur, who will be talking about AI-assisted oral cancer screening. Dr. Birur is working as a Vice Principal, Professor and Head of Department in Oral Medicine and Radiology, KLE Society's Institute of Dental Sciences, Bangalore. He is presently leading an oral cancer control program in low-resource settings in India. He is the Principal Investigator India on NIH and ICMR Task Force grants on oral cancer screening, early detection and on-point care of technology. He has worked extensively with oral medicine specialists, general dentists, and non-professional healthcare workers to improve early diagnosis of oral cancer and has contributed to consensus documents. His research is on artificial intelligence and machine learning on point-of-care diagnostics for oral cancer and has several publications, of which 2 are in Nature portfolio. He has authored textbooks in oral medicine and radiology and is a member secretary of Oral Cancer Task Force. Dr. Praveen Birur.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. And of course, I am a co-author with Dr. Ravi in the textbook. And I know Ravi from last 2 decades. I've been for the score 1 and now score 4. Significant improvement the way you're doing. Even I teach, but I think the students are much benefited under him in these kind of activities, which I'm not able to do back home. And Joanna, of course, I know her from her student days. So a strong association, more than 2 decades. And how much time do I have? 45? There is no, you're not cutting short because we are running late? Okay. Thank you. So this is a story of our journey, and I think in the score 1 I talked about integration of health and technology. 3 years down the lane, I'm in the similar platform speaking about AI. So as you evolve, you need to move along with how things are moving up. And you're most welcome to interrupt me at any stage, or I can take questions at the end. It's up to you, and if you think you'll forget your question and you have to write it down, just raise your hand. I'll be more than happy to clarify. Okay? So let's go. So what's happening in the AI with the landscape healthcare? I think the technology is disrupting all of us, and I've been into research from quite some time now. The disruption which AI in these days is causing is due to the investment from industries. Okay, there's so much of investment coming from industries, and the oration speaker also told it's so important to do translation. If you look, it looked like a leapfrog effect, especially with AI, because everybody is jumping in to give some conclusions and make your approach as an end user to for your benefit, or you may be for the patient benefit. So there are real-time recommendations to diagnosis, management, and prediction models. So you need to be careful where to use it, how do we use this. So probably at the end of the talk, you will have much more idea how to go about it. Now, if somebody wish to be a part of an, I'm sure I'm not still getting the full screen here. It's cutting. Anyway, so where can your AI disrupt? It can disrupt in multiple places. I think you can take me off and then get the screen if it's okay. Yeah, this is better. Yeah. So if you look at your tools which you develop or intend to develop can be in a part of awareness also. You know, a chatbot especially when you have a responder questionnaire. I was recently given to understand the responder represents himself or gives more information to a machine rather than a human. You know, so if a chatbot asks a question, probably you'll get a more reliable answer than a human one-to-one interview. So these interventions are path-breaking, and all of you can be a part of it in any of these which you like to do in your career. Okay, so simple education and awareness to screening, treatment interventions, prevent complications, and of course the navigating the patient. So technology can really make a change in any of these. So let's get into the oral cancer framework. If you look at the operational guidelines from Government of India, it's just a two-step procedure, right? You do a oral visual examination and do a biopsy. Just a two-step procedure in cancer screening and early detection program as for the operational guidelines. The strategy is pretty simple to look into it, but there is a dismal performance of a screening or a detection program across India. So we try to understand what is the disruption, and this story is nearly 15 years of journey of what we have done. So we looked at how do we improve this process, why there is a gap, and why being a simple oral visual examination and a biopsy is not really working in the on ground or a ground truth. So what are the drivers? Now, oral visual examination, can a healthcare worker be trained? Certainly yes, systematic review by Kirti et al. Sensitivity is about 75%. So 25% times they are wrong. Is the cause? They have a higher specificity trying to identify normal. They have a problem in detecting a lesion, right? 75% sensitivity is on a trained healthcare worker who has been engaged for a period of time. If you start your screening program with a trained healthcare worker, probably will not get this. This is a pooled data. So it ranges from 60 to 75 or at times lesser than 60%. So one thing we realized, yes, visual examination with a healthcare worker is feasible because you need to drive your knowledge to as granular as possible. You have to take the specialist as granular as possible. And of course, obviously you can't be there. It should be somebody who is trained, who can do your job, and then facilitate the screening and diagnosis. So you're all young graduates or just graduating, trying to understand how do I start all this research component. So the most important is you should have a compartmental approach. You can't solve all the problems. Do remember all that. But you should have a vision what you're contributing for. So if here the downstaging oral cancer is the goal, the compartmental approach was just how do I improve a screening or how do I improve an awareness, whichever you can which you can contribute and probably can be your career as well. It's a long process. But you should have your end goal very clear. And of course, it is more patient-centric. It's nothing else. So the last speaker was talking about patency. So if it is a patient-centric, we don't generate patents. Because the moment you generate patents, then it gets a business module into it. It's a public health which you're working. It's a poor man disease. And if I patent it, then we will going to be probably not able to scale. So it depends. It's not that it is right or wrong, but you have to understand in what space you are going to work. Who is your end user? You have a robotics to cut a cavity. Probably end user is an high-end dentist. Probably, yes, it might work. But here, at least in our experience, it was purely an end user, was an healthcare worker, certainly can't afford AI tools, paying, nor the government, because of the large-scale population and the national-wide screening. So we don't generate patents. So it is, I'm not debating it's right or wrong, but you need to understand what space you're working. So take a small problem, small part of a bigger problem, and then you contribute so that you have an end solution. Now, how did we do this? Of course, it was a healthcare worker. I told you there is a two-step process. One is do a oral visual examination and do a biopsy. So oral visual examination, we got imaging. Okay, capture an image. Take a specialist eye to the as rural as possible. And of course, AI will come in, obviously. And then cytology or a brush biopsy, which is more doable than an invasive procedure to, cut or give a local anesthesia and take out a chunk of tissue. Probably a brush biopsy is much well accepted across the population. So 2 problem, 2 strategy, 2 solutions. Am I clear? So the idea was to get potentially malignant disorders, that's my specialty as well, and see that you reach the last mile. So in this module, if you can understand, if the patient is detected with cancer, they go out of the loop. Obviously, all these programs runs through a tertiary center. So generally, if they are detected with cancer, they go out of the loop. So you have a large chunk of people with a pre-cancer or a potentially malignant disorder. And that is where we started to understand the solutions. Now, what did we do in prevention? So we had this kind of a reach in primary prevention in educating and awareness. We have awareness sessions conducted. Of course, we do some sort of an certification program of 5 days. What I'm going to speak, you all can have an hands-on experience in this. It's about 5 days where from data collection to imaging and cytology is experienced. And this is just to make people feel and see what it is there. So you're most welcome to participate in this. This is the primary prevention. The secondary prevention is obviously you capture the images. So these healthcare workers, this is a telemedicine module. The healthcare workers goes, captures the images and uploads to a data where a remote specialist looks at it and recommends and triages the cases. So this is 78, probably this number are dynamic, it keeps changing. We are reached about 85 plus. So for every oral cancer, there were about 30 potentially malignant disorders. So there is a need, there is a gap which needs screening and early detection. And we don't have a good diagnostics apart from biopsy to confirm that this is a case, because generally patient, more than oral, you would also like to have a report. The first paper which we really got it published some time back had 4 learnings in this. You can do a follow-up for this pre-cancer. Efficiency of a dentist improves over a period of time. It needs optimization. It needs molecular imaging and salivary biomarkers. So if you look at these 4 learnings, we are still working on those 4 important learning in a small pilot of a telemedicine module, which we are trying to implement. And of course, at this point of time when this paper was published, AI was never there, but of course the AI comes in as and when you get your data. Now, when you get an image like this, you get a lot of information, right? This is as good as being seen by a specialist in a dental setting. So you get those information sitting remotely. Now, what was the problem statement? To develop an AI models, because I'm going to speak more on AI, you need to stratify people at risk. Okay, this is a general population. You're going into more granular as possible. Use an healthcare worker at a primary healthcare center or a sub-center. So the AI or the imaging triage was very big. Suspicious was non-suspicious. It's binary. Suspicious is pre-cancer and cancer in one group. Normal and benign in another group. So if you have a point of care tool, just by capturing an image and going to segregate these people in a larger population who are suspicious and non-suspicious would be beneficial than the conventional oral visual examination, right? Keep this in mind. When I come to cytology, I'll tell how our classification changes. So always go by evidence-based, as mentioned. So what is the best probable adjunct available? It's cytology, toluidine blue staining. Cochrane database says sensitivity is about 84%. If you develop a tools, you need anything above this. And of course, this is also not widely deployed because you still need to interpret. You need some sort of expertise to apply this. Patient compliance even for this is not great. It's not, though it is the best available adjunct, but it is not readily or widely used. But keep this in mind that it is about 84% sensitivity. Now, in this journey in our telemedicine module, there are 4 normal. If they are diagnosed as normal, they are going to be discharged from the database. If they are benign and normal, they are going to be discharged. If they are cancer or malignancy, they get an emergency or an immediate referral. What most important is this precancer, which we need to follow up and understand if this is progressing or a stable disease. There are multiple adjuncts available in the market, from Wellscope to chemiluminescence to Raman spectroscopy to optical coherence tomography, blah, blah, blah. Now, we did a systematic review. If you look at the sensitivity to differentiate cancer versus others, it's about 96%. But if you have to differentiate precancer from a non-cancer, it drops to around 75%. Any of these diagnostic adjuncts, systematic review and meta-analysis. So very clearly, the problem statement is not diagnosing the 2 spectrum of a disease. All those midline disorders are much more difficult. And of course, the sensitivity is significantly lower than diagnosing cancer. At times, you might not even require to diagnose cancer, patient himself knows. So this is the first model developed with Indian Institute of Science. Capture an image, develop an algorithm. I won't go into detail of these. Presently, it is about 89%. This is an old slide. It is improving over a time. So capture an image, get a diagnosis as point of care as suspicious or non-suspicious. The most important, as I told, is a follow-up of these cases rather than one-time diagnosis, because if they are precancers. So presently, we have a large screening set going on at Varanasi. So we do capture images at multiple time intervals. So sitting in Bangalore, we get all these informations of this patient, either lesion progressing, non-progressing, or stable, from an healthcare worker, straight and simple. If you look at those lesions, both left and right, the right one, probably you see how it is progressing from an probably homogeneous to non-homogeneous over a period of time. It can be an hidden T1 at 2023 July. So there are issues. It's not that it's a success story always. Sometimes, the lesion gets masked by the participant. Yes, completely blocked. And when we went for the 3rd time, that's always an invasive carcinoma. So there are challenges, not that there are no challenges, but we are able to deliver a specialist recommendation remotely sitting in Bangalore. The next thing, the issue, because this talk is more about AI, the problem with a white light imaging or capturing an image from a phone camera, it's not standardized, right? There are a lot of variables affecting your models. So what you need is some sort of a standardized images so that the AI will learn in a better way. So for those reasons, we got into a dual mode where an autofluorescence imaging was clumped with an white light imaging. Okay, so how did it work? The field of view was small, and if you look at this, this is more like a toothbrush. It goes inside and nearly replaces like a Wellscope images, if you're aware of Wellscope. Probably at a cost of 25,000, that's about few lakhs if you have to invest in Wellscope. And this as an AI model. Now, this is how we get an image from both white light and an autofluorescence imaging. Now, the wide field of view is for the people like me, because if I get a very small view, I cannot appreciate. And if you look at the upper pictures, both the right and left, if anybody has invested time to understand autofluorescence imaging, it depends on the fluorescence capacity of the subepithelial tissue. So fluorescence visualization loss is considered as dysplastic. So if you look at the upper picture, which is on to your right, it still shows a fluorescence visualization loss of a very benign tumor. But if you can get a closed image, you can really appreciate that it is well-rounded, it's a raised lesion. So dual image makes a significant impact rather than a single mode of imaging. So this is how the images were captured, and you get a good delineation of internal structure, fluorescence gain, fluorescence loss, or no fluorescence. And the lower picture is the small field of view images which were used for developing AI. Why we use that small field of view? Because it gets standardized. I can't put a tripod and keep capturing in a field, right? So you need to standardize. The standardized images came from that lower one, but it is difficult for us as specialists to interpret from this. So the bigger images, the wide field of view is for the specialist, smaller field of view was for the AI to develop. So there are confounding factors if you look at literature of fluorescence, autofluorescence, heme, pigmentation. All these do essentially are the confounding factors for autofluorescence imaging. So binary, yes, dual mode, suspicious precancer and cancer, non-suspicious and benign and normal. One of the large data sets field study which is done across the globe, which had 4 diagnoses, including patients who were screened both by the specialist as well as the healthcare worker. We had about 87% accuracy, right? So 92% is the accuracy of an on-site specialist compared to histopathology. We had about 87% in a dual mode AI-based oral cancer screening. So that was significant. You remember we wanted anything about 85 and above. So just by capturing, we were nearly accurate about 87 times sensitivity in diagnosing patient in a binary classification of suspicious or non-suspicious. Now, we did deploy AI model in few of the ENT clinic. It's not a dental clinic. I am showing few of outliers, okay? These are not the standard outliers. So if you look at it, it's a straightforward case of squamous cell carcinoma. Healthcare worker said suspicious, remote said malignancy, but the AI failed. It said normal. Autofluorescence said suspicious, right? So probably the dual mode is better than a single mode. So 87%, it is accurate, but there are failures. And this is what I'm showing few of those outliers. Remember, this is not a routine. Look at this. Clinically, it was diagnosed as inflammation. AI said suspicious. Histopathology moderately differentiated squamous cell carcinoma. It worked. It worked better than in human ear. Just a gingival inflammation, gingivitis, AI said suspicious. Histology squamous cell carcinoma. This is the few outliers where the machine worked better. Look at this. We said benign, remote said benign, AI said suspicious, histopathology, mucoepidermoid carcinomas. I'll come to this. Now look at these outliers. FSP said non-suspicious, on-site said benign, remote said benign, AI said suspicious. This is a benign lesion. This is actually a mucocele, but that's fine. In a large screening, my false positives are fine, but I cannot have a false negative, right? So yes, it did pick up as AI suspicious, absolutely fine. Now this is again an inflammation, just an hyperplasia, redness. I said there are confounding. AI said suspicious for a benign lesions. So I'm just throwing up some of these outliers for you to understand in our clinical setup. So presently, we are putting a dual mode surveillance for a precancer. So we have developed a nomogram. There is patient screened by both the healthcare worker and a specialist. You get white light and autofluorescent wide field of view, and intensity was measured for multiple sites. Nomogram was developed, and we have developed, we have developed it to delineate, capture these images, get those objective scores, very small, very minute models, but we are trying to establish one area which we are not able to get a consistent value is the lower labial mucosa, probably understanding it is because of the other light factors which is affecting the AI models. So this has been put it in surveillance now. So the patients are followed with dual mode imaging and trying to understand, compared to the gold standard of histopathology, trying to understand the progressions of the lesions. So you can see how the lesions are progressing from the left to right. And of course, the fluorescence visualization loss, intensity of the red, green, and blue channels are measured. This is one of my PhD students' work. So we do understand the entire journey of a precancer to cancer on a small models. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind is the field cancerization. So this patient was on a rigid follow-up. He always came up with a problem. We identify a lesion on his left lateral border of the tongue. we were focusing more on it, and suddenly an exfoliatic growth grows on the gingival sulcus of the jaw. So that was not the area, it was never the lesion was there. So this is where you have to keep in mind sometimes the squamous cell carcinoma occurs not from just the lesions which you detect from somewhere else. But since they are into this telemedicine rigid module, this patient was detected what T1 is doing well. There was no metastasis and the prognosis is good. So few of this. And presently we are looking at optical coherence tomography. So white light, autofluorescence, and a coherence tomography. Coherence tomography for people like you, it's more of like ultrasound image. You can stratify. So that is the new model which has been deployed. These are the few initial images. Of course, we had a small, just a coherence tomography imaging. Now, how does this work? This is the pattern, okay? If you cannot delineate epithelium from connective tissue, it is very likely to be a squamous cell carcinoma. If you have a very ragged kind of a border, it is severe dysplasia. If it is normal, probably it's mild dysplasia. So you have a white light image just from a phone camera. You have a fluorescence imaging from the underlying fluorophobes capacity of the subepithelial tissue to understand the dysplasia. And now you have a coherence tomography to stratify the layers as good as you see in histopathology. So all these three models are going to be in a single device, which is presently being done. So these are the few earlier images. Probably a few years from now, I'll have more data on this. Now, I told you the people are screened in a larger population and they have been identified as suspicious. Now, all those pre-cancers, we want to know which are high grade and low grade. Presently, we don't have for oral cavity. There are significant in breast, lung, colon. Oral, we don't have a stratification and the compliance for invasive biopsy is generally low. So what we try to do, understand in our next model is to differentiate high-grade dysplasia in cancer in one group, low-grade dysplasia benign and normal in one group. So if you're following my talk, by just a phone camera image, pre-cancer and cancer came in one group. Now all those pre-cancer and cancer were subjected to cytology to understand who are at high grade, likely to develop cancer from a low-grade lesion. Okay, so the treatment, of course, for high grade is wide excision and they are high likely to transform into cancer. So on the larger pool of pre-cancer, we wanted to risk them as high risk or low risk in a non-invasive way. So what was done? So this is the stratification. So the molecular cytology came in. So the first journey started with a mobile microscope, very similar to the oral medicine specialist. Tissues were scraped, put it on a microscope, capture the images, send it for pathologist. We had about 70% accuracy in this. So the machine learning could differentiate atypical versus typical, about 70% sensitivity. That was pretty low. You cannot implement because you have, of course, our demand is more, and of course the sensitivity was showing low. So that's the reason the multiplex cytology comes. These are two molecular markers which are identified. SNA1, it is a lectin-based, and CD44. So what do? You take a scrapings, put those antibodies, fluoros, and look for the capacity. And a single marker had about 83% when we used only the SNA1. When SNA and CD4, we called multiplex because two markers, biomarkers were, and how were these markers identified? With an extensive literature review. Put this, the sensitivity 92%. So if a patient is picked up from a rural population, about 87% of being suspicious, subject to a molecular cytology, we have an accuracy of 92% to differentiate them as high-grade lesions. I'm sure you're following up. Nobody is sleeping just before the lunch. More than happy to be interrupted. So data science, now somebody was asking how this is doing, because when you give it to machine, they are consistent, repeatedly going to give the same diagnosis rather than the human. There is no fatigue. So all the single cell analysis was done extensively by these machine learning models. So the nuclear intensity, cytoplasmic ratio, the morphology of the cells, everything was trained in the model. And the extraction, feature extractions of these cells are extremely good in getting about 92%. So the sequence is do a imaging, identify the suspicion, do a brush biopsy, Put to multiplex cytology, you can differentiate whether high grade from low grade. So this is how the journey starts from imaging to the molecular cytology. The prediction is what we are working for. So if a patient walks into our clinic, they have imaging, they have cytology, and we have developing those small scores to understand where the scores differentiate depending on multiple feature extraction, whether they're going to develop cancer or non-cancer. Now wake up, this is very important, this is very critical to understand how the AI models are working, and are we right? Because if you see papers and if somebody wants to get into AI, you have what, 90%, 92% accuracy in their AI models. Please do keep it in mind, and I want your all attention for next 2 slides. This is our experience. I work with AI. Now, is our data good? Yes, we had imaging data, and we have representation of a biological sample. Certainly the model works better because you have extracted something from the lesion rather than just by capturing. Is the quality of data good? Yes, they went into something called as a natural image quality evaluator before the AI model was presented. So there was some standard of standardization. SNOMED clinical term was used. And the most important, which presently we are working in, is a project known as MIDAS. That's not MIDAS which you talk. This is medical imaging data set. ICMR along with IAC is coming up with a standardized data set if somebody wants to develop a model. Because each one is putting their own data and showing up the results up to 95 to 96%, which might really not work on a real ground truth. It's not a ground truth. So there are efforts from the government of India because there's a lot of disruptions. You will certainly come with some sort of a guidelines. If your AI is developed, you should be going through those data sets. Was our testing, training, and validation model good? Yes, it was. We had about 60,000 dual images which tested. And the testing model, the percentage of testing images should not match the training or validation. It was a different sets which was given. Remember, if somebody comes to you and says, I have an AI model of 92% or 96%, the biggest thing which you all as a clinician should understand is explainable artificial intelligence. Now, is it a toss of a coin? Is it a toss of a coin that AI is telling yes or no, especially in a binary? And in a toss of a coin, you can be accurate as a 70, 80%. So if a radiograph is given, you interpret it, right? You interpret, and you have been also taught how the X-rays are generated. So don't just believe by whatever percentage of accuracy, because your market is flooded with literature about 90%, but you should ask for an explainable AI. How is this AI working? What is it? Is it machine learning, deep learning, CNN, ANNs? There are multiple beyond the scope to finish in 45 minutes, but it is worth trying to understand. We need to understand how this AI works. Now, if you ask me, what is my explainable AI for an imaging? I don't have. I don't know just by a phone camera image how my AI models are working. If you ask me, do you have an explainable AI for your molecular cytology? Certainly have. Because I know it is looking at intensity, it is looking at morphology of cells, it is looking at nuclear cytoplasmic ratios. I have multiple feature extraction which I can show that AI model has worked. So explainable AI is a science. Explainable AI is what you have to understand. It is worth investing, though you are a clinician, as an end user, to understand how this AI model are going to be used. It should never be a toss of a coin. And the most important is model drift. Now, the model drift is not that the AI has an accuracy of 87%, it remains the same. It cannot remain the same, it can keep falling. I'll tell you why it keeps falling. Now, when you give an AI for the training, supposing in my case, you have normal, benign, precancer, cancer at some percentage of representation of each stage of a disease. Okay? Now, if this AI model is continuously learning, over a period of time, my normal number keeps on increasing versus precancer and cancer. Okay? So the model interpretation changes. So whatever percentage they are claiming, which is deployed, may not be same. So we need to understand, is there a drift over a period of time? It cannot perform, it performs continuously, very precisely, but if it is a continuously learning process, you will have a drift which can affect the accuracy of the models. And yes, what we are trying to integrate, we are integrating into NPA, National Program for Non-Communicable Diseases. The biggest challenge of any AI model is scaling or generalizability. You cannot take an AI model developed from MCODS and go and put it in maybe even Manipal. It will not work. Why it will not work as accurately is because I'm just giving you, if my antibody is produced from a same company, if the standards are not set in multiplex cytology, my AI model gets affected. If my phone camera, over a period of time, performance differs, my AI model going to differ. So you cannot scale. This is the biggest challenge. If you talk to an engineering section, they will understand, they will say, they have models to somehow, segment it and try to understand. But the scalable model, right now, we don't have an answer. It has to be customized. It has to be more specific in coming years. Now, in our case, data protection and privacy optimal. It was HIPAA compliant and DISHA compliant. Prediction models in process. Impact, there are models which are, when we develop a AI model, we say whether it is less than 3 years or more than 3 years. You capture so many thousands of images and you can have an impact less than 3 years. But ours has taken more than 3 years. TRL is the telemedicine readiness level. We are in the certification process. We are almost getting a B class certificate for one, but that goes up to 8, 9 till you commercialize. Cost and the business module, no, is a purely an academic process. Apart from that, we do lot of platforms for patient education and screening. A lot of videos getting incorporated. This is just another slide. I just wanted to give you information. And to go to the natural history of cancer, there are a set of population who smoked and chewed and never developed cancer, right? And there are who have never done and suddenly they have developed a cancer. So the natural history is pretty confusing. So for this, we have a very large task force grant from ICMR, which we are putting everything into a single platform where there is imaging, both white light and autofluorescence. There is a salivary testing, multiplex cytology, sequencing of the tissues, as well as a database. So one of your student is one of the project coordinator, Kripa. So she has been employed for this project from our group. So this is a very interesting, very ambitious project where all data sets are going to come in single platform and probably try to understand by the sequencing where the progression is. So these are tools, right? So there are tools from saliva to imaging to cytology. So depending on the infrastructure, depending on the resources available, this can be deployed. Now, if you do a salivary testing, it will tell patient at risk. I don't know which lesion it is picking up from, right? It is patient at risk. But when the moment we do imaging and cytology, it is the lesion risk. So there are differences, there are objectives for each of these. So there's a panel of things which can use. And presently, we are working on Government of India is working on a Center of Excellence for AI. We have been shortlisted of the 4 institutions, large grant. We have been qualified for phase 1. 31st August is my phase 2 validation. If it comes through, this will be a large set of AI-based models from Government of India to be deployed. So the journey has been from last 15 years, simple imaging to cytology and multimodal approach for both cancer and pre-cancer. And I'm just a face. There is a huge force of people. I cannot take credit for all this work for myself, steered by Kiran Majumdar-Shaw. So I'm the secretary for the task force, where the people from AIIMS and Tatas. We meet every year. We release consensus guidelines. How do we manage? We update the general dentist or an oncology specialist. And the list is exhaustive. We go there. And thank you so much for your kind attention. And these are our collaborators, multiple years, most from the US. So I think I'm right on time, or maybe 5 minutes early. I have to take up questions, please. Yes. Good question. This is explainable AI. right? Now, in just an image capture, we don't know what has gone wrong. I'll tell you the biggest subsite we are having problem is the lower labial mucosa. Because any part of the oral cavity when you capture, it has some sort of a light. But the lower labial mucosa, they reflect. So there is a lot of inherent lighting which comes in along with the images. Now, why that model didn't work, where it didn't pick up, I'm not able to explain at this point of time. But if you ask me cytology, I know why it has not worked. Okay, so this is explainable AI, and I'm happy that you're asking this question. So tomorrow, if somebody is selling you an AI model, ask them how does it work, and 95% they won't have answers. Okay, so the machine, there is something called as supervised learning and unsupervised learning. Okay, in supervised learning, you label, you annotate, you do everything. Unsupervised learning is you allow the machine to learn. I'm not telling this is good, that is bad. In unsupervised learning, we don't know. But to a scale, if you want to scale, you should have unsupervised learning. But you better to understand all this. So the probable reasons in those cases where it missed such an advanced lesion is something to do with the extractions of the features. Okay, so the extraction of features in an AI model can be the color, texture, delineation. There are many, many factors. Each one itself is about half a day workshop. But knowing that is important. So as an end user, you should know how your AI is working. You cannot fall for 95%, 98% accuracy without knowing how it's going to work. Thank you. I hope I've answered your questions. Any other questions, please? Yes. So explainable AI is, see, there are three components in AI, right? You train, you test, you validate. There are three components. Then comes whether it is supervised learning, unsupervised learning. Then comes your conventional neural network, images sets. Neural network, it nearly replicates how the brain works. Now the machine learning, it just takes up. You don't supervise it, it learns. Now in explainable AI, I think the point which I want to drive, I'm so successful, there are two questions relating to it. I will exactly know what my models are trained about it. Now most often, you will have a very unbalanced data. Okay. Now even in our thing, I don't have a balanced data as much as I have benign and precancer. Okay. I have a large data set of normal. I have a significant number of cancer. I have a significant number of precancer. I don't have significant number of benign. So when you are training your model, you are given less benign, right? So the machine are not able to understand those benign lesions. That's why whenever there was inflammation, which I showed you, or for some reason it is picking up it as cancer, though it was just a inflammatory hypoplasia. Okay, so if you know pathology, if you can then go back and see where these models are going wrong, then you have to go back and see what was the sample size for all the models were trained. Probably it didn't have. So these models needs to be retrained. So the engineering part of your team will not understand as a clinicians you are. They will get you some accuracy, but you need to understand how did they get it. Remember this term, it should never be a toss of a coin. Okay? Any other questions, please? Yes, please go ahead. Certificate program for the AI models, yes. CIDISCO is one of the authorities who will certify it. Like how do you have FDI or NHS kind of a certification. There are two things into it. So you have to go through the process of certification, and then they probably first way they say is it is safe or not unsafe, and then they go into accuracy. So it's good to have some certification. So the other project which I was telling about medical imaging data sets, now these AI models is so disruptive. It's pretty scary if it goes to a general public. So you need some sort of standardization. So this MIDAS project between ICMR and IASC, you cannot, if it is over a period of time, if it is not approved by MIDAS, probably it is, that model is not going to work in India. Okay, now what does this MIDAS project do? They standardize the images. Okay, they have a pipeline. They have a pipeline even to annotate by machines. So once you have, so supposing you are given 100 images, in that 40 might be of no use for various reasons. It does not capture the region of interest or poor quality, more light, XYZ. So this MIDAS project will remove those 40 cases. It takes, I said I used NIQE, so it says, okay, this data set is good to develop models. Okay, so now if you develop a model from a MIDAS approach project, then it is certified from nearly from the ICMR that this is probably a good working model. If anybody is coming and throwing up your models from wherever they source the data, it's not going to work. That's why in the explainable AI, which I want to reiterate, is don't be a data sourcing here. You know, data is a new oil. Everybody wants to come where the data is. Don't be a data source person because you are a clinician. I have a data, I gave it, he developed a model, he is showing me 90% accuracy. You should know the entire journey. Don't end up being I gave a data source, I have one publication, I have been associated with the project, I have a 92% of AI accuracy, might not be the way to go. So you need to have an explainable AI. You need to have the way they went, probably over a period of time, was it certified from government? CIDSCO gives you, and there is something known as TRL levels, telemedicine readiness level. You start from the conception to the commercialization. As you go 8 and 9, you are good to go. So if it is commercialized, it's a good product and properly certified. Yes. So, yes, I showed the outliers. Now, the answer for this is this AI is not working independently in our system. Okay, it is still an adjunct. It needs an human interference. Now, as a remote specialist, if every day 100 cases keeps throwing up, at least it has to put me reduce my work to look into suspicious cases. Okay, so now how do I know that AI has missed? There is another layer of consultation to make a final decision. AI is not making a final decision at this point of time. And the broader the triage, say supposing you develop a model normal versus abnormal, you will have a bigger triaging, bigger accuracy. It depends on where you are going to deploy, who is the end user, what is the outcome. So objective and outcome, that's why explainable AI, don't be a data sourcing, learn entire process. If you don't learn the entire process, it can be a toss of a coin. Okay. Any other questions, please? Yes. No, autofluorescence imaging is from that like a toothbrush, right? So it has a LEDs around it, and it has a 450 nanometer intensity beam which goes deeper into tissue and look at the reflectance capacity of that structure. Okay, there is no flash. No, there is an LED around that. LED around that intensity. You can visit my department, you can look into it. If you are participating in that certification course, you can feel and touch all these devices. There's a LED around it, and that is what allows to capture the image with 450 nanometer intensity. So outlined, say, then the surrounding environment is not affected. That's why the small field of view, the image gets standardized. Large field of view, I'm not able to standardize the images. So accuracy obviously will be better in a small field of view than the large field of view. But you need to keep in mind, the cost keeps increasing. Of course, we have kept it around 25,000. I sit in an ICMR panel. Government cannot take 10 rupees additional to their screening program, and I am with them. Because you see, into so many PSCs, into so many centers, it exponentially increases the budget. It is not possible. So where you want to deploy, what your test is going to help, what your objectives are important. Maybe a spit of saliva says suspicious or non-suspicious. I don't need any of these, right? But there are challenges with that impedance and protein. See, if you look at a cancer journey, there is mutation, there are transcriptomes, and there is a protein expression. So you need to see where you are looking at. You are looking at a protein expressions, they give the cellular accuracy, cellular activity more accurately. Just detecting a mutation might not, because body sometimes compensates by itself. So it's a very, very fascinating journey. It is better to get into it and try to understand all this. But end user, objective, how this is working, who has developed model, how this model works, and if I am able to convince this audience, I think it's worth coming all the way here. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? That's it. Thank you so much for your kind attention. I think I'm ready.
Thank you, Dr. Birur, for sharing your expertise and groundbreaking work in oral cancer screening. I would like to ask Dr. Bhasin to present Dr. Birur with the Certificate of Appreciation.
Delegates, you can now go to the first floor for lunch, and the next lecture will be resuming from 1:45. Please report back to Hall A. Thank you.
Both Hall A and Hall B lectures will resume from 1:40.
Now, we would like you all to welcome Dr. Arun Shanbag, who will be talking about Big Rocks, Foundations for a Fulfilling Career. Dr. Arun Shanbag is the former Dean of the Faculty of Engineering at Manipal University, Jaipur. Apart from his various achievements through the years, with over 3 decades of experience, he previously served as Chief Innovation Officer and Professor of Biomedical Engineering at Manipal University. His extensive background includes 19 years as Massachusetts General Hospital in various leadership roles and as an assistant professor at the Harvard Medical School and Harvard University. Dr. Shanbag holds a PhD from Clemson University and has made significant contribution to biomaterials and orthopedic surgery research, earning numerous accolades for his work in innovation and leadership and education. Welcoming Dr. Shanbag.
For a caller mic, meanwhile.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank also Professor Ravi Kiran. I've known him for many years, and for inviting me and MCODS. It's a okay. Hello. Is it on? Is it on? You can hear me? Okay. It's a good invention, no? So the microphones don't roll around and just fall off. I mean, that's a good innovation, I guess. So anyway, thanks for MCODS. As many of you know, I was at MAHE, Manipal, for 5 years. In the last 2 years, I was actually at Manipal University, Jaipur, as the Dean of Engineering. But before that, I actually retired from Harvard 6 years ago. Many people tell me I'm too young to retire. That's why I keep retiring again and again. This is my 3rd retirement now. So I'm looking for another job opportunity so I can retire again after a few years, you know. I think this going is more fun. So, and I've had great engagement with MCODS, so I want to thank all of you. Some of you I follow on Instagram, and some of you have seen your face here, but I don't recognize your name because the names are very cryptic on Instagram. Somebody has my phone, right? Sanvi, you have my phone, so she's charged with taking some pictures so I can post somewhere. So that's her charge. So I'm going to share this presentation called Big Rocks. And it came from a little anecdote, but like 25 years ago when I first joined Harvard, we were told this like as a joke, sort of. But I think everybody around the world knows this thing right now. But I still use it because I've used that as a foundational for my own life. As I was telling the gentleman, all the slides, I hand wrote them and I hand drew everything on the iPad. Because PowerPoint is boring. After lunch, if I show you some PowerPoint slides, you'll fall asleep. So now you actually have to take the trouble of reading my handwriting, which is not that bad. Good thing about iPad is with bad handwriting, I just erase again, right? Again. So it takes a long time. I was telling him, sometimes a slide takes me a whole day to compose and everything. And I don't have a lot of real estate on the slide. If you look at this slide versus this slide, I can't put down my whole affiliation. I don't have any right now because I've retired. But still, I don't have the place, write down what date it was, score, nothing. I just have very limited space. So I'm going to share with you something called Big Rocks, and I will go over it. So let's see. I'm going to watch my time. I can't even write out my whole CV. I had to write it. So I picked up only the few salient things, and I'll tell you why I put some of these things down. I started out as an electrical engineer from MIT, Manipal, by the way, way back, because before even your father met your mother, I think. I would just say that a long time ago. And my highlight of my engineering 5 years was I hated it. I was dead certain by the time I finished my engineering, I don't want anything to do with engineering. I don't want anything to do with electrical engineering. Thank you very much. Goodbye. I didn't look for a job. I didn't do anything. I went to Bombay. I'm from Bombay. Anybody is from Bombay? I'm from South Bombay. I said I was bekar because I was an electrical engineer. All my relatives thought I could fix their TV. Arun, you're not doing anything. You're an engineer. Look at my TV. I said, can't do that. I joined a sitar class at the Bharati Vidya Bhavan, like what else to do. I was really interested in pacemakers and the human body. So I had applied already for a master's in biomaterials at the US. I was waiting for it. And so that was like my thing. And when I was joined the Bharati Vidya Bhavan for sitar class, I'm just telling you this because these are some of the things you will learn. And at probably that age was similar to what you are right now. Notice also I didn't tell you any of my learnings from my engineering because there were none. I'm just joking, but you know. So when I joined the Bharati Vidya Bhavan for my sitar class, the first day I'm expecting there's going to be a teacher and there's going to be me and this teacher is going to teach me how to play the sitar, right? So I walk in, it's like a small room, like 10 by 10, and there's a ustad sitting on the pillow and like packed with students, everybody like making noise on their sitar and everything. And then he says, "Uthao, maa baito, bajao." And I'm like, I don't even know how to hold this. And then you guys are sitting in some weird position. I don't even know how to sit on this. Like, what is going on? So he says, he told somebody, "Sikhao usko kaisa bithane ka, baito, pakdo, jao." Then I was like, "Sir, I need to listen. I can't hear. All these people are making noise here. I can't listen to what do you want me to do?" Of course, first he told me to put something on my finger and go do ding, 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 ding. You know. Then he said, this is the most profound thing I heard from him. He said it to me in Hindi, but after 30 years abroad, I don't trust my Hindi, so I'll just tell it in English. He said, "Listen to your own music. Do not worry about what everybody else is playing in the room." Really, that was the most profound thing I had heard, even after my 5 years of engineering. I said, wow. And I really paid attention to that. Even today or to the rest of my life, that has resonated with me. I am going to listen to my own music, and I'm going to do what I want to do, right? And I did very good in sitar. In 2-3 years, 2-3 months, I was up to like 1 year of things because the class was actually once a week. And as I told you, I was bekar. I would go every day. Suppose me for half an hour, I would stay for 2 hours till he had to kick me out. I said, nothing to do. Go home and somebody asked me to repair another tube light or something. I don't know. So better stay in the. So great. Of course, I did get into my master's. So I had a fantastic experience at Clemson University. I was doing my bioengineering in master's. I studied biocompatibility. I did animal surgery at that time, baboons and rabbits and rats. And I was interested in materials. I understand how the human body works. And I found as an engineer, the human body is the best machine. There's no other fantastic machine. And I would give this simple example. I tell my daughter this. I'm teaching her biology right now because I'm retired. I said, do you know the human heart is actually 2 hearts? And each of them breathes. One of them sends blood to the peripheral system and the other one to the lungs. And do you realize that both of these are so well synchronized? Even if there is a 0.1 ml difference in their pumping, blood will either collect in the feet or in the lungs, and you'll die, or you'll have serious problems. So I figured that out when I was in engineering. I said, oh my God, we have a heart, 2 hearts essentially beating, and 2 pumps, and they're so well synchronized throughout our lives, there's going to be no asynchronicity between these 2 sides. If you don't believe me, go back and do your calculations at 0.1 ml difference, and then 60 beats a minute, and then 24 hours in a day, and you'd be like, oh my God, somewhere blood is collecting, right? You probably do the math. I was like, human body is the best machine. I focused all my engineering knowledge to learn another great machine, the human body. So I did that. Interdisciplinarity is a key part I want to talk about because many things are talked about today, this morning, great speakers and all. Shout out to electrical engineering. And I went to engineering because my mother did not want me to become a chef, which I had signed up to join the catering school in Bombay. And she's like, no way, you're not becoming a kid, you go become an engineer. So I became an engineer. I didn't want to do engineering. I went into this. So my minor in engineering was math. I loved math for whatever reason. I still love math. And then I did my PhD in material science. And so I did it in material science. And remember, I'm undergraduate in electrical engineering. And my minor actually was in immunology. because I love the human body so much. I started taking classes in biochemistry, physiology, and all those things. I loved it. So this interdisciplinarity was very important. People think I was weird, like you're doing my immunology and you're an engineer, and like, so what? You know? So we did that. And when I was doing my engineering, I was fascinated with the human body. Like a simple question, and I think not the topic today, is everybody should learn how to ask a question. Not necessarily in this forum, but in your head, you should ask a question. So the question I asked for myself during my PhD work was, how does a body know that the material is foreign? If you look at human evolution, we have never had a foreign object go inside the body, right? A spear, if you're a caveman, or a stone gets into your head, or a thorn gets into your finger, and of course there'll be a pus and the thorn comes out, or a bullet, you either live or you don't, you die. But evolutionarily, we never had to deal with it, right? Evolutionary, like food and all, yes, but foreign body is nothing. You either live or you die, like that's it. There's no middle ground there, some things. And so that was the question, how do we know? So when we are putting these implants, all of you dental people, how does the body know that the material is good enough or biocompatible or not? So we did a lot of foundational work. One of my master's professors was Branimark. So he had the one who developed all this whole concepts of osseointegration, which you guys are learning about. I learned that when I was doing my master's work. So that was my question. So now we are putting hip replacement implants and knee replacement implants and artificial hearts and heart valves and ankles and this and that. So the foundational question was, how does the body know if it likes something or not? Very basic. And that was my research. So my whole career was answering that one question at different levels, if you will, from a gross level to a cellular level. Is it going to fail? Is it going to be toxicity? Is it going to be blah, blah, blah? At a genetic level, at a molecular level, at a cytokine inflammatory process level? So everything. But I'm still coming back as an engineer, looking at a material science background, saying, how does now the cell look at this and say, I like it, I don't like it. Very simple. And if the cell says it likes it or it doesn't like it, how does the cell tell you that? By releasing some inflammatory or non-inflammatory cytokines, or in the case of osseointegration, says, oh, I like this material, I'm going to put bone on top of it. I don't like it, there's going to be no osseointegration. Very simple. But now you want to develop a paradigm for it, and that's what my work was. So I ended up, after my PhD, in biomaterials as a faculty at the School of Medicine in Pittsburgh. But my work is related to medicine. I'm only saying how to help doctors make successful implants, how to design better implants. So that's all it was. Got into Pittsburgh. From there, we did some great work, and we got into Harvard. And when I was in Chicago doing my PhD work. And the other reason for attending conferences, I'll give you a great reason for attending conferences. Chicago is a hellacious place. It's very cold. And I was a student there, and I was married, and I was broke all the time. But it was, and it was gray. Like between October and like February, you don't see the sun. And it's like cold and biting and all this stuff. So one December sometime, January, my professor said to me, hey, Arun, we have already paid for this conference on Paget's disease in downtown Chicago. It's at this great 5-star hotel. Since none of us want to go, we are nominating you to go and attend this conference and report back to me tomorrow, whatever happened on Monday. It was on a Saturday. And as a poor grad student, like going to a 5-star hotel, go to a conference where like everything is there available, I said, absolutely, not that I had a choice, like he says go, and he says jump. I only ask him how high should I jump, but that's it. So, right. So I went. I'm an engineer. Remember all this background, electrical engineer. I'm attending this Paget's disease conference, and you don't have the option like here to sign up and not attend. You expect all the chairs are full. Everybody is there. So I sat down and listened to the Paget's disease. Everything I learned, everything about Paget's disease. Like I didn't know anything about Paget's disease. A whole day, and like in the morning, they had etiology, how you diagnose it, the genetics of Paget's disease, the pharmacological intervention. And a guy from Merck came and talked about how they used bisphosphonates to treat Paget's disease. Bisphosphonates disrupts the remodeling process, as you all know about bone remodeling and everything. And then I'm sitting there in the audience, paying attention actually, even after the heavy lunch they had there, paying attention, and I realized, wow, this thing about Paget's disease, about this drug they're talking about, which affects the remodeling, may help me in my hip replacements, which we had the same problem in hip replacements, where the implants were loosening. In your implants also there's loosening at some time, and that loosening is happening because of bone resorption. And in your case also it is because of some infectious agent or some particles or something, food gets in the crevice there, and there's some bone resorption and loosening. In hip replacement it happens because the hip liner on which the ball is moving wears, and over time the particles collect. There's a increased cytokine activity from the macrophages. The osteoclasts are activated to resorb bone. So foundationally, and the same thing is happening or not happening in Paget's disease. So I came back and said, hey, I attended this conference and I want to try that drug for this problem. And he's like, you focus on a PhD thesis first and then you do it. The reason I'm mentioning that is I did get into Harvard. I did finish my PhD, got my job at Pittsburgh. And when I was in Pittsburgh, I said, Paget's disease conference I attended, there was this drug. So now I'm the director of the biomaterials lab at Pittsburgh. I said, we're going to do this. I convinced my boss, convinced some residents, and we did a study looking at effect of bisphosphonates on bone resorption around hip replacement implants. And that won the highest award in hip replacement, and I was an engineer. So, that study, of course, the study took 2 years. We did it in animal models, a lot of pain, a lot of histology, grinding, all of that stuff. Worked. Beautiful. We wrote the paper, we got the Hip Society John Charnley Award. John Charnley in hip replacement is more like Brandemark in dental, right? So we got the John Charnley Award. And that essentially set me up for my job at Harvard, because now suddenly everybody wanted to collaborate with me on this new medication we had developed. We had some patents on it, but patents were not very valuable at that time. But that set me up to end up at Harvard saying, oh my God, this guy is the one who did all this work on bisphosphonates and hip replacements. So the reason I'm telling you is, conferences, pay attention. You may think it has no relevance to whatever you are doing. I'm an electrical engineer doing my PhD on something else, and now the professor let me go sit on a Paget's disease conference. I did, and paid attention. Found something live, right? Something good, which helped me for my career, which set my career up, because I said, yes, I'll attend a Paget's disease conference. So I don't know which is the Paget's disease for you. You have to figure it out. It could be this, it could be something else, okay? Of course, by the time I was there for 20 years, 19 years actually, I was getting bored. It is possible to get bored at Harvard also. I did my PhD, my MBA in the middle, because I thought I would start a company, then I realized, no, I don't like it. So, and then I retired, and then when I came back to Manipal as a Chief Innovation Officer, because I did my engineering, remember that whole engineering thing? So I came back and here I am today. More foundational things is I have papers, H-index. I got an email a few weeks ago that I'm actually in the 0.5% top researchers in biomaterials, by the way. I have a world rank of 532. Right. I'm thinking this is scam. They want to sell me a certificate or something. Probably want to sell me like a plaque. I'm like, I'm not buying this. But it's still true. All the information is true. But more fascinating is I ran 5 marathons, full marathons, not the 1 kilometer ones, the half kilometer one, the half marathon, full 42.2 kilometer marathons. And it is painful, but it's the most fascinating, amazing thing you could do. I did that when I was in my 40s, by the way. So it's a long time ago. So I've written a book on Hindu prayers, Pratnam, and for that I had to study Sanskrit. So when I was at Harvard, across the river from the Charles River is MIT, the other MIT, the real MIT. I went and did evening classes in Sanskrit so I could learn Sanskrit. So I could write my book. And since I'm retired, no, that book, the last one is the Bhagavad Gita in 700 tweets. It took me 10 years. Like, life is tough. Work is tough. So it is at the publisher right now at Penguin for review. They're reviewing my book to see if it is good enough for them to publish it. So I just wanted to mention that. So I've done many different things. I run marathons, so it's like great. I've had a beautiful life. So I think I'm qualified to tell you some of the key things you should know, other than attending a Paget's disease conference. So I just thought I'll tell you. So I want to come back to the first slide of my talk. That was just prelude, my CV, which Sanvi or somebody was supposed to read, but I'm glad you did not, so I could give you a whole talk on that, right? More interesting than getting this. So this was a anecdote we were told when I got to Harvard in like 98, I think it was. Arun, the story about the big rocks, apparently a professor at Harvard Business School said this to his first day at Harvard Business School MBA students. I said, no, I didn't know, tell me. So this is the story. I think by now everybody in the world knows about it because this was like 30 years ago or whatever time it was ago, but I'll just tell you. Apparently, I can say apparently because people have just said this, it's become legend now. He pulled out a beaker and he put some rocks in it in class. And he asked the students, have you guys heard this story before? He asked the students, is this for? Right? So initially some people said, because he had a jar of rocks, They said, Then he goes down under the desk and he takes out smaller pieces of stone. Then he puts smaller pieces of stone and says, so now, then he says, is this full? And remember, we're talking about Harvard Business School students, who have like 820 on their GMAT and everything else. So they said, they don't know, but they're like, no, it is not full. And of course, he takes out like even smaller stones and puts it in. And this goes on. Then last he takes out sand and puts it out and shakes it and all the sand goes in. And then everybody's like, yes, it is full now. Like, no. Takes out a pitcher of water from down and it pours water in it. Like, now is it full and the water is like overflowing. So, yeah, it is full. So what is the learning? Remember, we're talking to Harvard Business School students. But of course, MCODS is similar. So what? It's part of your brain. And any other points? No, let's talk very basic, like stones and beaker here. Priority, But many of the questions is like, however much you think your day is full, we can always squeeze a little bit more work to do or whatever. But the professor will tell you, and that's how I took it from them was, if you don't get the big rocks in first, you'll never get them in later, right? Very basic thing here. You start with the sand, and you fill your beaker with sand, you'll never get the rocks in because the sand is there. So for me, it was very foundational. I asked myself, and of course the professor asked the students, what are the big rocks in your life? Because you want to get those in first, right? Many of you don't know what your big rocks are. We'll talk about that. Have you seen my slides? There is the rhetorical question, right? So if you don't get those big rocks in first, you're done. You could spend your life, your time at MCODS, wherever, scrolling. Instagram thankfully it has infinite scroll. You'll always go, or Twitter, or X, or your friends. You can go to innumerable chai sessions, and movies, and malls, and Gokarna is only so close by, and there's so many beaches, and Goa is only 4.5 hours away, or 5 hours away. On the train, you can take a Bombay train and reach Goa by 9 o'clock, and next morning, you're on the beach. I'm seeing a lot of people's Instagram rolls, so I see all of that stuff. So you have to figure out what is that I want to do first. Because if I don't do that, I'm gone. So I thought so this is my, because I'm on the other side of this whole career path of it. I thought I'll share with you some of my big rocks, and I'll give you some examples, and then it'll help you. So, family. First big rock. Most of you, when you joined college, you may not have realized it, you're never going back home. right? You're going home, but you're not going back home to your parents' house. You're only going back between exams. The first year you will be like, Mom, I miss your dal and chawal, and go. By the third year, you are telling them lies. I have project to do, so I cannot come home. And all that you're really doing is because you want to spend more time with your boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. And you're going to Gokarna instead. But chalega. So that's what we do. And then after graduation, you're like waiting to get into PG somewhere. You're only because they're waiting for something. And after that, you're waiting to get married or something. So you are never really going back home. You're done. I'm unfortunate to tell you, you're done. You're never going back home. And every time you go home, it's on the way to somewhere else. After you get married, you leave the home somewhere. So your home is, this business about home is done. And then you lie to your parents left and right. My daughter does that to me all the time. And I know it's lying also, but it's okay. Well, I'm a father and your parents know you're lying. You think they're stupid, they don't know. All this stuff. One time in MUJ, when I was there, this girl got into an accident. It was before school semester starts. So we had to call the parents, like, this girl got into an accident. And the first question, they said, oh my God, so what happened to her exams? And her semester started and all. I said, no, semester is starting in another 10 days. She told us semester's already started. That's why she's going to Jaipur. I said, sorry, that you need to have a discussion with your daughter after she gets better with this, with this accident. But we just want to tell you, she's in an accident. You better come and take care of her, whatever. But, they'll always be there for you, right? So I want to give a little anecdote. Rajat Gupta was, I think, the CEO of like McKinsey or something for a long time. He was like a multi-billionaire thing. And about about that time, he was indicted on, but before, he went from Harvard and all of that stuff. And you can imagine, he got all these accolades throughout his life. Throughout his life, everybody has been congratulating him. And at the peak of his career, $2 billion his net worth, CEO of like, managing director of like McKinsey, I think. He was indicted for insider trading. He had to quit his job and all of this stuff. And then after a few years, of course, they found out there was no evidence. Of course, his job was already gone and everything. And he was doing a small interview. And I happened to see that interview of his, and people asked him, this whole thing which happened, what do you learn from it? He said, my entire life, I've had great success. People kept calling me and congratulating me for this and that and that. Hundreds of people call me all the time. Arey yaar, great job, billionaire, this, that, you won this contract, that. But when I was accused of insider trading, how many people called me? Right? He said, my family was with me. They supported me. And 2 other people called me. And those 2 people were my real friends. That told me what is most important. When you are doing great, everybody wants to congratulate you, call you, put a message, congratulations, Arun, you made it to this or that. When you get fired, how many people will call you? I didn't get fired, but that's what you want to know. And your family will be there. Even though you lied to them, cheated them, blah, 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 stand with you. So I have made a lot of sacrifices. All that CV was not free, by the way. It took 40 years or whatever. I grew up in an extended family and have like 13 cousin brothers and sisters. One cousin sister, I did her marriage. The other 12, I didn't attend anybody's wedding. Cousin brother, cousin sister. Because I was in the US. I was studying. I was busy publishing papers, writing patents, going from project to project, attending Paget's disease conferences or whatever, attending conferences, whatever I was doing. My cousins got married, my brothers got married. I didn't attend anybody's wedding. Nobody. They got kids. That time we didn't even have Instagram or anything, or Zoom or that time. I would send a picture, they would send a picture, oh my God, so cute. Every 2 years I would go to, oh my God, who is this kid? Oh, your son. I should have known. Oh my God, suddenly she's like in 8th standard. Who was she? So, you skip and then suddenly you catch up. And then you realize what's happening. And then my nephew got diagnosed with cancer. I'm like, oh my God, I'm sorry. But then I go next time. Oh, the treatment went well. Remission, great. I said, thank you very much, great, wonderful. Next time I go back to the US, I'm like, oh, the cancer has recurred. Oh, he passed away. And another uncle passed away from this, and another aunt passed away from that. And by the time you end up where I'm in my career, oh my God, so many people have passed away. I didn't know them. So, we have to be careful. I'm getting emotional. What is the cost, benefit? So when people ask me, why did you leave Harvard and come back? Right? How many more papers do you want me to read or write? How many more grants do you want me to write? I have multi-millions and millions of dollars of grants. I do. My PG CV is like 32 pages. My full CV. I said, no, my daughter is in second, third standard. I want to come and I want her to experience India with all the trials and tribulations. Come back. So family is going to be the most important, the only enduring source of happiness forever. From now till ever. So you may lie to them, cheat them. Transparency is important. So I just want to tell you, for me, the big rock now is family. My daughter, I'm retired. I hate Jaipur. But my daughter is in 10th standard. I said, I don't want to disrupt her. I'll rent a flat in Jaipur where her friends stay in that area. I'm retired. I don't want to do anything. I hate Jaipur, but I'm there. I said, till you finish your 10th? I said, you better finish it in the first chance, pass ho jao. But we're moving back to Udupi and actually have a flat booked in Udupi already. You better graduate on time. So is the most important. And I just wanted to share that with you. So that's family aside, family everything. Integrity is one thing. And just, I was having lunch with Dr. Lazarus, I was having lunch with him. I think Ravi Kiran said, I think Sanya said to me, or somebody said, join him please because he's having lunch early because he has to leave early. So I said, I'll also join them for lunch. And then I was talking to about Harvard and all. He asked me a very simple question. He said, what is the difference between Harvard and India? Because people talk about, this guy's from here only and he went there and became famous. He went there and he did great thing. He went there, he was, apna hi aadmi hai wo. And many of you, you'll do something here and then you'll go abroad and you'll get a Nobel Prize somewhere. So what is the difference? And I said, okay. So, and I said, intellect-wise, there's nobody to touch us. Because the Indians only know. Leading Google, Microsoft, this and that. Only difference is integrity. In the US, when I didn't realize it because you lived there. When I came back to Manipal, a student lied to me. And I was flustered. I was upset. I went to my assistant there, executive assistant. Ashmita, he lied to me. She laughed at me and said, sir, everybody lies here. During COVID, I should bring my daughter to the office because of good Wi-Fi so she can conduct her classes. And she would observe my interaction with students or faculty. And at the end of the day, she said, Papa, I'm sorry to offend you. I know you love India and all. You made us come back, sell our house. You left Harvard and you brought us to India and all. But do you know, everybody who came to your office, everybody's lying to you. All the students are lying. All the faculty is lying to you. You're very naive, Papa. I'm just sorry to say this to you. She's telling me, your India experiment has failed, I think. I said, no, it has succeeded because see, now you can tell the difference between who's lying and who's not. In the US, you will not be able to tell because nobody's lying. Now you know the difference. So what I'm saying is, the integrity is not here. Right? So it is that courage you need, to tell the truth. It's not going to be comfortable. How many times you guys lie? 100 times, 1,000 times. Every day, creates happiness. You have to choose integrity. I told Lazarus, I said, the transparency is so important. If you say something and it is not 100% of the whole truth, you could get fired because the people will lose faith in you and nobody will want to work with you. Your career is done. Nobody wants to work with you. When you tell somebody, and I don't get scared for telling ideas, this, that, whatever. I know nobody's going to copy me. You don't try that here in Manipal, by the way. Right? Don't try that here. That is why it is great. It's this simple thing. And he said, you're right, how do you fix this? I said, you're asking me. I don't know how to fix it. Senior guy, just today during lunch, we were having this. He said, you're right, how do we, it's a cultural shift has to happen. I said, when do we start? Who's going to start? This cultural shift. And this is so pervasive. This is why we have this problem with the UPSC exams. This is why we have problem with the NEET exams. This is why we have problem with the university ranking. This is why we have problem with the Savitaka universities. And I could add many other things. Integrity. You guys are young. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect, but recognize what you're doing. There's always a right thing to do. And I always tell my daughter, I tell my students who care to listen, and of course they don't listen, I say anything worth doing in life better be hard. There's 1.5 billion people, no, in India alone, there's 1.5 billion, there's 7 billion people. If it's easy, somebody else has already done it, no? Somebody else is capable of doing it. It's easy. Why do you want to waste your time doing easy things? Do the hard things. That's my take. That's my secret for becoming successful. Because easy thing, yeah, you give it to him, you give it to John, oh, karega, I'll be like whatever. Hard things, my chairman would come to me only with the hard things. Arun, we tried this problem, we have been working on it for the last 3 months. Can you please take a lead and solve this problem? I said, great. After everybody has failed, I will take over. Because it's hard. When it comes to you, after Harvard, many people have failed, and then it's like hard work. I said, I will help you. We will solve the problem. Whatever. That's what you want to do in your life. Let somebody else do the easy thing. Let somebody else stay in bed when it's cold and freezing and snow and rain and everything on a weekend. You get up and go to that Paget's disease conference. You get up and go do the 4-hour running in 3 feet of snow so you can get your marathon. It is 3 feet of snow and you're running in the snow. And I could tell you horror stories about running in snow and training for a marathon. Hard. So when we were in the selection committee for Harvard orthopedic surgery residency, the traits we see is people writing, I trained for this, I ran this marathon. You know why? People who come from Harvard to Harvard even apply. By the way, orthopedic is a residency, it's a PG course, right? After the MD. So undergraduate, MD, and now you're applying for everything. And they're really top in the field by the time they even get invited for an interview. When we see the word, I ran a marathon, what it tells me is, number one, academically they're very strong. Obviously, by the time they come for the interview, they're the best of the best in the country, if not the world. And they still had time to train and run the marathon. It is not easy running the marathon. You need 6 months of training for the marathon. And before you start the training, you need 1 year, 2 years of training for the marathon, of running, to understand how to run 42 kilometers, right? So that is important. Do the right thing. Do the hard things, because that gives you the ability to do more right things. And that's what we are interested in. That's what Harvard is interested in. That's what you, I don't care where you end up in, like Padubidri or Ambalpadi or Delhi or Boston. Do the right thing. Do the hard thing. That is more important. And I put down practice values, because many institutions, I don't see it here. When you enter, you'll see this mission statement. How many of you have seen a mission statement of MAHE? Everybody has seen it. Mission, values, goals. Integrity is number one. Professor, integrity is always number one. Practice. Practicing integrity is more important than putting it on a poster board, no? Practice integrity. Don't talk about it. It's very expensive. I'm not going to give you more examples. So that is what I wanted to tell you here. And the courage. Courage is not on the battlefield. Not fighting with neighbors or whatever, or professors. Courage is, if you see your friend being bullied, what do you do? If you see your friend being abused, what do you do? If you see a professor saying improper conduct or behaving inappropriately, what do you do? We are also at fault. At MAHE, MBJ, a couple of months ago, a professor was he is taking money to pass a student in a first year engineering course. Thankfully, some girl came up and reported it. We don't know how long that has been going on. I said, congratulate the girl. Many systems, they'll punish her. Courage. She needed courage. How many people paid the money? Not much. It was like 5,000. I'm like, sasta mein bech diya yaar. If you're going to cheat, charge like 5 lakhs or something, to pass this engineering. 5,000 maybe. You need courage to report it, no? You may see this guy is having that affair, ye wo sab chal raha hai. You guys know many of things. Courage to speak. That is more important. That's the courage you want for the rest of your life. And at some point you want to say, sorry, this job is not for me because I can't stand what I see. And I'm very fortunate. When I left Harvard, I made sure my wife was dead against it, my parents were dead against it, because they also want to say somebody they know is at Harvard, no? Everybody is against it. I said, don't worry. My daughter, don't worry, your college set for life. We can live up to 100 without earning a single penny. I said, if I have that ability, if I have the good fortune to be given that blessing, I need to demonstrate courage. I should demonstrate, I will stay home, not take a job. Because I will do things which I like to do, I want to do. So this is courage. So some of the cost, bullying and all danger I've put down. Courage is a foundational thing. And the third other part, which is, as we get educated, I'm a Hindu, I'm a practicing, I've written books on prayers and Bhagavad Gita, So for me, understandable, I understand the truth. I'm a human being, there's a material body here, and then a little Atma, which enlivens me, and there's a God somewhere there, in the temple. That's what we are taught. You go every Friday, Saturday, Monday, whatever holy day is on the calendar. You go Nag Panchami, you go, sorry, I'm taking time off because I'm going to Nag Panchami. You have to go to the temple and pray to this God. God is there. I'm here. Bhagwan udhar hai. And all our degrees, all my awards, I'm saying me because I'm taking it personally for me. I'm at Harvard. I'm a scientist, card-carrying scientist, 0.5% come to the head. I can't be seen as he goes to the temple. It actually creates a wall. All these things. I'm secular. That means I don't go to the temple. I don't celebrate Ganpati and all. So all of these are created by society to separate you from your belief Bhagwan, udhar hai. I don't go to the temple. And the new thing amongst the kids, and people used to ask me also this many years ago, still ask me, are you spiritual or are you religious? I'm like, wow, very deep. It's like asking, I try to figure it out. It's like saying, do you want to be a marathoner or do you want to be a runner? Right? And people come to me because they say, if Arun can run a marathon, I can run a marathon. I'm incredibly more fit than Arun, younger too. So they come to me. I said, how many miles you can run? I said, no, nothing. So I created a program, 12 weeks, couch potato to 5K, couch potato meaning you sit down and just listen. You know, nobody runs anything, only Instagram and watch TV, and that's. I have given that thing. I said, you need to do this in 12 weeks, 3 months. You will get hurt somewhere. Then you come and help me. I'll tell you. You come and tell me, and I'll help you figure it out. Your muscle will pain, your knee will pain, your ankle will pain, your head will hurt, whatever. Many things will happen to you. You know how many people have come to me after the 12 weeks of training? 0. But everybody wants to be a marathoner. Nobody wants to run a 5K. Nobody wants to run a 10K. Each of these gradations have different levels of pain and training you need. That's why by the time you're at the 42, you have done all of this stuff. You know, you need to be running 10K. I tell people, if you can't get up and just go run a 10K for 1 year, nearly every day, that's your foundation. You can't start to train for a marathon, because that's 42K, no? And then I would expect you to at least run a few half marathons before you even attempt. So everybody wants to be, so the spirituality, religious thing is more like, I want to run marathoner because there's a glory in being a marathoner. I do not want to run the 5K because it's like drudgery. I have to get off of the couch and run the 5K, and it's raining and drizzling or snowing or whatever. So ultimately, for me, I've realized God is there's only Hinduism, you may not realize it, there's only God. It's not like there's only one God. Everything is God. He himself said that he is the Jiva in all human beings on this planet. Aham Atma Gudakesha Sarva Bhuta Shayastitha. I learned that at MIT. What is it? I am. The God said, I am that in everybody, living, non-living thing. So there's only God. It's our ego which makes us think, I am Arun Shanbhag. Right? So ultimately you realize that. So for me, that is my last big rock, is this faith. And that keeps going. I don't care what people say about me. I say, you're talking about Arun. I don't know who Arun is. I am part of this big whole Brahmand, whatever. You give insult. I said this name of Harvard Kaya, Dean of Engineering, these are all labels. You can remove and put another label. Right now I don't have a label. I have a label like retiree, enjoying life. These are all labels. The name Arun Shanbhag is also a label. Somebody gave it to me. I didn't even have a choice. And I'm carrying it with me for the rest of my life. And now I'm so worried. Somebody says Arun Shanbhag is an idiot. I'm like angry. Who's Arun Shanbhag? I don't even know. Somebody gave that name. So I think for me faith is important. I'm only telling you this. There's many more things. So question then is, what is my purpose in life? It's a big question. If you delve in it, it's like, wow, what is my purpose? And it's not an easy question. We are not taught. Nowhere in your MCODS 10, 12 coaching classes, NEET coaching classes, nobody told you how to find your purpose in life. About a month ago, my dean from MUJ, we are good friends, from management, and I was telling him about all my things, and he said, Arun, how do I find my purpose in life? He's a dean of management, a good friend of mine. And I was like, what are you talking about? How did you get so far without knowing your purpose in life? Figure out your purpose in life. It's not that easy. It's a joke. It's, again, a rhetorical question. Right? I want to give him the same thing. That's why I made this slide. Find out what your core values are. What are the guiding principles you want to have? What matters most to you? Sit down. Instead of scrolling, you just look at a blank wall for 2 hours and try to figure out, what should I do with my life? What matters most to me? Figure it out. That'll help you with the big rocks, by the way. Why am I here? What brings you great joy? Like I told you, I'm retired and many people are sending me, apply here. Some recruiters are calling me. Now actually and I send my CV and all. Now they're saying, can you give us your page slips and all because we want to offer you a job. And I'm like, my wife and me, we're like, serious, man? Do you want to give me a job? I'm torn. Because what brings you great joy, I don't see money there. I'm also at a different end of my career, no? So I'm actually like I was telling Ravi this morning, I said, I don't think I want a full-time job only, man. I want somebody call me for lectures in adjunct faculty. You teach and we'll give you some little stipend. I'll be very happy, because what matters most to me, what gives me great joy, talking to you. Making my slides, of course. And giving the lecture, engaging with you guys. Because right now only is one way, but later on I'll get some questions from you guys and all. That matters more. There's no money. So I actually, right now, I'm in a dilemma. I'm getting this message from this HR person from this university. You haven't sent us all this thing. I said, I'm traveling. So, because it's not on my list. Identify what your passions are. List your passions. Write it down. And of course, you need to have talents. Like, I could write down, I want to be a great sitar player, and I don't know how to hold a damn sitar. Nahi chalega. With that. And find your weaknesses, and from there you will figure out what your purpose in life is. The key part which I found is, I carried a small notepad and all. Nowadays you can do it on your iPhone or something. Paper is good. Write down all the things you don't want to do. Like a lot of list of no, 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 no. And then what is left is like only one or two things, and that's what you do. Couple things, I think I'm like about the time, but like thoda extra grace, something. A few pointers. Life, hard work. There is no shortcut. A lot of hard work. Remember I told you I missed all my family weddings? I missed all the TV shows in the US. When I was in my prime, Friends came, Game of Thrones came, all the shows which is popular now. I didn't watch a single episode of any of those shows. Not a single. It's likely that when I went to a bar or something, I did go to a bar occasionally, I would see something playing, so I know some of the characters and all. I would go to friends or something is playing. I didn't want a TV. I didn't have a TV. Because that was my list of no. It's dissuading me from my goal. Whole life, our whole universe, our whole advertising, TV, everything, the world is designed to distract you from what your purpose in life is. Really. Buy this new car, fancy vacation, Seychelles beach, or Maldives, or Lakshadweep, or Paris, or Olympics, or here, or there, and Gokarna, Kapu beach jao, drinks, bar, drink lab, whatever, bars, everything. Everything is designed only to distract you from what is your real goal, which you yourself don't know. It is like this little anecdote my Swamiji gave me like 20 years ago. He said, this old sadhu is sitting on not sadhu, the old guy is sitting at like some intersection, and a nice fancy car comes from Bangalore, rich kids. They came from Bangalore, and they asked the guy, where does this road go? And apparently the old guy said, where do you want to go? He says, I don't know. They said, doesn't matter which road you take. You yourself don't have your goal in mind. Go wherever you want to go. Freedom. Be like that. Advertiser bolega, go to Maldives today. But this actress, look at the lehenga, she bought that. So you're thinking, my next cousin's wedding, I'm going to buy that same lehenga, or that suit, or the shoes, or backpack, or whatever. I'm just saying, everything is designed, right? So if you want hard work to even remove all those distractions and focus. So I gave up TV. I'm so happy. I bought my TV only when my daughter became like 5 years old, and the only way to keep her engaged was like put cartoon and like sit there. Nowadays it's mobile, but and nowadays I don't even watch TV. I've not watched a single, except the day of elections. I think I watch TV just so I can get what's happening. But no TV. I hate TV. But if I'm watching TV, I'm not doing something else. Hard work. And Malcolm Gladwell said 10,000 hours. That's why your engineering your MCODS program is 5 years, no? 40 hours a week. 50 weeks, that's 2,000 hours. Times 5 years. 10,000 hours. So when I went to that sitar class, after my 2-3 months, I went and asked the teacher that, Ustad, so how long is the course? He said, 5 years. I said, great. After 5 years, I will know how to play the sitar. He said, no. After 5 years, you will learn how to play the sitar. So after your MCODS, congratulations, welcome to the field of dentistry. You will start learning. You'll start taking a PG course, you will do specialization, and the gentleman there who's been in practice, third generation, he will tell you he's still learning. Are you still learning? After 10, 15 years. So 10,000 hours, you can come in, sit down, whatever, is key. Hard work. In Sanskrit we call it abhyas. Abhyas I thought meant study, but actually means practice. Whatever, I don't care. You want to run, practice. You want to be the Beatles, practice. Bill Gates, you practice. You want to be the javelin thrower, ask him how many hours he has practiced. 10,000, if not more. You want to be running a marathon, you better put in 10,000 kilometers, miles. As a runner, I expect you to put 1,000 miles every year, running. 16,000 kilometers every year, just running. Just, get up and go, what am I doing? Nothing, I'll just go run a 10K and come back. When I was running marathons, I would just go before breakfast, go and run a half marathon and then go to work. Nothing. Now if I run a marathon, many of you run a half marathon for 3 days, you'll be like taking off. And the other part is I want to talk about is grit. Because life is not fair. You will have rain on your parade, you will get snow, and then you will have so much difficulty. You have to somehow figure out how you are not going to give up. In Boston, the phrase is like, don't let the bastards get you down. Sorry about my language, but that's life is like to push you down. Don't. And Angela Lee Duckworth, she's currently at Yale, I think, or Penn State, I think she moved, she was at Yale. She said this beautifully. Practice is more important than talent. If all of you are thinking you're not the topper in the class, that's okay. I was not the topper in my class either. Practice more. It compensates for talent. Don't ever give up. So you need passion, we talked about earlier, and perseverance. Most important thing, but the last part I put there is purpose. Practice, of course, 10,000 hours. Passion, try different things, fail often. Purpose, you need to know what you are doing, and then you follow that up. So, and of course, a little anecdote from Napoleon. He said, if you can take Vienna, take Vienna. That's just a statement. So if you want to do something, we all have grandiose plans. We never do it. We never act on it. I want to apply for this, I want to apply for this. Great, nobody's going to come and give you that opportunity. Just, damn it, apply. I have people, so many say, I've been trying, I want to do this for 6 months or 1 year. Don't talk to me, man. Go away. Talk to me after you apply. So if you take Vienna, go. That's what Napoleon said. I think, okay. In this life, it's not always fair. Wherever, even if you're at Harvard, wherever, and destiny is not always fair. You'll have good things come your way, you'll have bad things come your way. And sometimes, you will feel like, Are yaar, both ho gaya. I'm going to give up. Like this whole thing is like thing. And for me, that happened like when I was 25 years old, my 25th birthday, and I was by myself. I didn't even drink. I was like kneeling over, like throwing up, and there's no vomit to throw. But I was like, Are yaar, what did I do? Quarter century ho gaya, life mein kya kiya? I had a hard time finishing my master's thesis. I delayed it by 3 months. And I was like, I can't write a damn stupid thesis. Writing only. Like, pits. You're thinking like, okay, pack up bags. I can't handle writing this thesis. It'll happen. You'll get beaten out and thrown on this river somewhere and like, my life is over. I'm going to give up. I'm going to open a restaurant. Go back to my original passion of being a chef. Maybe make vada pav on the side of the road and make a living. In Boston, we have a phrase, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Like, really. Everybody will tell you that. Every students will complain, so difficult, blah, 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 blah. It's like, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. That is true. My student from Harvard also, he broke his wrist. A hand somewhere, he broke. He didn't come to the office, to the lab for like a week. First he told me, I said, I gave him 2-3 days. Then I called him, I said, Greg, what happened? So I broke my hand, it's in a cast. I said, yeah, you told me that, but it's already a week. I know, the doctor said 6 weeks ka cast hai. I said, which hand? Left. You can write with the right, no? Come. Don't give me the stupid excuses. I expected him from him. We expect that from him. And if I have time, I'll give you another anecdote about showing up. I'll just tell you. we have a medical student. We have a medical selection committee for residency. We select 12 students from 100 students. Being our own students, Harvard Medical School students get automatic interview. 6 students had applied. And one student named Alfred Alkier, he interviewed all the process. And then it's a very transparent process, a big room like this, all the interviews are sitting, all the scores are tallied, and a big Excel sheet is thrown up. Everybody scored and everything, and the chairman will say, hey, why did you rate that person? Everybody individual score is thrown up. So this guy gave it the top. Overall, he was like number 15 or 20 something. The chief of one of the hospitals said, Tom Thornhill, he said, let me tell you about Alfred. And I'll just take a few minutes here because it's foundational for you. And I use that for my own life. He said, everybody knows that as a student, you have to scrub in for some surgeries, just like I'm sure you guys do it. And knife time is 8 o'clock, meaning they'll start at 7 o'clock, draping, by 8 o'clock, the incision has to be made. Incision time is 8 o'clock. And 8 o'clock happened. Of course, there's a whole team. There's a resident, there's a fellow, there's a junior faculty, nurses, everybody. Medical student is not there. Alfred, not there. So he apparently showed up about 11 minutes late. And Tom says, I looked up at the clock. Like here, there's a strategically placed clock, you have to look up at the clock. No words were said. Because he's looking, you came 10 minutes late. Oh yeah, everything. After the surgery, Alfred came and told him why I was late. Sir, I'm training for this was in January, interviews are held in January, so this was in January at that time. I'm training for the Ironman triathlon, and part of that I need to run 30 miles something on bicycle, running, swimming, all the stuff you have to do. Ironman triathlon. And it's January and there's snow on the road, and so I got up at 4 o'clock and I rode 25, 30 miles outside there on this side road because there's no traffic, but I need to go. And on the way back, the car came so close to me, the wind pushed me, I fell into a ditch, I dislocated my shoulder. My bicycle, very expensive bicycle, got twisted, I couldn't do anything. I got up, I tried to hitch a ride from somebody passing by. I finally got a ride, and it was snow and everything, so he was a mess, he said. And then I came straight to the emergency room from there. I got my shoulder fixed, and I took a shower in the residency area, the students' area there, and that's why I was 11 minutes late. So when we were listening, we were like, oh my God, make him number one. We did. He got into residency, he graduated, he became a fellow, he's a faculty, he's a senior faculty at Harvard Medical School now. And I use that example of learning to pivot, things will go bad. And what saved him? Integrity. Integrity. He told you exactly how it is, and everybody believed him, and they know that nobody will lie. Amazing. So perseverance is very important. I'm going to skip this because of the sake of time. Essential, what is essential, you have to figure out. And also this other part about no. Remember I said in my family, I didn't attend a single wedding. I mean, think about it philosophically. How important is it for me to attend a wedding? 0. They're going to get married, irrespective. I just had to go and eat there, make some nice sherwani, blah, blah, blah. 0. How important was it for me to watch Game of Thrones? How important is it for me to have watched all those episodes of Friends and crying over them or like this and that and all the other stuff? 0 value here, isme. How important is it for you to scroll down to the entire list of your Instagram followers? Figure out what is important. How important is it to have the TV? Go for a walk instead. You'll be healthier. So power of no is very powerful. You have to say no. Sometimes I say no to my boss. Sometimes you have to say no to a job. It's a little too toxic. I'll just sit and watch this wall, whatever. Okay, so as I close this, thank you for your attention, but I want to talk about 2 small things. You will fail. And we talk about failing forward. What I mean is, when you fail, you have to figure out what is the learning from that failure. Rajat Gupta figured out. He learned important lesson, who his friends are. There's some learning. By the way, this comes from the American phrase, football, where you fall forward, because you've seen American football a little bit, maybe somebody's carrying the ball and everybody jumps on him. And the idea is you have to carry the ball so many yards. And wherever you fall, the ball is there. So the coaches always teach you, when you fall forward, because in the act of falling, you have gained 4 feet or 5 feet. Sometimes you'll see them falling with the ball like this, so like pura 6 feet extra mil gaya in the act of falling. So we made it from there, like fail forward. So when you fail, learn something. And laugh. I've made so many failures. It's not there on my CV. My failures are not there on my CV. I failed 2 subjects in my 5th semester. It's not there on my CV. Of course, I told my bosses about all this. Only laugh. Failures are not important. Learn to fail. Fail often. More fail, that's okay. And the last, truly my last thing. As a marathon runner, things hurt, like the whole body hurts. Like I tell people, I learned all these muscles existed or not, but I didn't even know the different things hurting in different parts of the body. All the bones, 206 something bones, every one hurts. Like all the tendons, muscles, somewhere, even the neck hurts, the elbows hurt. But you're doing this only for 4.5 hours, it's going to hurt. So I used to do yoga. And this instructor was very good. She was a BKS Iyengar certified yoga in Boston. And of course, my fingertips can't reach my thing. I'm very inflexible. I can't do all the things, asanas, the Chandrasanas, the Shirsasanas, forehead to the thing. And I would say, Brenda, I can't do this. My body is not made for yoga. And she would laugh and say, Arun, the goal of yoga was not to get your forehead to your knees, is not to get your fingertips to your toes, not that you should do the perfect Ardha Chandrasana, the half moon pose, or the downward dog pose, or the warrior pose, or the headstand. The goal of yoga is to practice yoga. That has the key other word I like, practice. She said, I want every day practice. So the goal of yoga, she would say, is to practice the yoga. The reason I'm telling you this is the goal of your life, you have a great opportunity. You are at MCODS, this Institute of Eminence. Live your life fully. Practice. You will fail. That's okay. Fail forward. And every moment is precious. Practice. So that's what I learned from her. And again, these are a few things, my big rocks. I'm on Instagram. I have time, so I still look through everybody's Instagram. If you have the time, follow me on Instagram. I'll follow you back. I think I've seen some people here who are already follow on Instagram, maybe from my last time. But I only know them as their screen name, like Sierra Mike. I'm like, who is Sierra Mike? I have no idea. But I think I saw her somewhere this morning. I was embarrassed. I'm like, I don't know her real name. But please introduce yourself. Thank you. So this is... I don't know if you have time for questions, but I'm around for the rest of the day or something. You can ask me questions about anything in life and I will tell you the truth, okay? Thank you very much. Sorry I went over. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shanwag, for your insightful talk and for inspiring us with your illustrious career. I would like to ask Dr. Agarwal to present Dr. Shanwag with the Certificate of Appreciation. Now let's call to stage Dr. Vikas Agarwal, who will be talking about launching your dental entrepreneurial journey after BDS. Dr. Vikas Agarwal is the CEO and founder of Dental Cart, an NSE-listed company that provides cutting-edge dental solutions to professionals worldwide. With a Bachelor of Dental Surgery from prestigious Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences, he has over 10 years of experience in the dental industry, spanning clinical practice, research, and entrepreneurship. As a visionary leader, Dr. Agarwal is passionate about bridging the gap between dentistry and technology. He leverages his in-depth knowledge of dental products, procedures, and markets to drive innovation and growth for Dental Cart. He also fosters a culture of excellence and learning among his team, aiming to scale the company exponentially in the next 3 to 4 years. His mission is to redefine success in a rapidly evolving industry and deliver superior value to his customers, partners, and stakeholders. We welcome you, sir.
MARENA. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude for the management of Manipal for inviting me to this esteemed event. I would also like to thank the MAHESRF organizing committee for having me here, all the students, all the faculty members. Thank you so much for joining this session. Being here amongst all of you makes me feel like since morning I'm here, I'm feeling like I am also a student. It reminds me of my college days when I was sitting there and thinking, what will happen to my life after I finish BDS and what will I be doing? So let me share a little bit about my journey. Rewinding back to 2005, a 16-year-old boy, as clueless as I believe most of the teenagers were at that time. At crossroads, thinking whether to be an engineer or a doctor, which is when my father, with his research, came to me with a form in his hand of Akash Coaching Institute. Chalo beta, doctor ban jao. Cut to 2 years later, I was sitting in a lecture hall at Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences among other students. I was, over the next few years, I was overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information and practical skills we had to master. Learning how to use a dental air otter, to understanding the nuances of patient care. Every day was a challenge. I remember the countless hours spent, practicing cavity preparations on phantom heads, practicing teeth setting, running for 8 a.m. lectures, doing everything which was coming on our way, running all night, learning about our exams, fueled by endless cups of coffee. That was our life. Going a little further back, yaar ye chal nahi raha yaar, sorry. My slide is not turning. So एक अच्छी चीज़ है जो दिखाना चाहता हूँ, इसलिए I want to turn it. Yeah, so going a further back in my life, in my early teenage life, I used to sit with my father in his departmental store. Sitting at the cash counter was the favorite part. How much profit we earned at the end of the day, knowing that was the most exciting thing for me. I did the same at my college. I used to sell t-shirts to all my fellow students, earning some money out of it. Used to organize events for the college. Used to do part-time night shift call center jobs, earning some money for me and my family. So when all this was happening in my life, I somehow completed the college and my internship. One day I was lying on bed thinking, what to do. Abhi BDS हो गया है, prepare करूँ MDS के लिए, या फिर MBA की तैयारी करूँ, या क्या करूँ. So all of a sudden I got a call from an unknown number. That was a patient whom I have treated during my internship days. He asked me, Doctor साहब आप शाम को कहाँ बैठते हैं? Where I practice in the evening. So that struck a chord in my mind that I am not practicing. So I went to a nearby shop in a market and asked a Kirana uncle that, is there a dental clinic where I can get a job? He told me that, beta, यहाँ कोई दुकान तो नहीं है, मतलब clinic तो नहीं है, but I can make you meet a dental dealer. So that dealer met me and he gave me a space on the backside of his shop where he offered to set up a clinic for me and offered to share profits. So I started with the clinic with him. Just after a month, I did my first patient. I was so naive that I didn't even know how to ask for money from the patient. Patient ने खुद ही पूछ लिया कि डॉक्टर साहब कितने रुपए हुए? I randomly said 500 rupees. He said, ये लो. That was the first time I earned money from a patient. Being like dentist, ka first income was that time. That is 2015. Slowly the clinic grew. I earned enough money that I decided to open a independent own clinic. And this is the picture of my clinic which I opened in 2015. So before opening the clinic, there was something amazing happened with me which I will tell you in the end of the session. While opening this clinic, I had three major problems. One, there was no supplier who can supply everything to me. Like the whole setup, there was nobody. I had to get in touch with numerous dental suppliers for different category of products. Second problem I faced was price clarity. I had no idea what I'm buying. Is it a fair price or not? But somehow I bought everything. Third bigger problem is that there was no timeline of deliveries. कब आएगा सामान? I had no idea. But ultimately, 1-1.5 महीने के बाद, clinic was opened. जब clinic खुला, तो I found another problem that it is difficult to convince patients about the treatment pathologies. You tell them 10 problems in their mouth, they only get one treated, and tell rest, they'll get it done later. So I used these models to explain them like the kind of problems that can be there in the mouth. I also realized while using these models that the patient can make an informed decision. And I was determined at that time to make it reach all the dentists of the country. If my fellow dentists can use it, they'll also make their lives easier. So that was the time I realized that I want to sell this product. I wanted to import the product, like that came from China. So I reached out to a delivery boy, Atul, who came to deliver products to me from a different supplier. Atul didn't give me a certain answer. I asked him to join me. He didn't give me a certain answer. But 2-3 months later, when I was winding up the clinic, for my day, and I was going out, he was sitting in the reception area. I asked him, कि भाई अतुल अभी तक क्यों बैठे हो यहाँ पे? He said, sir, I left my job. I am here to join you. I was shocked. Like, मुझे import करना नहीं आता. I know how much money it needs. All I knew was there was an empty shop. There was a closed shop in front of Maulana Azad Dental College, my own college, which was there like closed for last 2 years. I took him with me. I reached out to the next shop, Lal Path Labs, from that shop, and asked him who is the owner of this place. And somehow in the next 2-3 days, I managed to have an agreement and started with this shop. That was the start of our entry into the dental product business. So every day I used to juggle between the clinic and the shop. Morning and evening I used to see patients, and in the afternoon I used to deliver the products to all the orders which came in the day. Slowly the team grew, and my younger brother Sandeep Agarwal joined me, who is a software engineer. So in a business, having people with like mind, with different background helps you. It is an advantage. So he joined me and we started listing 500, 600 products online and starting the sales online. That is how dentalguard.com was born. So we were a team of 10 to 12 people sitting in that small 100 square feet rented shop. Some of them were sitting outside on benches with laptops. And that was the time we realized that we need to expand. So from that time till now, that enabled us to be what we are today. Dental Guard today, what you see, is the biggest e-commerce dental product company of India. And probably the biggest dental product supplier of India. So we supply to almost half of the dentists of this country, around 100 dental colleges, almost all the depots of the Indian Army, 4,000 dental laboratories in India, and more. We have listed 22,000 products on Dental Guard and listing numerous dental products from suppliers, manufacturers all over the world every month. Our vision is to create the world's leading platform where anything dental is accessible. We are on a mission to empower every dental professional of our country. Today we operate from a 25,000 square feet warehouse in Delhi. I'm sorry, I repeat. Today we are operating from a 25,000 headquarters in Delhi and a supply chain with 6 or 7 warehouses spanning over 60,000 square feet in India. These are the major milestones we have achieved over the years. So 18, we launched our app. 22, we got recognized by Startup India, DPIIT. And 2023, we listed on the National Stock Exchange. In 2024, when we hit the market cap of 1,000 crores in India. These are all the brands we sell. There are more than 450 brands. You might not knowing most of them because when you open a clinic, you'll realize that most of these brands will be a part of your business. We are selling all of them. We are buying directly from manufacturers around the world and delivering either through dentalguard.com to the dental professionals or through retailers, which ultimately delivers to the doctors. This is our warehouse. Doesn't all this sound very easy? Like a piece of cake? It wasn't. So whenever life gave us lemons, we made a lemonade and distributed among our team members. So one of the biggest tragedy which happened was COVID, when all the supply chain of the country almost choked. We had almost bankrupt company at that time, and that was the time we took a bold decision and decided to sell everything which is required in COVID, like glucometer, thermometer, pulse oximeter, gowns. We converted dental card into a COVID essential company, and that day we did, like that year, we did 33% more revenue we were doing earlier. So we turned that tragedy into an opportunity. And you know, it has been so much information about my company over the last few minutes. But the point I'm trying to make here is that, like, when an average small town boy like me can make dental card happen, you, some of the brightest young talents of this country, can make anything happen which you want to do. That guy Atul who joined me, who was a sales executive with the other company before he joined me, is now a shareholder in the company. He is a purchase field supervisor with us. So, in our company, we quote 3 idiots, like apna millimeter bhi like centimeter ban gaya. That model which I showed you, like which I decided that I'll make reach everywhere in the country, is now almost used by more than 1 lakh dentists in India, and it is growing. It has grown from 1 product to a whole catalog of 100 products with the brand name identical. So there are 3 major points which I want to leave you with before I end my session. The first one is that life will always give you 2 options. Life will always give you 2 options. One is to take that risk, and the other is regret not taking it. So when you take a risk, when you choose an unconventional path like me, you will always see your friends earning more than you, at least initially. You'll always see people taking world trips, and you are sitting and working somewhere, maybe not having a fixed income. But believe in yourself. Life will change. Things will change. Your early 20s is the time when you can take a lot of liabilities and you won't be liable for them. Did you understand what I said? Your early 20s is the time when you can take any amount of liabilities, and you have so much time that you'll recover, even if you don't do it. So always follow your dreams. Second point is very dear to me, that is travel. Travel to the remotest villages of the country, to the biggest cities of the world. Travel as much as possible. It will give you perspectives. It will get you inspired. It will make you learn a lot. So before I opened my own clinic, I got a chance to work for United Nations. I got a chance to work with UNAID program of United Nations. I got a chance to travel to Liberia, which is a small country in West Africa. Now, I got a chance to work with 14 other senior doctors who came from different parts of the world. I learned how they managed their expenses. I learned how they treated the people around them. I learned even how they partied. So, now we need to travel. Travel makes life a lot bigger. The horizon gets bigger and bigger. Third point which I want to make here is that be aware. Be aware of your surroundings. Be aware of the problems you face every day in your life. And if you can solve them, if you want, you can try to solve them for the larger community. If you solve it for the larger community and if it excites you, try turning it into an opportunity and ultimately into a business like I did. I hope each one of you will make your own stories and share it with the world. Thank you so much. Any questions? Hanji. So we list as much as possible products on dental card. So currently 22,000 products are listed on dental card. Our nearest competitor has 5,000. So we lead that way. Secondly, we as a team of dentists, we understand what is actually needed in a dental clinic. So we take care of the competition and we try to stay ahead. So this is the company which we run for, which we want to run for life. This is not the company which we want to run for some time and sell. So that might make a difference. Yes. Yes, as told by sir during his the lecture before me, he said that mindset need to change. So we are an import mindset country currently, and once the mindset changes to manufacturing, research, log research karte hain, publish nahi karte, ya fir things like that. So once this mindset changes, I think we'll be a big superpower in manufacturing too. Yes. How what? Yeah, so we are importing directly from the manufacturers or getting the products manufactured with our own specifications. So overall, out of 22,000 products, 250 products are our own, which are exclusive, which are not available with anybody else in the market. And rest, all the products on which we trade, we get the best price and we try to pass on to the dental professionals, including dental students. Yes. Okay, thank you everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, for your inspiring journey and entrepreneurial insights. Now, I would like to request Dr. Vidhi Bhanushali to present Dr. Vikas Agarwal with his certificate of appreciation. Let's now welcome Dr. Arjun Nayak, who will be talking about optimizing your private practice. Dr. Arjun Nayak is an established third-generation dentist, mastered in degree of orthodontics and dentofacial orthopedics from A.B. Shetty Memorial Institute of Dental Sciences, Mangalore. He runs his clinic, Nayak's Dental Specialty Clinic and Orthodontic Center in Attawar, Mangalore. He received the Outstanding Young Dentist Award in 2019 and the Young Dental Achiever of the Year in 2023. He was also the College Union President in 2009, past Joint Secretary of the IDA Dakshin Kannada State Branch, and the 3-term Executive Committee member of the Indian Orthodontic Society Head Office. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Arjun. Thank you for the lovely introduction, ma'am. Thanks. First of all, thank you Manipal College of Dental Sciences and of course MAHE, SRF, MCODS Mangalore for this invite to lecture at this platform. I'm feeling humbled to be speaking at this prestigious institution, and congratulations to the team for putting up such a great show. You guys are doing a wonderful job, very commendable. Feeling a little out of place here for more reasons than one. I am not an entrepreneur, neither am I a researcher by any stretch of imagination. I don't know the art of research. I am a thoroughbred clinician. Yeah, especially coming in the aftermath of Dr. Vikas Agarwal, I'm not too sure if I'll be able to do justice here, because he has one inspiring story. Congratulations, buddy. We've been batchmates and we've had a lot of good times together, most of which is not appropriate to be discussed today. So we'll keep that for some other time. But nonetheless, yes. So as I said, I'm a clinician. So I think Manipal University follows a very high standard of academics and of course procedure for admission that they follow. Thankfully, they were a little lenient with me and they didn't follow the same standards. That's why I'm here standing in front of you today, trying to get some information together and lecture in front of you. If you were to go by my 10th or 12th standard marks, I wouldn't be coming anywhere close to this institution today. Okay, so after my the PUC as we call it here in Karnataka, that is the 11th and the 12th, as clueless I was what to do with my life, even though I've come from a family of dentists. I'm a third generation as I was introduced. I kind of, thinking again what to do with my life, I thought probably I should give dentistry a shot. Maybe I might fit, because it's easy for people to say it runs in your blood and you'll excel in it anyway. You just have to take it up and the practice is waiting for you to take over. It's easier said than done. It has its own shares of struggle, and coming with not being very academically sound or, as clueless as I was as any other teenager at that age, I thought I should give dentistry a shot. And then thankfully God has been kind. Things fell into place after that. And yeah. So after that, for my internship, thankfully I got the opportunity to work, intern at the prestigious Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences, where, other than working there and gaining so much of exposure, so much of clinical material, and then I tried to work and, observed around with some of the best clinicians in the country. Thanks to the good offices of my dad again, I was very lucky to, try and observe there. So which kind of gave me a clear-cut picture that I wanted to be an exclusive clinician and I didn't want to be into academics. Is anybody here who is, it's too early, probably that's why I'm here to give an insight about how to go about it. Is anybody here who has decided that they want to become an exclusive private practitioner and doesn't want to get into academics? Okay, yeah. Good to see some hands, but yeah, the hands are good enough. If everybody goes my path, then there should be somebody to teach, right? Yeah, so yeah, anyway. So, is the slide, I'm not able to change the slide. Okay. So first of all, before anything at all, whether you decide to become a clinician or an academician, congratulations on choosing one of the most transformative career paths. You sacrificed a lot, first of all, to get into this premier institute, and then, of course, work your way up to, I think, suppose some of yours are in final year or internship or PG. Congratulations to all of you. Deserve a pat on your back. And yeah, the road ahead isn't going to be easy. So first of all, the one thing that I want to start my lecture with is, why private practice? As in how different is it from the academic point of view? When I say private practice, I'm talking about exclusive private practice. There are people here in the audience, Dr. Saranjit is here, who also does a lot of clinical work in the college he's attached to. I'm talking about private practice, meaning practicing in your own clinic and having nothing to do with academics in any way. First thing I really find a little different is with patient interaction in our practice. This is just so that before I come into the nuances of how to run a practice, I just want to, help some of you all decide if you're still undecided about what path you want to take, about how different private practice will be from academics. More direct and frequent as you'll be patient interaction, as you'll primarily focus on clinical care and procedures. How different it will be from academics? Not that you wouldn't have any patient interaction, definitely that's how, we all of us grow. But the time will equally be divided between teaching, research and administrative duties. Work-life balance, yeah, depending on your setup in private practice, you might have more flexibility in setting up your schedule. Academics sometimes trying to balance with both workloads may be demanding. Income, this is interesting. Most people believe that private practice is where there is most of the money. That is not the case in most cases because a lot of other criteria has to be considered. Income potential may be higher, as I said, may vary upon location, speciality, patient volume, your partnership models that you have and what kind of understanding you have with your partner if it is a group practice. Times like COVID, I think the topic came up with Vikas also. There was definitely a fixed income when you were there, when you were attached to a college or you were there with academics, but with those 3 months or 4 months, even we found it hard because we were not allowed to practice at all and there was no other source of income coming in for me. With academics, there's a definite fixed income that you have, may also have additional benefits like research fundings, loan repayment programs and more competitive medical insurances that the university or your college will have to offer. Research opportunities, again, I was not cut out for it, so it doesn't really matter to me, but this is a research conference and most of you all will be inclined towards research. As some of your, some of the speakers who spoke today have, I'm sure, inspired you to take up research. So definitely limited depending on your interest and availability and how packed your schedule is, or in academics, access to research resources, funding opportunities and collaborations are definitely better when you are in academics. Teaching and mentorship. Private practice, yeah, you may have opportunities to mentor junior colleagues, but not typically, that's not the primary focus. That's not what you're there for in clinical practice, but yeah, you can mentor to some extent. Academics, yes, teaching and knowledge sharing is a significant aspect of it and you can't run away from it. And is, of course, constant interaction with young minds, which I miss most of the time. And one thing probably the only regret that I have for not being in academics and being a clinician. Yeah, so all of you all are at crossroads now. So just to sum it up, if you find it rewarding and intellectually stimulating to educate adult learners, academics is the answer. Yes, you will definitely be expected to do some didactic teaching, research, publications required for timely ranked advancements, which has definitely some monetary benefits, but it is more paramount for your promotions and to go up the ranks. However, again, one-sided administrative policies, rules and regulations can get to you and sometimes adversely affect your work-life balance. Private practice gives you a lot of autonomy, as you set the rules, if that practice is your own. It may be more empowering financially in the long run. You devote your time to clinical care and framing the final outcomes of your practice, so that gives it that much more leverage and time to set your routine and plan financially and personally as well. The downfall again is the practice has to provide for its running cost and overhead charges, which you need to be prepared for. You would be needing to balance your productivity versus expenditure. A significant skill set is definitely needed to thrive in private practice. So, how to start and grow your practice? First of all, the good news is, having a career in dentist, the good news about having a career is that the dentist has some of the lowest failure rates world over. But having said that, if you have not planned well, you can be doomed both personally, financially and professionally. Do your homework well, first of all, wherever you decide to start. I think homework meaning speak around, speak to established dentists there, look at people who inspire you, not necessarily that everybody has to give you the right advice because you will be considered a competition most of the time. But use your good offices, see around, speak to your dentist who treated you, who you think might give you good advice. Speak with them, see how they can help you. Because if you go wrong in the initial planning, that is, for instance, your location, something which is most important, look at how the market is, see how if you can fill the gap between the market and your workplace, and if you can recover that. Because at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, it is a business. It's easier said than done to say that you don't want to classify it as a business, but if you are private practice, it is a business, and you have to cope up financially also by, you don't want to be investing in a wrong place and set a clinic up at a wrong place and have all the skills in the world and make it non-accessible for patients to come to you and then, regret later. Hire a dedicated team. I think sometimes where most of you might, I don't know, I'm sure you guys are all a very smart bunch and you'll, plan well. This is something that can make or break you. When I say hire a dedicated team, it's not just the team of doctors. When you come in as well, it's probably you're not the first person your patient is going to meet, or when somebody comes in. I think somebody as important as a receptionist who comes in, the way they greet them or the way they speak to them and the way they make them feel comfortable, the way they lower their anxiety, all these things play a great role. And of course, when I say team, I'm talking about the larger part as well, the team of doctors that are going to be your consultants, your your in-house, your chair-side clinical assistants that you have, your hygienists, and whoever. It might be just one person in your clinic when you initially start off. It might be grow up to, I don't know, my 10, 15, 20, 25 based on how the size of your setup is going to be. This is going to be of paramount importance, a team that is going to be the backbone of your practice, somebody whom you can confide in, somebody whom you can, when you're going to be away, somebody who's going to make the patient feel, somebody is going to treat the clinic like their own. It's going to be difficult to find initially during the initial days of your practice, but you learn, because obviously the challenge is not going to be to start gathering about 10, 15 people in the beginning, but as you grow in your practice, you know who fits the bill and who will probably, be a compatible person to work with. Build a network of partners. Like what happens is most of the time you are, when you are in practice, you can't expect you get busy with life, with treating patients and planning your day. You build a network of partners, join organizations like, your specialty organization or Indian Dental Association, be active on other social organizations, try to connect with people in the same profession, try to connect with your mentors. What happens with the minute you're trying to lose out on other things like everyday CD programs that happen, knowledge sharing that happens when you talk to colleagues in your everyday routine when you come to college, because there are 10, 15 people in the department, everybody has their share of ideas. Sometimes you try and get lost in the crowd and you don't know what are the recent advances. Being a part of all these network organizations helps you to connect and and make sure that you don't miss the bus. You try to keep abreast with what's new in the industry, and it kind of also helps you networking to share your knowledge about yourself also. You also might have clinically achieved something more. You also want to see where you stand in society and things like that. So networking is most important, which you normally tend to miss out on when you are into thorough clinical practice. Don't stop learning and evolving. Sometimes when monetary motive is the most important thing, you think that you are happy in your setup. There are things which are our industry is a rapidly evolving field. You tend to sometimes get so busy with life that you forget to keep up with the times that is happening, and then you miss the bus again. Somebody next door is going to put up something better and something more, something faster, something more predictable, something that is more easy to use, something more hands-on. So I think don't stop learning and evolving. You might be 10 years into practice, 15 years into practice, 20 years into practice, 25 or even 30 or 40 years. I think the learning should never stop. Something again that I probably first 3, 4 years or 5 years of my practice which I missed out on, and then when I started attending these continuing education programs or workshops pan-India or world over, and that has really helped me to keep up and probably sometimes try to cope up with what I have missed out if I would have been in academics. I think having said that, if you might excel in all this and then probably you might have your own setup which you're going to take, go and succeed now if your parents are dentists, or you might have some relative who has told you to come and join your practice. So all these things probably may not matter to you, but I think the most important thing that, what we need as doctors is our soft skills, which has helped me. And again, I keep learning and looking at people and see how they conduct themselves and why these people are so supremely successful. And these soft skills are not, these can be called as soft skills for dentistry, but these kind of apply in every aspect of life. I think communication is the key that we hold here. When I say communication, it could be communication with your team, communication with your patients, communicating your treatment plan with your patients, with their lab reports, communicating with your lab technicians. If you don't excel in this particular era or this particular soft skill, you are not going to go anywhere. I think this is the primarily most important skill that you need to have your dentist. If you can't put across what you want to what you want to do to the patient, or what you want, if you can't put across what's on your mind, if you can't get across what's on the table about what you think or what you want to do, you're really not going to succeed, is what I feel. I think compassion. Private practice, you see patients from all walks of life. You might see kids, patients with special needs, patients with anxiety, old geriatric cases. So I think the most important thing sometimes when you get busy with, you need to give that time, need to give, again, if you have the first skill is met, the second thing almost falls into place. I think compassion, you need to understand from the patient's point of view and see how best you can help them and make them feel comfortable more. I think that is, the first battle is already won. So then it works the second part of the treatment that much more easier. Interpersonal skills, I think, again, how you take care of your staff, how you communicate with people, as in your, how you make other people feel in your clinic also is extremely important. You are communicating with your consultants, or it could be communicating with your lab technician or somebody. I think these are the very small things which might sound stupid, but it has really helped me in my practice and really grow. Attention to detail. Sometimes tend to miss out on the very smallest of things. You get busy. It could be something like a shade selection or something like choosing which lab you want to go to. These are very small things probably which may not sound very significant now, but I've learned it the hard way that, you know, making sure that all these things fall into place is extremely important. You might be having your own practice, leading from the front, set by example. Make sure that your staff are motivated by you. Make sure that you are treating them in a way that they are meant to be treated, or they are all from different walks of life, as I said. Take them together, make them feel like your own, make them feel that they are also part of the practice, make them feel that when they contribute, it helps in all of us wanting to grow together. So I think leadership is something that, you know, we have to imbibe in private practice, and there is no second way to that. Adaptability, very important. I think each person, what you learn in the textbooks from here, you will realize later that it's a different ball game altogether when you go out into the real world. You can't treat every case the same way as it is meant to be. Each person, you know, there's no one size fit all kind of an approach. Adapt, learn from your cases, learn from your mistakes. See, make sure that you don't do the same thing again. See what works best for you. Understand your limitations. Know where to stop, know where to draw the line, understand that it's not possible humanly for you to do everything, and, you know, respect the fact that you're human, and adapt and improvise to what best you can, and, you know, trust your team and your consultants in making sure that you give the best to your patients. Decision making, very important. I think sometimes things don't go according to what you planned. There could be medical emergencies, and these things are something that, you know, you need to work on the chair, and sometimes you don't want to falter there and, you know, go terribly wrong with what you want to do. I think treating medical emergency, decision making in terms of sometimes things don't go as per plan. You want to collaborate with somebody, sometimes the patient's want of view is also to be taken. Your patient is not happy. How you want to treat the case may not be very different from how your colleague wants to do it. So coming to a consensus and making sure that everybody's on the same boat and on the same page, I think that's most important. And the last thing, business development, as I said, whether you like it or not, dentistry, if you're into private practice, it is a business. Somewhere down the line, you realize that. Make sure that you are, you keep up and try and make sure that your equipment is up to the mark, and you financially you're stable, you're keeping enough aside for that to make sure upgrade your clinic every now and then, keeping up with the times, and then making sure that you deserve your patients get the best. Thank you. That's my time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are. Yes, ma'am. It's a good question. As in, see, what happens is that, again, most of my patients are all, I get patients from all over the surrounding area. So sometimes the most difficult part for me is when they say that they have been coming from my grandfather's time, and then they've come to my father, and now they're coming to me, and that's why they expect a discount. So that is very hard for me to try to convince them that the times have changed. I also have my costs, my material costs. My staff also are not the same anymore. They have also changed. I need to pay them. So most of my time in my practice tries to convince the patient that, you know, that I'm giving them the best, so they can't expect to have the same price as what, and sometimes it happens that when he came to my grandfather, the particular patient came on an auto and now he's come on his Audi, and then he expects the same price that I give it to him. But yeah, most of my time that way goes in convincing the patients that, if you want the best, you have to, it comes at a cost. But sometimes genuine cases, you have to understand from their point of view. I'm not saying in terms of compromise your treatment or compromise in terms of material. They don't deserve that. You have to try and do what you do better for other patients, the same thing. But see if you can, be as compassionate as possible and see if you can somewhere adjust your cost and in genuine cases. But otherwise, I think most patients, it's over the last 5 years, I think people are still okay. But in the initial days of my practice, I used to have this issue of trying to convince patient about cost. But I think over the last 4 or 5 years, people tend to have begun to realize that quality comes at a price. So when you tell them that, we will be, responsible for the entire smile or planning your entire treatment, I'll give you the best that is possible, they kind of tend to not bargain now. I've also done this earlier saying that if you want it at that cost, I will use, of course I was lying, I might use a substandard material, trying to convince them. But these days it doesn't work that way. Now I have to be very honest with them is that if it is substandard, I won't use it in my clinic. I only use the best. So I can't compromise in those terms. So, yeah. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes. So when I was in my, as I said, dentistry also, I was not too certain that I wanted to, if I wanted to do dentistry or not. But once I did dentistry, then again, once that the time that you have between your internship and your post-graduation that you start studying, parallelly I started working as well. And then again, very honestly, I didn't want to do post-graduation because I was very certain from after my internship that I just wanted to come back into clinical practice. And so when I spoke to my dad, he said that, again, he said, maybe you might change your decision post-MDS, that whether if you want to get into academics or no. And since my father was an orthodontist, I always saw him, he did both together. So then again, he was an orthodontist. So when I thought I was certain, whatever I do, I will definitely do general practice and not just stick to my specialty practice. I thought orthodontics might be a good choice for me. I have no regrets doing MDS now. That's what I'm trying to say. You can do general practice even if you have a master's degree in a particular field. I have no regrets doing my master's, but I think somewhere, as because my dad told me that you might change your mind to get into part-time academics as well. That's the reason I chose to do PG first of all. And then when I thought what would be a good choice, in fact, Prosto or Conswood was my first choice. But then, yeah, he somehow brainwashed me to take up orthodontics, I think. Yeah. Anyway, that is, yeah. Sir.
How do you manage disruptive technologies and treatment methodologies coming into your specialty? I am referring to the aligners being available.
Sir, Virat Kohli and Anushka Sharma are marketing for them, sir. Sir, it's been, we as a society also are trying to fight the menace. So people tend to sometimes don't understand that aesthetic treatment or cosmetic treatment is also, at the end of the day, part of your health. So they feel that somebody has said that some famous person has come on TV and said that just getting a aligner in your mouth and we'll just come and deliver. It's become like Swiggy or Zomato, to be very honest. People coming to your doorstep and getting an impression. We're not even sure if the patient who's coming to their doorstep is forget dentist alone, if he's qualified dental technician also to make an impression. They claim that most of them are orthodontists. People have burned their fingers and learnt it the hard way. When people come back for damage control to us, that's when we are able to motivate them and try and tell them that what they did was wrong. But we, as in, I can't do it alone. It's becoming very difficult.
My question was, like you have a patient who walks into your clinic and talks about this.
Yes, precisely my point. So no, that's exactly, we try from. Sir, from our part, we try and tell them that, that is just because some famous person is endorsing for it doesn't necessarily have to be good. And if it is not scientifically backed also, because when we ask them if whoever is coming to their doorstep they are not even certain if the person is qualified to make an impression, leave alone the treatment. So that, we try and, use those methods too. And then also try and show them track records of how well these things have run and get.
Your place will always be here.
Yes, precisely. Yes. And I am not going anywhere. And then, yes.
You don't know where they will go.
Correct, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Dr. Naik for sharing his practical insights on optimizing private practice. And also, Dr. Bhasin, if you could please present Dr. Naik with a certificate of appreciation. Delegates, please don't leave the hall as there is an upcoming panel discussion. Thank you. The panel discussion will be starting shortly.
So, hello everyone. End of a very long session of scientific deliberation. We'll end this day with a very interesting panel discussion. I spoke to all the panelists here today. I told them we don't have. Yes. No worries. No, you continue to sit. I will be here. No. Sir, what's the...
I'll sit on the stage also, sir. Many sir, आप बैठिए.
Okay, I'm Ravi. I head oral medicine radiology. I'm also the staff mentor for the MAHESRF Student Research Forum. So what we would discuss today would be how do we strike a balance between research, innovation and education among students. We have two basic stakeholders here. A third one has a bigger picture. We'll get to that there. I think personally a major stakeholders are students and the faculty who interact day in, day out. There's a big cloud, an umbrella around them, the management, and a higher one would be regulatory authorities and bodies. What we have today are distinguished panelists who are, we have policy makers, decision makers, admins, also academicians and entrepreneurs. So we've known them all through the day, but I'll for once let them introduce themselves. So we'll hear from them. We'll let them introduce themselves first, and then I'll begin this panel discussion. So we could start from that end.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Saranjeet Bhasin. I'm a professor of prosthodontics at Jamia Millia, and this is a central university in Delhi, and we do all these things like you people do. We have to balance all these three things.
No, you.
Okay. So I'm Shanmukh. I'm a fellow alumni of this college, MCODS Mangalore. I'm a cartoonist. So, that's how you guys, that's what has given me recognition, and that's what have actually instilled me to do something creative. I also work in Indian Institute of Science as a scientist. I have a small startup by the name Nautilus, and we are trying to translate deep tech technology into clinics. That's what I do. Yeah.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dr. Anahita. I am a dentist turned healthcare career coach. I help people find out options, what they want to do beyond dentistry, clinical practice, academics, and anything in the corporate sector. So yeah, that's pretty much about me.
Hi, I'm Dr. Palak, and I'm very passionate about education. So I run my company, which is called as Teaspoon EdTech Private Limited, and we basically make dental education videos for students to make our lives easier.
Hi everybody, I am Dr. Vikas Agrawal. I am CEO of dentalcard.com. So we are creating an ecosystem for dentists where anything dental is made accessible and affordable. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Dr. Vidhi Bhanushali, a CEO and co-founder of Scano, making oral care accessible and affordable for all through AI. We all know the gaps of lack of understanding in patients about their own oral health, and through this AI technology, we are breaking barriers of languages, fear, and making them come to the clinics so that we can help them solve their problems at a very, very initial stage. Thank you.
I'm Arun Shanbag. Many of you heard me earlier. I was recently the dean, and before that I was the chief innovation officer. My claim to fame was I was like 20 years as a faculty at Harvard in orthopedic surgery, even though I was a electrical engineering student from MIT, Manipal, Apna MIT. So that was there. And I've been really fortunate to chat with some of these co-panelists here. Amazing. I'm really looking forward to listening to all their thoughts, everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. To begin with, Palak, I think I'll begin with you. Please. And Anahita as well. First, maybe Palak. So, as a student, all that we teach you, I'm a faculty. All that we teach you in dental school, say 5 years of learning, did it some way help you look at how this journey really transforms into an entrepreneurial journey, or it was something you had to just get into blindly and didn't know where you were headed? In a sense, is the dental curriculum actually helping you with what you had in mind?
So I had a very different dental journey. In fact, I was like a rebel. I wouldn't like to sit in classrooms. I would like to sleep in the room at 8:30, 9, and I wouldn't like to attend lectures. But because there was 75% attendance, I had to be there. And I saw the other side. So there were a lot of teachers that I met during my college here that made me realize that no, this is much beyond a textbook. And I realized that if they can do it so well, I'm pretty sure we can all learn so well. And that definitely helped me in starting out, because I knew that there was scope. I knew that there was something that I could do differently that would transform the way we all learn.
Anahita, to take it forward, would you suggest some kind of things from a student's perspective? What do you think we should do to our curriculum to help you guys, people like you?
So I think
we have a very rigid curriculum, right? So what do you think should be done differently from your wish list?
I think one thing that I really struggled with when I got out, because I was someone who was not interested in clinical practice and I wanted to do something different. I did not know what were the kind of soft skills that I was developing. Like, I had them because coming from MCODS Mangalore, we were developing on a lot of soft skills. Leadership, organizational skills, having organized score 2.0. I developed those things, but I did not know how to translate it out into the clinical world also, clinical, non-clinical, both, because I think soft skills is something which is there, but we just don't know that we have those skills. A little bit more, I know we have a lot of events on practice management also. Stuff like that, I think, should be incorporated a little more in order to, not just for entrepreneurship, but in general, if you want to do anything else apart from even, let's say, run a clinic. Or something that I struggled with was Excel. Just learning MS Excel, which is bread and butter everywhere, be it clinic, non-clinicals. I think that is something which could be a little more incorporated, more hands-on, and this is what you're doing. This is what it is called. Like, if you're marketing, this is how you're marketing. If you're selling something, this is how you're selling. Because we are doing that, we just don't know that we are doing that. So
I was just having a very interesting conversation with Sharmukh at lunch. I mean, I like the clarity where he brought out. He said, when you're getting into dentistry, that's your curriculum. Why do you expect more? I mean, that's the foundational question he asked me. It's structured. The dental council expects you to be in class 75%. All that. So with that background that he posed, that was a very interesting point. I never thought like that. We always say, can we also introduce research? Can we also introduce innovation to curriculum? So that was a very interesting perspective he brought out. I'm just letting that thought stay. I'll take the question to Dr. Saranjit sir. From a dean's perspective, former dean and a senior professor, would you think institutions should now maybe loosen up a little bit? I was giving Shanmukh an example of my son's own school. It's an open school. You get to answer the same question in 3 different ways. You could take a easy, medium, or difficult level, the same problem. Can we do that to dentistry? Could we do that to health science?
To begin with, I have been in the policy-making body, the Dental Council of India. I'm going to be very loud when I say this. Our curriculum is archaic. We are teaching. The Dental Council itself was established in 1948, and we've only had 2 reviews of the curriculum till date. So we have 75 years of independence, and we have only had 2 curriculum reviews. The third one is still on, and it is with the government, and the government has to notify it by gazette notification. But it's been in the pipeline for, I think, now 2.5 years. It's very sad. Yes, I agree with you. The curriculum is very rigid. Not only is it archaic, it's rigid, and it needs to be loosened up in a way that universities and institutions of institutions of importance, national importance special, they should be given the opportunity to make changes to it. And those changes should be acceptable to the national body itself. These changes should be in tune with the demands that are existing today. I teach dental materials with a lot of passion, and in my own institution, I make the first year students make cubes and cuboids of dental plaster. I don't know why they have to make it for 1 inch and 2 by 1 inches. It really doesn't help. I made it myself, and I made Dr. Agarwal also do it. But it's of no relevance. Nowadays, I teach them dental materials. The subject in the dental materials, I teach them impression materials. And when I teach them impression materials, I tell them in another 5 or maximum 7 years, you will not be using these impression materials. The digital world is coming so rapidly into the practices that it will be digital impressions, and digital impressions will be more economical when the scalability will go high, and you will have digital transmission to the laboratories, and the world is already doing it. We have labs which are sending from US their digital impressions to India, and we have workstations like call centers, 200 workstations where people are sitting who have got nothing to do with dentistry, trying to make cartoons, schematic diagrams of crowns and stretching them a little bit like Tom and Hardy, and trying to fit crowns. But these things, if we teach our children here, well, there's so much placement opportunity. Yes, I agree with you. Our curriculum has to be reviewed.
You've been the former dean at the Engineering College in Manipal, University Jaipur. So you have from the engineering perspective, how different is it from the health institutes?
Okay, I think it's a great question, and I'm going to give a 2-part answer because I was at the medical school, and from the medical school perspective, particularly in India, as the gentleman said, there's a regulatory body which tells you what to teach, everything, and you have to do it. I mean, like, you have to do it. We were at Harvard, and Harvard, many of you may not know, is not accredited by any agency. So Harvard thing was, who's going to accredit us? So we didn't have a set curriculum, even in a medical school. So we got a lot of opportunity to play around with the way curriculum is developed and designed. At the end of the day, I mean, medicine, dental, you guys have it very tough. You have to know a certain body of knowledge before you go touch a patient. So that is given, and you know that, everybody knows that. But how you deliver it and how you yourself go and get that information is different. And a curriculum need not just be that knowledge transfer. It can be many things, like as Anatha said, all the other stuff you need to know. And as the Dr. NAIK, the private practitioner, said, he listed all those things out on the board, 8 things. I don't think you're teaching any of them. So a curriculum is not just head and neck and teeth. There is many other things. So in medicine and orthopedics, I'll tell you, we did a PBL, like a problem-based learning. And the way it's taught is, okay, a patient is walking in with a lip. That's it. You're only told that. So now you have to ask the questions. How old is he? How is he limping? And then you need to learn yourself, oh, I need to know about musculoskeletal system. I need to know about cartilage. There's somebody to teach you about cartilage then. I need to understand inflammatory processes. I need to understand about arthritis, degenerative changes. I now need to understand about treatment of arthritis. What are the pharmacological treatment, the pros and cons? So slowly you will build up the repertoire based on the case. So we call it PBLs. And of course, everybody laughed at us at Harvard because everybody meaning other universities were like, what man, you guys don't have any classes, half of their days is free for all of you. But our students were very busy. They were not given a thing to say, read and learn this. They need to figure out what to read, what to learn. And of course, the resources were available. So that was the experience we had at Harvard. So in engineering, now I was the dean at engineering. And of course, the reason the president, the vice chancellor, charged me was when I joined, you have to change the curriculum. And again, we have AICTE, also a regulatory body, but we took it very flexibly. They only said 160 credits, basic here and there. And we did a lot of creative work trying to fit different things in the curriculum. So because as you asked Palak that question, I have asked many of our students who have worked at ISRO, Deloitte, wherever, I would always ask them the same question. Hey, what part of a curriculum we taught you was most helpful in your job? And most common answer, nothing. Like, really. And in engineering, we already know within 3 to 4 years, whatever we are teaching you is obsolete. And our faculty is teaching you 20-year-old stuff because they want to teach you history of everything. So we actually did a lot of work in trying to revamp this complete curriculum. And we all importantly added, and I think medical, you guys are already doing it, I think, a little bit. We added industry will develop curriculum for us. So industry-led program electives, we would call. So we work with Dell, Deloitte, Celebo, many companies, and ask them, can you develop one course which you think is important for engineers to know? So you'll hire them. So they would come, we'll develop a curriculum. We did that. The last part we did is engineering is a 4-year curriculum. You guys already have an internship. And I'm coming from a medical school background where the internship is common. So we kind of slid in this optional 4th-year long internship, we call it. So essentially the 4th year, the complete 4th year can be an internship. So we are trying to introduce that. I think the learning there is very important. And what has happened is the best students get selected for this long internship because one of the criteria is we'll allow the student to go for that internship only if the company pays for it. So the company has to give the stipend. That means they are very selective who they pick. And that has helped all the people who go through long internships are actually getting fabulous jobs. So what we did with the long internship is we recognize, I think somebody had asked that question, I think you yourself asked the question to the private practice doctor. There's a lot of technological changes happening. We will never know what it is. And we will never be in academics, we will never be in a position to teach it to our students. The best is let the students go out to the industry and let them learn in that final year. So these are some of the things we managed the curriculum because we understand some of the challenges. Like many of these skills have to be taught. But medical, dental has this challenge. You need to grasp and know this body of knowledge. How do you do the extra stuff for you, right? For you, the question is, what more do you need to know? So I hope that's useful.
Shanmukh, I'll go to you now. You've been into, I should say, the fine niche area of research. So how difficult is it getting in, say, right after undergraduate days, finding the right mentor? Did you have a mentor? How difficult is it for any of us to dream of doing into pure research? Where do you find mentors, if there's one? If there's a way? And are there mentors, willing mentors?
So on, okay, check. How will you find right mentors?
Yes. Right? Did you find one? Where do you find them?
So, actually, it's very mutual. You just don't find the mentor also finds you. Right? I mean, I'm going to repeat myself again. You don't find the mentor, mentor also finds you. Right? There has to be mutual interest. First, the student who wants to know or work on this particular field, the student should be able to suggest ideas that I want to do this, I want to do that. I mean, lot of times, I mean, we have people from Harvard also, and lot of professors, I mean, I worked with from Harvard, and they keep saying that many students, they write applications for PhD. That means, I want to be a student, please be my mentor. And they say, I have these set of skills, XYZ skills, skill 1, skill 2, skill 3, take me in your lab. Most of the times the professor says, no, they don't even read that mail, let alone reading, they won't even reply to that mail. You know, the mails which get replies are the mails in which the student is saying, you are working in this field is amazing, I have this idea, maybe with this idea we can push the field forward. If you are okay with it, I would love to work with you. I want to share my experience here. Nothing wrong with it. So here, even seniors, like if you have a senior right next to you, you call them sir, you call them ma'am, right? That's there. That culture is there among students, let alone calling a professor by the name. That's not going to happen, right? Even your 1 year senior, you can't do that. So the moment you do that, there is a divide, right? Senior, junior, mentor, teacher, right? But if you, the ISC, one thing that I found out in ISC or in other universities that I went to, the day I went in, they said, please don't call me sir, you know, you call me by my name. Sir is sort of a knighthood that is given. I don't have that. Call me by my name, we are colleagues, you know. So, I mean, I've studied a little bit of philosophy. So in philosophy, there is a philosophy called Advaita. I mean, I don't know why I'm going there, but it means like non-duality, right? And there is no difference between you and I, you know. Teacher is equal to a student, student is equal to a teacher, and we both will come together, we both will work together, and we will do something great. Until and unless that thing is established, you are never going to innovate under that. Because that even if some mentor is saying, okay, fine, be my student, they are going to just give you a project that they are having. They want a workhorse to do that project. They'll give it to you, please do it for me. Since they don't have time or they are senior enough that they can't get their hands dirty, you'll be doing it for them. I know because we do a lot of optics works, we have to carry weights that are almost 100 kgs of weight. And this professor with whom I work, he is Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, sort of a Nobel of India, big accolades. At night, 12 o'clock, I and him, we transferred weights. One side I'm carrying, one side he's carrying. He says, I'll help you if you have any problem, I'm going to do. He says, do you have any ideas? I'm stuck at this. Even though I think, even if he has some ideas, he'll say, I don't know, can you help me out? So this sort of non-duality is needed, right? So I will never say find the mentor. It should be a mutual relationship. You know, you should find a mentor, the mentor should find you. And I think I don't know why am I digressing from this topic, but any relationship that works, right? It should not be like, hey, can I work for you? It should be like, can we both work for each other? That's how any relationship becomes successful. So, yeah.
Right, okay. I just take this a little forward into entrepreneurship, and then Vidhi and Vikas can help me with this question. Now, as an academic, we listen from many of the, say, the deans of the college saying, hey, look for academia-industry partnership. I mean, we usually hear this. And I'm only looking at, are there any barriers or challenges from your end? Say now you're a successful entrepreneur, Dr. Vikas. Did it ever cross your mind that you have to go to some university and say, I'd like to mentor you guys? Can you send a few interns? Does it work that way, or what do you think? Is that the right way where industry actually says, I want your help? You know, in terms of, I'm talking in terms of mentoring students. Would you be willing, say today, to say, I'm willing to take 5 interns every year? Would that work that way?
Actually, yesterday itself, I was talking to Siranjit sir that can we have people from Jamia to come at Dental Cart and work together with us. And I think being here since morning, people here much brighter than me. And definitely if they, if people like this or from all the premium institutions of India, if they come and work together with us, we'll get to learn a lot. And, on the other side, they'll also get to learn how the industry functions. So it's a really good idea. for internship being started in industries from the dental colleges also.
Vidhi, you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of pointers have been covered, and would like to focus on one of the things that we've been discussing in last 2-3 days. Is just like engineering courses have an internship, right, where they're allowed to go to the industries and work with the core professionals there. It should also be allowed in dentistry, right? We know during 1 year of internship we do patients, but it should not be limited to their 5th year. Why not allow students from 1st year so that they develop that kind of thinking? Maybe have 2 months of that period out of 12 months. They're going and visiting industries and having the start of their liking or understanding what they enjoy, right? They would have clarity right from their 1st year, little bit, if they are enjoying clinical, non-clinical, and so on. So these things I think should be starting from the 1st semester or the 1st year itself. And with respect to the collaboration industry and academia, I mean, I'm sure all the entrepreneurs are very, very positive about it. In fact, we had also a program running known as Impact Program, where we reached out to academia and requested them to let their student register for it, an online course so that we are not restricted by geography. A weekend course again, so both the speakers and students are available. I know it's plus 20%, right? 100 plus 20% what you are already doing. But this gives you the hands-on experiences on various options which are available, after, beyond your clinical work. So there should always be an association where the industries are coming, mentoring the students. And as Vikas mentioned, a lot of things, even at Scano, have been solved by young graduates, which sometimes we can't think of. So only thing we need to give is the right direction, platform, and exposure. Rest, the youth is able, they are unable to find by themselves and solve the problems.
Before I take one or two questions, again, I have some questions for them, but are there any questions from the audience you'd like to ask with all that you heard? Any questions, curriculum change, reforms, what do you like, what you don't like? Is it good to be an entrepreneur? Yeah, sure.
The need of an integrated translational institution for dental research so that we can collaborate with other fields of science, medical science.
Dr. Arun Shanbag, would you want to take that question? You're saying across disciplines? Across institutes?
So I think what you're alluding to is a multidisciplinary education. I think that is very needed. And one of the reasons actually I came back from Harvard here was, Manipal was, you have everything here. I mean, you may feel in Mangalore, you're kind of cut away from the main MAHE campus. But the beauty of it is you have a medical school, dental school, engineering school, management school, communication school. So the whole idea is there, agree. And I think you may have a little bit more challenge because you're an hour away, here, from tapping into that. But I am sure that if you reach out to any, what you're talking about, any discipline, somebody is willing to reciprocate. Would you agree with that? So I think, number one, absolutely essential. And as we move forward, you need that multidisciplinary interaction. And number two, I think you're in the right place. Maybe not, Mangalore has a little bit more challenges than if you were in Manipal itself, but that has not stopped. Palak, for example, I remember she was telling me earlier, she used to come to Manipal for hackathons and all of the stuff. So, and then by the way, when we were running hackathons, there was busload of MCODS and KMC Mangalore students coming for our hackathon. So that has never stopped many people. But your point is absolutely right. You need that.
Indian healthcare service at a national level. Healthcare.
Maybe.
Yes, there were some talks about amalgamating. Sit down. there were some talks in the government sector to amalgamate the health services on the line of the Indian Administrative Services or the Indian Police Services. See, the health services are divided not just between the center and the state. The healthcare system is being provided by the central government through their own institutions, through central government health services, through railways, through border security force, through university health systems, all owned by the government, where people get restricted to certain areas only. So there is something in the policy pipeline, it's been there for some time, where people will be transferred from one place to another place, so that centralized health services would be there. And you could be, like I am in Jamia, so not necessarily that I will retire from Jamia. I could be sent by the government to help the railways, or maybe the border security force, or any other organization. So that is in the pipeline, but I don't know when it will say the daylight, but it is there in the pipeline. But again, about picking up where Sir left on your multidisciplinary research is going to be multidisciplinary. It cannot be just sitting in dentistry. Dentistry has to incorporate technology, dental materials, management, and many other disciplines. So nothing stops you from reaching now, because geographical distributions are not important anymore. You can reach out to distant places, and you should travel, like Vikas said, meet people, network, like Arjun said, and you will meet the right guru, or the guru will meet you, like he said, and definitely you will get an opportunity. God willing, you will get an opportunity to research on the problem which is hitting you in the head, that I have to do something on this. But you keep working on it. It is there. The boundaries of Manipal, Mangalore are not restricting you anymore.
Right. Sharma, could you want to throw some light on in which order? Research, educate, or innovate? Or all three together?
Okay. So I think, of course, this is in the right order, right? Because first you have to do research. Like, people found out things that were sort of non-existent, or they got those things into existence because of research. Then they tried to make it better with innovation. And once they thought, okay, now we have optimized everything, then they thought, let's impart it to the next generation, so that they don't have to waste time in learning this thing afresh, right? We have used, because timeline is limited. We survive for 60 to 80 years, 90 years. And if we don't pass down the knowledge to you guys, right? You guys are working on the same problems that we have worked on, future generation, it will be waste of time. There won't be any perpetuality of race, right? So research first, find new things, innovate, make it better, optimize. Once it's optimized, teach it to the next generation, educate them. Again, the cycle repeats. You have to build on the new knowledge to it, right? So I'm so sorry I'm saying this on this panel. That's why I don't keep publishing, keep publishing, keep publishing. You're not doing any research over there, because the knowledge that you are generating is already there. You are just, I would say repackaging it. That's what I would say. So generate new knowledge, innovate or the knowledge that is already existent, then you educate it, right? And then you again repeat the cycle. One point I would like to discuss here, right? I'm so sorry. I'm telling this point with all humbleness here. Academics saying we don't know about the new things that's happening. Maybe they have to go out and find out from the industry, right? That's not right. The precipice, the spearhead of innovation happens in academia. Any knowledge that is generated happens in academia. Keep that in mind. Academia is all the academia. So you guys should not go out and search for where can I get new knowledge. Industries, they are making workhorses out of you. We need these skills, learn these skills, become worker with us, right? If you're in academia, that's the place you should have open mind. That's the place you should generate new knowledge, and that's been happening, right? A lot of academics, I can tell you, where knowledge is being generated as we speak. And you should find knowledge here, you should create knowledge here, use that knowledge, scale it up, form that industry, not go and find that knowledge in industry, what I need to do. All the answers are here if you do it right, right? I'm telling this with all humbleness. This is my point of view. And of course, maybe I'm wrong. So I would love to learn if I'm wrong, how I'm wrong. So yeah.
Yeah, I have my personal view. I totally agree with you. Yeah. Any more questions? Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So, when you decide to do practice, private dental practice, or anything which you want to do in future, you need, if you come to Dental Card or any other company who is in the market, you'll get to see what is actually being used by people, what is running the show. So, मैं बताता हूँ अपना experience. मैं जब after completing the college, when I started Dental Card or my dental clinic, all the products which I saw in the clinic, like most of the products which I used during my college days, उसमें वो straight hand piece, micromotor, air rotor, 4-5 products को हटा के बाकी all were new for me. And I was like, why? Why I was not told all this? Running the practice, I had no idea. I told you, I had no idea how to ask for money from the patient. So I was not taught about it. When you come to a commercial setup like ours, you learn all this. You'll definitely know how how the dunyadari is, how the world functions out there. So that might open your horizon. That is my opinion. And you will get to learn things which you might not have thought of learning when you were here.
How much are you going to pay your interns? That's the question that's coming up.
So if I have to answer the question first, I'll call you and ask. Yeah, thank you so much.
So just for the paucity of time, I think it's 5:30. If it's okay if I can quickly summarize everything we spoke. I wish this could go on longer. Do you have any comments, any of you, before I can close? Anything you want to share? Any? Yes, sure.
I think these three things will keep on going hand in hand. Your research, innovate, and educate, because you don't know when your research leads to innovation, and that innovation has to be given to everybody, so you have to educate people. Or your education brings an idea in your mind that leads to innovation, and you have to do research to bring that innovation into the practice, into the market, or the other way around. So they have a very balanced approach, and you have to find your personality trait. What is out of the three calls you more, and you pick that up.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Everybody can go. Shanmukhi, want to? Yeah.
So I think anyone can criticize the curriculum is bad, this is bad, that is bad, but I think this sort of panel discussions should be constructive criticism. That is very important, right? We are thinking maybe we can make 1 year or 2 months free for the students. Certain universities, BITS Pilani, I have heard, 1 year is already free. I mean, 4 years of curriculum, 1 year is free for the students. You can take a drop year. 1 year, do whatever you want, come back and join us. It's already happening. And we are here discussing, maybe we can think of it. Right? I'm not criticizing anyone. I'm stating facts as they are. I'm a scientist, black and white. Okay? So I think, and like the gentleman sitting right next to me, sir is a policy maker, and he himself has pointed out a very important part. He said, do you really need to know how to make that 1 inch cube out of a POP and they measure using a scale? No. 1 whole year has been wasted to do that impression material in hot water, burning your fingers.
And you will never use the impression material again.
You will never use it again. You will never use it again. 1 whole year. 1 whole year. You know what engineering students do? I'm not talking about even IITs. You know what they do? Today, one question I asked, what is a unicorn? One student was there, he's sitting right here, but none of them had any idea about what a unicorn is. They're looking at me. engineering college students, they know about these sort of things. You guys need to open your eyes. And so coming back to the point, I know I'm digressing here. Point is, we can definitely shrink the curriculum of dentistry from 4 years to 3 years. That is very much possible. One student was coming and asking me, and I told him, dentistry, you will learn almost 90% of it in 4th year. Dentistry you are learning in 4th year, that's it, 90% of it. What are you doing for the rest 3 years, right? Other than burning your fingers with that. Anyway, so all I'm saying is, the curriculum can be compressed to 3 years, and that 1 year should be given to all the students to maybe build the next dental cart. But one thing, there's a very famous saying that the next Mark Zuckerberg will not be building the Facebook, right? So don't think of building the next dental cart. That's not what I mean. I mean, build something which has this sort of impact, right? Build a unicorn, right? So that's what I want to say. That's my 2 points from this discussion. Compress the curriculum to 3 years, make 1 year free for the students, let them figure out, let them see the world. One student asked me, like, how can I focus more? Like, don't focus, you need to defocus. Too much focus is not right. You'll end up being an MDS and nothing wrong with it, but world has enough MDS doing clinical practices. Do something else, right? Take that 1 year gap. That's what I would like to say. 2 points.
I think I 100% agree with everyone here. You know what the best part about this is? I graduated 5 years back, then I got out into the real world, and then it hit me hard because I didn't know about financial management, practice management. I knew nothing about it. And the fact that people from all ages are sitting here and actually having a discussion, actually a discourse to how make things better, how you can do things better. I really wish I had those kind of opportunities, and I do hope you take something away. Like, I think my expertise is jobs, right? Because I used to feel that I'm an average person set out to do a job. I was never someone who could be a founder of a company. I never thought that. So I have a different perspective to research, innovate, and educate. I'll tell you what, research about all the options, innovate what you can do differently to set out from your peers, do something different. Everybody has a special superpower. There is something different you'll have. For example, I knew leadership was my superpower, talking to people, pushing people to do better was my superpower, even in college. And then educate yourself on it before you get out there into the real world. And that is something which is possible with the opportunities given to you in college and by going out into the industry, like everybody is saying over here. So I hope you guys do utilize that. And yeah, research, innovate, educate, guys.
So I would like to add, मैं अभी last में बता रहा था कि when I came out of college, I had no idea. So we recently, after like 10 years after graduating, I went to a dental lab. And I was like clueless. ये क्या है? वो पूरा नहीं पता. You know how a crown is being manufactured. Like मुझे नहीं पता. Maybe आपको अभी आपके curriculum में होगा. But I had no idea how a whole crown is being manufactured, how the investment is done. Theoretically, I remember, but actually देखा तो समझ में आया कि अच्छा ये है. So you know there are many things we can explore if we go out. And जितना भी IPS, Indian Prosthodontic Society, Endodontic Society, ये post graduate students attend करते हैं. I think first year में भी एक बार orientation दे देना चाहिए कि you know how the show is being run. और impression से याद आया, everything I see now outside in dental clinics is 3D scanning. You know, तो आपको अभी से 3D scan ही कराना चाहिए. I would like to end my talk by saying. Anyone from you have any idea where you want to, you know, need help? My email ID is ceo@dentalcard.com. Put a mail to me. Any idea which, you know, which can help dentistry grow, which can make the normal public aware about dentistry, which can broaden the whole horizon of dental industry of India. Any small thing or bigger thing, anything, reach out to me, please. Okay.
It's a wonderful panel, and I'm sure a lot of things are covered. But I would like to conclude by putting more light on what Dr. Matthew had earlier said during the keynote, is that gap between your mind and the market, right? The mindset is something that we all need to work and polish our skills upon. Have your genuine research. Of course, don't repackage it. It makes no sense. Once you have identified a real problem, of course, go talk to the end user and talk to them if they'll be using it, right? The MVP that you work on, try and test it out on a limited set of user. It could be your clientele, which is a hospital, practitioners, or even the end user. If they are using it and you think that now you can make a product which is up for the final product and you can scale it up, do it. Don't just limit it to your publications or don't just limit it to patenting it. That's going to happen anyway. What beautifully Dr. Matthew had also put is, one product is equal to 10 publications, right? So think of how can you package it, how can you actually make a final product, launch it into the market. And when you launch it in market, and what I've personally also been learning, right, launching in one city, right, where you are, and then scaling that up to your state, eventually your neighboring states, eventually your country, and then to different countries, you will learn so much, right from the systems, the rules, regulations, the licenses, all the activities under those. Oh my God, right? I mean, you will thank yourself for dreaming big and then chasing that dream into the right execution. So put in your right mindset. Don't have it as a blocker and launch your product. Trust me, when you launch the version 1, it won't succeed the way we always glamorize, right? And entrepreneurship, Vikas would agree, is highly glamorized, especially after the Shark Tanks, right? Everybody want to be an entrepreneur, but okay, kya banega? Founder banunga, right? Don't become a founder because it's glamorized. Trust me, when you see 5 stories of successes, there are 100 stories of failures, sleepless nights, and he would completely agree. The kind of self-doubts for yourself, for the product, for the market is immense. So have the right partner with you, because walking alone is super lonely in entrepreneurship. Have a right co-founder, have a right set of team, and break all those barriers, as he said. No, sir, no, ma'am. In our office, we have refrained even our maushi, helpers, drivers in calling us sir and ma'am. The kind of ego that crashes within a second, right? Imagine your driver calling you by your name, right? No ego, nothing. Everybody is equal. And then the kind of speed that we saw, it helps in innovating, which is why even today, I mean, we collaborated with HCL Technologies. And I met with the CEO of HCL Tech and Health, both. And I was like, you're HCL, right? You could have built what we have. So like, because they are corporate and then MNCs, they're like large crews, right? It takes a lot of time for them to change the path, pivot what he mentioned, and eventually have things done. As a startup, it is quick for us, right? Today morning you think it's not working, evening the decision is changed, just like that. So that's the advantage of being in a startup. You can change, navigate things quicker than this big MNCs. And thus, coming to a concluding point, learn your niche, understand what your niche is, and work hard on it. You need not worry about, there are Google and Microsoft and Apple out there and all these huge companies. What will we do? Will that even make a difference? Yes, it does, right? So have a clear vision. If you don't worry. You will eventually find out, right? And pursue it, find the right path. Even if you are on wrong, you will eventually learn as you go along. And all the very best, right? That's how concluding to researching, innovation, and eventually education. Thank you.
I want to try to keep it short. First, I want to thank the organizers, Professor Ongole, and the MAHE-SRF team. Beautiful organization and a great panel, by the way. Think about it, all of them have BDS, but look at all the diversity of things they're doing, oh my God. So your curriculum needs to account for this. So I just want to mention that. This is amazing and you guys did a great job. I just want to add one point, which I think Shanmugh alluded to. I am guilty of deleting all the India emails asking for postdoc fellowships in my lab. And so I get 5 a week and it was just like, I don't even read them. It's like delete. But what he said is right. But the point I want to mention is about the looking for a mentor. I think it's a very difficult, and you don't say, go out saying, I'm going to find a mentor. It has to happen. And I was very lucky in my life that I got great mentors. One thing tip I would give is, don't find the easy guy, find the most difficult one. Because find the hardest, most successful person, who's usually the most hardest anyway, because he didn't become great because that's
Hello? Since you have seen the premises and you like it so much, so we'll start off with the quiz right away. Okay, so what we have is, this is a pure subject quiz. Okay, so I'll just tell you all so that there's a certain level of fairness as we go along. You don't need to figure anything out. There are departments which are put up. You will be choosing which question or which department the questions will pertain to. Each round will be on a specific department. Okay? We have about 7 departments to choose from. One will go undealt with. There is one round of GK, general knowledge, which will be coming somewhere in between. Okay? So what we will, you have put the general knowledge also into the selection. You have not. So what we'll do is, we will end with the general knowledge round. Okay, because that is my favorite round. So what we have done for the department questions, again, these are all validated questions. These have come from the departments themselves. So we have asked faculty from each of the departments to give us questions which are relatively easy, straightforward for you to answer. They are so easy that you have MCQ questions available. You have to just choose the right option in many of them. Some of them are one-word answers, right? So with this, we'll start off and we will give you a small bowl. You can give it to team number 1. Just pull out whichever chit and then we'll start off with questions from that particular department. There is no passing, there are no negative marks. Okay, you have, once you get the question, you have 15 seconds within which you have to answer the question. So the first round will be pedodontics. Every round, everybody will get one question. There is no passing. So you have to just answer your question, no negative points. Okay? So the first round is pediatric dentistry. The first question for team number 1. A toddler who is reluctant to accept dental treatment and is timid belongs to which of the Frankel's category? You can answer on the mic.
Negative. B.
So the answer is right. Okay, it's negative. The next question, team number 2. The following, you have 4 choices, is not an indication for placing pit and fissure sealants. According to the definition of early childhood caries given by AAPD, the condition is seen in a child of which age, as per the definition? Your answer is A, 36 months. No, there is no passing. So the answer was P.
Is it A?
Your answer is A. Okay. You are right. The answer is operant conditioning theory. So the last question for this round, team number 6. A 4-year-old child reports to the clinic with a fracture. Okay, it's a complicated crown fracture. This case will belong to the Ellie and Davies classification. Which of the classifications?
Our answer is D.
Okay, their answer is D, which is the right answer. The key over there is it's a 4-year-old child. So now we'll move on to the second round. We can start the second round the other way. Okay, so you can start with the last team now. Just pick any one of these. Whichever department it is, you just Okay, so you have a round on conservative dentistry and endodontics. So we'll start with the last team, okay, team number 6. While performing a cold test on a tooth, which of the nerves is stimulated? So if you read your sensibility tests well, you will know the answer.
C.
C. Okay. So the answer is C, which is the right answer. So question number 2 to team number 5. What is this instrument? But you just need to tell us what is the function of this instrument, not the name of the instrument. What is this instrument used for?
Pulp extirpation.
Your answer is pulp extirpation. But does anybody else have an answer? Audience? Very good. What's the name of the instrument? Okay. Organizers, give that boy a chocolate. Okay. I know you're the organizer. Okay. Next. Look at this image very carefully, and what is this radiographic appearance and what would it indicate? What diagnosis would this indicate? It's a very classic radiologic appearance. What does it indicate?
So I think it's a vertical fracture with the J-shaped radial.
Excellent answer. Okay, so that's the right answer. It's a J-shaped radiolucency and the diagnosis would be a vertical fracture. Then question number 4. Identify these instruments. What are these instruments? This is for team number 3. Team number 3. No, team number? You're 4. 3, yeah. This is for you. Identify this instrument.
Option D.
Option is D. So the answer is spreaders. But the right answer is these are thermophil obturators. Okay. So we go to team number 2. There are 2 parts to this answer. So please read the choices very carefully and give us the right answer. A, B, C, or D? Team number 2.
D.
Their answer is D. Any other answers? It is C. Okay, so the right answer is C. It's ivory number 1, matrix band, and ivory number 8, retainer. So we go to the last question of this round. In the instrument formula, the width of the instrument blade, this is measured in which unit?
Option B, 10th of the millimeter.
So their answer is option B, 10th of the millimeter, which is right. I think we have two more questions. If you want, just go to them. If the audience wants to answer, we can see how good the audience is. For posterior class 2s, which type of amalgam is ideally used? Admist high copper. Yes. Tell the organizers to give you a chocolate. Okay. Done. We're done with this round. We'll move on to the next round, the third round. We'll start from team 2. But we'll start the round from 1, but they'll pull it up. Just ask them to pull it. Oral pathology. So we'll start with team number 1. Identify this person, and he has categorized crooked teeth.
Angle, Edward Hartley angle.
That is the right answer. Excellent. The beauty is you got the whole name, which is good. Okay. So the next question, team number 2. This graphical representation is better known as? Any guesses? You can throw in a guess. The time is up. Okay. I'll ask them. Okay. The question's out. Who wants to answer? Okay. Okay. Majority answer is right. It's Stephen's curve. Team number 3. Identify this common viral infection seen in patients with AIDS. This is team number 3.
Leukoplakia.
You'll have to elaborate on the answer. Okay, the time is up. They've given half the answer. You can go to the answer. Okay, so it is hairy leukoplakia. Okay, so that does not apply. So team number 4. Next, 0. Which immune disorder would you associate this investigation with?
So Sjogren's syndrome.
Yeah, it's Sjogren's syndrome. The answer is right. What is the preferred name for this lesion?
Median rhomboid bursitis.
Yes. What did I say? Yeah. There's a third name to this also, so the answer is the right answer. Don't worry. Okay. But that's okay. You give them the points. Identify this personality who described an acronym DOPSI. Okay. Any answers? Gardner. Why? Gardner syndrome. Yeah, so the answer is actually in the question itself. Okay, so the name of the personality is Eldon John Gardner, but John Gardner would get it. Do we have any more questions in this? So, oral pathologists in our college have got a very good sense of humor. So, the question framed here is, where do you see this delicious European appearance? The key word here is delicious. You know the answer? Very good, excellent. So it is adenoid cystic carcinoma, and the answer is Swiss cheese appearance. Chocolate. Right. Next, is there one more? Just check. There may be one more. No, there isn't. Okay. Yeah, you can give it. You're not pulled out a check, no, so far. Okay, so we'll start from the last team. So we'll start with the last team. The questions will be from PhD, okay, community. Question number 1. Which of the sugars is least karyogenic? Okay. The answer they gave is A, which is the right answer. Too easy. Blame the community people. The second question, team number 5. Patent fissure sealant application is a form of specific protection, health promotion, tertiary prevention, or primary prevention.
Specific prevention.
Specific protection. Okay. And the answer is specific protection. Good. Third question. The father of health statistics is?
A. Jon Snow.
Then I have one more question for you. Where was Jon Snow seen last? Ill?
Is it a Game of Thrones reference?
So Jon Snow was in Game of
Yeah.
Thrones. Yeah. So the father of statistics is John Grant. The next question. But Jon Snow rang the bell. Okay. The usefulness of a screening test depends on what? So the answer they've given is specificity. But unfortunately, it's not the right answer. Where is the headquarters of the International Agency for Research on Cancer located?
A.
A. Very good guess. Okay, so the answer is A, and it's right. So the last question for this round. Named after a rainbow, which program by the Government of India aims to provide a crucial health protection to all children?
Option D, Mission Indradhanush.
The answer given is option D, Mission Indradhanush, which is the right answer. Very good. Is there one more question after this? This is for the audience. Which syndrome related to connective tissues? Is there one more? No. What does RTV and HTV silicone stand for? Yeah. Correct. So, loudly. It's right. Yeah. Chocolate. Go ask whoever is. Ask Dr. Joanna for chocolates later. At least 5 chocolates so far. Okay. So this is last of the choice rounds. The last round will be general knowledge. So one round will be skipping. So this is Perio. We'll start with the last team. But then we have to decide whether to go right or left. The chair side kit for BANA test is which of the following?
Option A, Perioscan.
The answer is option A, Perioscan, which is the right answer. Team number 5. Secondary colonizers in plaque are which of the following?
Is it A?
The answer given by them is A, actinomyces, but the right answer is C. Team 4, what is the instrument which is being used?
Kirkland's knife.
So the answer is Kirkland's knife. Right. Team 3. In which type of instrument grasp is a tripod effect created? The answer is modified pen grasp, which is right. So team 5. Which of these scalars is used in a push stroke? Team 2. The answer given by them is the chisel, which is right. So team number 1. Which of the following is not, okay, it's not a local drug delivery system?
Option C, perioid.
The answer given by them is option C, perioid, which is the right answer. So now we come to the end of all the subject rounds and we'll finish off with one round. Okay, for the audience, for the chocolates which Dr. Joanna is going to be giving you, a brushing technique that is indicated after any periodontal surgery is. I think there's going to be some controversy over here. Okay, so the Department of Periodontics will have to handle it. Okay. Anyway, we have one more, I think. I'm not sure. Okay, this is an instrument, a periodontal instrument. Which instrument is this? It's a clue for a periodontal instrument. Which instrument is this? Huh?
Schluger and
There are 3 parts to it. Yes. Okay, it is. The answer is the Sugarman file. So now we'll end with the last round, which is general knowledge. We'll close it. We'll finish it off. No need. We'll start with team number 1. Okay. Name the Indian hockey goalkeeper who retired after India won the bronze at the Olympics recently.
Srijesh.
Srijesh. Yeah, that's good enough. Yes. In Chat GPT, we all know what is Chat GPT, but what is the full form of GPT? You use Chat GPT? Yes. It's difficult to guess. Okay. Okay. Anyway, we'll go to the answer because it's difficult to make up. GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. The next question, team number 3. Who are the twins who fought a lawsuit over the ownership of Facebook with Mark Zuckerberg and now they are famous as Bitcoin billionaires? You have not watched Social Network. Okay. Any guesses from the audience? Really? Okay. Anyway, you know who they are, I suppose, no? Those 2 twins in the Social Network movie who fought. They then took the $20 million that he gave them, or rather they won, and they went and they made billions in investing in Bitcoin. They still are making billions. They're the Winklevoss twins. Okay. Next. The Winklevoss twins. Who's team number 4? What is the name of the Animal Rescue and Rehabilitation Center which became famous during the longest wedding of the century?
Vantara.
Vantara, very good. Okay, it's Vantara. during the Russia-Ukraine war, there was a paramilitary force which was being used by the Russian army. At one point, this turned on Russia itself. I'm sure you all read about it. And they started heading towards Moscow. So it was headed by a guy called as Yevgeny Prigozhin. He was called as Putin's chef. What is the name of this group? No. Any answers? Wagner. Okay, it's called as Wagner. They were named after a composer, a music composer. The Wagner group is the answer. The Indian Navy has got 4 aircraft carriers, but only one has been built in India very recently. It's the first indigenous aircraft carrier which has been built in India. What is the name of this ship?
INS Vikrant.
The answer is INS Vikrant. Very good. So, one question for the audience, the last question for the audience. The American presidential candidate Kamala Harris is maternally from India origin. So we all know she's half Indian. But what is her paternal ancestry? Which country? Huh? Nope. Not Canadian. Any guesses? Specific. Africa is a continent. Huh? Okay, they play cricket. They play cricket. Almost there. West Indies, almost there. West Indies is a group of small nations. West Indies is a group of small nations. West Indies. West Indies. Jamaica. Yes. Her father is Donald J. Harris. He is from Jamaican descent. So with this, we come to the end of the quiz. Thank you all for wonderful participation. And you've all done very well. You already won one in the morning and come to the finals, which is excellent. So the names of the winners will be announced by the organizers as soon as we can tabulate the results. And for all those who want chocolates, please line up next to Dr. Joanna. She will provide them. Thank you. They know what they're?
Yeah, team A, like A, B, C, D, E,
D.
No, that is F.
F. Okay. The third place is team D. Can you please stand up? Yes. D. Third place is team D. Correct?
Team D.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just tell you the top 3. The second place is team F. And the first place is team A. So, MCODS Mangalore, MCODS Manipal, MCODS Mangalore. Okay, very good. Congrats.
engaging workshops. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the valedictory ceremony for Score 4.0 today. I would now like to call upon stage our chief guest for today, Dr. Purnima Manjirkar, Professor and Research Coordinator, Convener Faculty Research, KMC Mangalore. Ma'am, may I request you to please address the gathering.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you have had very good sessions. I don't know what I am going to add to this. I'm sure whatever literary and very academic talks and other things that you had were really, really great. And it's very heartening to see these many students at the end of a week. It's really heartening. Just shows your commitment. And I'm very happy to see you all here. It's always lovely to be among, youngsters. You get a lot of new ideas and filled with energy. It's really nice, very nice of you. So 4.0, the fourth version of SCORE. So I am given to understand that there were more than 280 registrations from both national and international delegates. So that's commendable. And I really would like to congratulate the team MCODS for such a wonderful conference. Very nice. 150 presentations is not a small feat at all. It's really, really good. 150 presentations for an undergraduate conference is, again, something we should be very proud of. And I think you must have heard n number of times in the last couple of days that we are also observing the Year of Excellence of Research at MAHE. That is, at our university, we are observing this year as the Year of Excellence for Research. And this was again going to be a feather in the cap for our university. Thank you, delegates, for making this very successful and also contributing to our growth. Thank you very much. I wish to congratulate all the students who have won in various events today. But I would also like to tell the students, in case you have not won, do not be disheartened, because the very fact that you have participated is your win. So please do not be disheartened, and I'm sure all of you will be able to do something much, much better in the years to come. Thank you all.
Thank you for your kind words, ma'am. May I now invite Dr. Kashish Bharadwaj, Treasurer, to present the chief guest with a token of gratitude. May I now request our staff mentor, Dr. Joanna Baptist, to give away the volunteer certificates. Volunteers. Can all the volunteers please come on stage?
I thought this was after BTS.
No, ma'am, it's right. So this is.
Do it after BTS.
Ma'am, so BTS is after this.
No, we'll do it after BTS. Put on the BTS.
Okay. It's been a long journey to score 4.0, but though it was grilling, we definitely remember to have fun along the way. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy our behind the scenes video.
तब से तुम नजर में आ रुके हम तो हो गए जमा धीरे धीरे था लम्हा अब तो होना है वही जो बनाए जाना हम तो हो गए जमा धीरे धीरे था लम्हा अब तो होना है वही जो बनाए जाना हम तो उड़ गए उड़ गए उड़ गए ऐसी अजनबी थी आपसे कि हमसे ना कभी कोई आपसे हम तो हो गए जमा धीरे धीरे था लम्हा अब तो होना है वही जो बनाए जाना हम तो हो गए जमा धीरे धीरे था लम्हा अब तो होना है वही जो बनाए जाना हम तो उड़ गए उड़ गए उड़ गए हम तो हैं
May I now request our staff mentor, Dr. Joanna Baptist, to give away the volunteer certificates.
Thank you all volunteers. It was only because of your help that we could do this program. Thank you so much.
Can all the volunteers come on stage so that we can have a picture? One picture. All volunteers, please come to the stage. Please come. मैम लोग बहुत Can all the staff mentors also join us? Thank you for all the hard work, volunteers. The hard work has truly paid. Ladies and gentlemen, now please put your hands together for a dazzling performance by our college band.
Check, check, check. Hal. Second. Hal. check, check. Second. Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check, check. Check. Check, check. Hello. Check.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, check. Hello, 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 hello.
Can I connect to speaker, right?
Where are we standing? Yes, I'm. You can stand here. Are they still? It's not audible. I've connected
Stand here.
Where are we standing? Okay, we're standing here. Come. Let's go. Aditi, I'll come.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Check.
Check, check.
Check, check, check.
Done?
Try your best, but you don't succeed. When you get what you want and not what you need. When you feel so tired, you can't sleep. Stuck in reverse. When the tears come streaming down your face. When you lose something, you can't what you need. When you love someone but it goes to waste. Could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. And I will try to fix you. Down your face when you lose something you cannot replace. Tears stream
Tears stream down your face. Promise you I will learn from my mistakes. Tears stream. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. I will try to fix you. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Say no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, we'll be counting stars. I see this life like a swinging vine. Swing my heart across the line. In my face there's flashing signs. Sing it out and you shall find. Oh, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. I don't think the world is sold, just doing what we're told. I feel something so right, doing the wrong thing. I feel something so right, doing the right thing. I could lie, could lie, could lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel like I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Say no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Oh, take that money, watch it burn. Sing in the river the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn. Sing in the river the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn. Sing in the river the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn. Sing in the river the lessons I learned. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Say no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. When the night has come, and the land is dark, and the moon is the only light you'll see. Darling, darling, mere merma, oh, tu hi hai dua. अब कुछ भी दुआ के नहीं, तुझे पाके लगे मुकम्मल है खुदा. ओ रहनुमा, मेरे रहनुमा, ओ तेरे नाम सा. अब कोई भी लफ्ज नहीं पढ़ कर देखे 100 किताबें 100 दफा. दिलदारा दिलदारा ये रत्ती भर का जग सारा. दिलदारा दिलदारा नजर कदम पे सबा. ओ दिलदारा दिलदारा जग जीता जग तुझसे हारा. दिलदारा दिलदारा darling darling stand by me. Come on and stand by me. Just as long as you stand by me. And darling, darling, stand by me. Come on and stand. as long as you stand by me. When the night has come, whoa, and the land is dark, and the moon is the only light you see. And darling, oh, तेरे वामसार तू मंजिल है और तू ही उस मंजिल के आगे का रास्ता. दिलदारा दिलदारा ये रत्ती भर का जग सारा. दिलदारा दिलदारा तेरे नजर कदम पे सब हारो. दिलदारा दिलदारा जग जीता जग तुझसे हारा. दिलदारा दिलदारा.
Thank you for that great performance. May I now invite Dr. Archana and Dr. Nidhi, our staff mentors, to announce the results, and may I request our chief guest, Dr. Purnima Manjrekar, to give the certificates.
Coming to the winners of the scientific presentations, poster presentation, slot timing 8:15 to 9:15. Winner from screen A is Sai Sri Harsha. Okay, winner from screen B, Miss Akriti Chaudhary. Okay. All the team members can come to collect the award. Winner from screen C, Miss Fatehbir Singh Dillon. Yes, sir. Winner from screen D, Miss Meeta Shanbag. Slot timing 12 to 1. Winner from screen A, Miss Shubhangi Ojha. Screen B, Miss Jenica Ayam. Screen C, Mr. Pulkit Chala. Mr. Shashank Agarwal. Slot timing 1:30 to 2:30. Winner from screen A, Ayush Srigar. And tie with Kushi Chaturvedi. Screen B, Miss Yashika Singh. Yashika Singh. Screen C, Kavani Sarvanan and Revati Prabhu. And Revati Prabhu. Screen D, Miss Nikki Vasani. Slot timing 3 to 4. Winner from screen A, Mr. Shikhar Singh. Screen B, Miss Akriti Chaudhary. I now request Dr. Nidhi, staff mentor, to announce the results of the paper presentation.
Thank you, Archana. So, the winners for paper presentations from slot timings 8:15 to 9:15 morning, Ms. Fatima Sahadia K. From the slot 12 to 1, Radhika Agarwal. From the slot timing 1:30 to 2:30, Mithuna T. Now we come to PG presentations. The winner for PG paper presentation is Dr. Madhu Malar P. Okay. For PG poster presentation, we have two winners, Dr. Simran Gupta. And we have Dr. Rasika Kulkarni. Now we'll come to the winners of the other competitive events, starting with abstract writing. The third position goes to Pragati Jain. The second position goes to Pooja Mohanta. And the first position goes to Miss Evangelina Virgil. Moving on to the winners of the debate. Second position is bagged by Ms. Bhavika Supani and Shuhaima. At the first position, we again have a tie, first with the team of Pranita and Amitesh. And the next team is that of Satyam and Deepthi. Coming to the winners of mock ethics, second place is bagged by Miss Sophia. First position is bagged by Miss Lipika Sen. And lastly, the most awaited quiz winners. Third position is bagged by the team of Pranita Bangera, Diya Kamath, and Shubhangi Oja. Second position is bagged by the team of Aaron Joy Abraham, Advait Burande, and Ayush Mahajan. And the first position is bagged by the team of Pulkit, Vishesh, and Pranav. Congratulations to all the winners.
Ma'am, you may take this seat. May I now request our sponsorship and fundraising head, Dr. Arjun Kamath, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the entire team of MAHESRF, MCODS Mangalore, to acknowledge the contribution of those who have worked really hard to make this conference happen. We extend our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Purnima Manjrekar, research convener for KMC Mangalore. We are thankful to our sponsors, OsseoTouch, Canara Bank, DPI Meditech, Brident Medical for the implants and models they have provided for the workshops, LTM Medtech for sponsoring the sutures and providing instruments to conduct the biopsy workshop, Burrow Kitchen, 5 Grills, Mangalore Baking Company, Mangalore Cafe, Korinzu and Goodies for their coupons. And we also thank MMP's Dry Fruits for their support and sponsorship. A very big round of applause for our student delegates from India and overseas for their enthusiastic participation. And finally, my heartfelt thanks to my fellow core team members and volunteers who have worked extremely hard to make this conference a success. A big thank you to our staff mentors who have been a constant pillar of support and motivation, and without whom this conference would not have been possible. And last but not the least, a very special thanks to Dr. Srikanth for helping us throughout the conference. Thank you one and all, and here's to a good gala night ahead.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the valedictory ceremony. That's an official wrap from our side. Thank you to everyone for a wonderful Score 4.0. You may now proceed for dinner and the much awaited gala night.